the hoarse cries of the soldiers cut into the ears. They are united by a common goal, the destruction of the Pale Devil. Their common enemy is a man named Nox von Reinhofer. This is their desperate attempt to restore peace on Earth. We see the main character, a brunette with light green eyes. The guy believes that it all began the way tragedies always begin, by a whim of fate. At this moment, monsters and people have united. They fought side by side, trying to snatch victory from the hands of fate. There was only one person against them, a white-haired man dressed all in black. The knights called this man the Devil and wanted his death. People and monsters rushed into battle without hesitation. The protagonist clearly remembers the words spoken by his once faithful comrade and friend. The boy remembered them perfectly, although he could not fully understand their meaning. The giant monster approached the white-haired man and raised his hand to strike. Reinhofer held his sword at the ready, which was instantly enveloped in dark energy. One thing was firmly imprinted in the protagonist's memory. The boy remembered the expression on his friend's face as he uttered those ominous words. Now, during the battle, his face seemed to express nothing but anger and indifference. But at that moment, a tear of sadness slid from Reinhofer's downcast eyes. Now there wasn't even a tear left of it. As if a complete stranger stood in front of the main character. Reinhofer parried the knight's attacks and jumped up to strike the giant monster. The monster opened its mouth and was ready to bite the man at any moment. However, Reinhofer had a huge reserve of strength, so he acted faster. One blow of the sword was enough for the man to kill his opponent. In an instant, the monster was cut in two. Reinhofer, in turn, landed softly on the ground, shaking off his sword. The blonde sighed and looked forward. He walked slowly closer to the wall that guarded the city. However, his target was not the city, but the main character who blocked his path. The blonde walked past the defeated monsters and knights. Reinhofer remained silent, but came closer and closer. The protagonist did not show a drop of fear and greeted his acquaintance as an equal. The only thing the guy wanted to know was the reason why his friend turned against them. The white-haired man with purple eyes looked closely at his friend from the past. Reinhofer felt like he had heard these words before. A girl he knew also asked him this question. She was interested in why the guy made a deal with the devil. Reinhofer chuckled and said that the guy reminded him of someone, but decided that there was no point in answering the brunette's question. The protagonist replied that it might not matter to Reinhofer, but it was very important to him. The blonde said that if the guy wants to know the answer, then he has only one right path. To do this, the brunette only needs to take his life, and only after that will he be able to find out the truth. The protagonist said that if this was Reinhofer's true wish, he would fulfill it right now. After this, the guy opened his book and the defeated knights began to rise behind him. The protagonist's eyes lit up, indicating that he had used his powers. The guy pointed his left hand at his one-time friend and voiced an order. The undead, under the control of the Necromancer, rushed into battle. However, these attacks did not pose a problem for Reinhofer. The guy dealt with the enemy in a few swings of his sword. It seemed that this would be enough to get rid of the undead. However, the next moment, under the influence of the Necromancer's power, the undead rose to their feet again. The main character constantly supported the undead with his own powers. Thanks to this, the monsters remained immortal and continued their attack. Reinhofer continued to repel attacks one after another. His face reflected indifference, as if he didn't care that he was fighting with a person who was close to him. His eyes expressed indifference to what was happening. The more damage Reinhofer inflicted on the undead, the slower it recovered. Soon the undead's recovery potential ran out. When the monsters stopped rising, Reinhofer turned his gaze to the protagonist. The blonde walked slowly towards the enemy. A few moments later, he rushed into battle, saying that the guy had become much stronger. The main character turned the pages of the book. Dark energy began to swirl behind his back, creating a circular black space. Then a pentagram appeared behind the main character. A moment later, two giant hands appeared from behind the guy, crossing their swords, protecting their owner. The protagonist looked at Reinhofer and said that he had really become stronger. Now he had undead of gigantic proportions on his side. This sight made Reinhofer stop for a few seconds. However, this did not cause him fear, so he called his assistant, with whom he made a contract. Reinhofer's expression finally changed from indifferent to extremely inspired. The young men's strength clashed, causing a shockwave that lifted sand into the air. The air moved the protagonist from his place, but he continued to closely monitor the battlefield. Thanks to this, he managed to notice the enemy's approach in time. Reinhofer jumped out of the cloud of dust, preparing to strike the brunette. The protagonist's eyes flashed again, and dark energy thickened before him. Reinhofer launched a blow, but it was blocked by the undead standing behind its master. Finding himself face to face at a distance of less than a meter, the protagonist said that he would get the answer from the blonde by any means necessary. The guy said that he would find out the reasons for what was happening, even if he had to hear them from the lips of a living dead man. The protagonist was very interested in why Nox von Reinhofer suddenly turned away from them. Moreover, he left behind lasting scars. The protagonist knew that this would be a long battle, as it meant that one of them would fall dead on this battlefield. But he could not give up on his goal. The protagonist must find out why someone he knew well hid from the world. preferring solitude as a faithful companion. Now we return to the past, when the main character's family was on the verge of destruction. The sinister edge of the razor-sharp blade cast shadows on the shock of black hair. It was the darkest, most terrible of shadows that could ever hang over the soul of a person. The protagonist looked broken, as if life had already left his body. It was as if only the shell of a once-living person, who looked so much like the main character, remained on the guillotine. The spectators of the execution did not understand how it had come to this, but they were afraid to say anything, as they could become next. One of the men pulled up the girl, who sympathized with the prisoner, because they had already seen how cruel the new rulers could be. The man said they had no choice but to keep quiet and not stand in the way of the executioners. With war raging across the continent, commoners like them have no choice but to keep a low profile. Crows were already flying above their heads, also expecting a bloody spectacle. A time of war and discord hangs over the continent. With bloodshed erupting here and there across the eastern continent, deadly conflicts simply refuse to subside. This is what led the noble Manhwa's family to fall as the last victims of the hellish conflict. The protagonist now faced a terrible task, to save his father from life in this world. The head of the Manhwa's clan understood that desperate times called for desperate measures, but now he had no strength left to fight. The strongest act as they please, while the weak are forced to steal to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak are forced to risk their lives every single day. So now, all the people who once supported the Manhwa's family were desperate, and could not protect the people who had supported them for many years. The weak have no choice but to dance a deadly dance with the skinniest. A veritable hellgate, where the weak can only await sweet release from suffering. This is the horrific picture to which the continent is reduced at present. The head of the noble House Sylvester, the first rival of the House Marvis, Count Alan de Sylvester, looked at what was happening with a smile. Looking at the guillotine in which the head of the Marvis clan had already been shackled, the Count smiled. He looked at the protagonist with a solemn expression and ordered him to begin. Residents and involuntary spectators began to whisper after his words. The boy with black hair continued to stand in place, clutching a knife in his hands. The Count didn't like this, and, looking menacingly at the guy, he asked if he had heard his order. The young heir of the Marvis clan was shaking and could not decide on this step. However, he knew he had no other choice, so he gripped the knife handle tightly. The boy approached the guillotine in which his father was chained. Stopping in front of the rope he was supposed to cut, the boy hesitated again. Count Alan, smiling, began to urge the boy on, waiting for the Marva's line to be extinguished at the hands of its own heir. The protagonist, with shaking legs, approached the rope. Before his eyes was his father's neck, and the rope that was the only thing that kept the man in this world. With a blank face, the boy raised his hands with a knife to strike. The city's residents covered their mouths at the terrible scene that unfolded before them. Count Alan moved closer to the edge of the podium to get a closer look. In an instant, the rope was cut. The protagonist thought that the dark truth was that the sound of human death was no different from the sound of a butcher's carcass being cut up. Drops of scarlet blood sprinkled the white cloth in the shape of the face of the last of the Marva's clan. His eyes at that moment looked lifeless, because his soul seemed to have faded away. This look was the completion of a terrible picture of an inescapable reality with the smell of iron. According to the cruel cliché of fate, these events will fall as an unbearable burden on the shoulders of the young man. The guy rid the world of Rune von Marvis with his own hands. For him, it looked like he had cut all ties between his father and the mortal world. The main character's name was Leon von Marvis. He was the son of the late Rune von Marvis, and he became a murderer who carried out the sentence against his own father. The head of the family is a person who represents his noble family. As the name suggests, these are not just any aristocrats. The heads are the pillars of support for the entire nation. However, as one famous playwright wrote, they were people with a heavy head wearing a crown. Therefore, the burden of power should be borne only by those who are capable of bearing this burden. Sometime after Rune von Marvis's execution, Leon was supposed to take his place. Soon the boy became the new head of the Manhwa's clan. At one of the meetings, one of the officials reported that the Sylvester's sphere of influence was growing day by day, and the day was not far off when they would invade the lands of Marvis. The landowners demanded that the young leader immediately make a decision to strengthen the defense forces. The man with gray hair and a beard looked calmer than the rest of the congregation, and told Leon that it was time to give an answer. Leon closed his eyes and ordered the members of the assembly to stop the squabbling. The guy stood up and asked to wait a little longer, as he needed more time to weigh everything up. The members of the assembly were stunned, and someone tried to convince the Lord that this issue required an urgent solution. Leon left the room and walked slowly down the corridor. Following the untimely death of his father, Lord Rune von Marvis, Leon rose to the role of head of the family. This happened when the boy was barely 14 years old. House Marvis, once revered as a powerful line of necromancers, has fallen into oblivion. The family lost its glory, having lost its head. Much as he might have liked it, Leon did not possess in his tender years the knowledge that would have allowed him to become a worthy successor. The boy was walking through his estate when he suddenly found himself next to the portraits. Leon stopped in front of them and looked at them for a long time. The boy peered into the faces of his father and mother, as if searching for answers in them. Leon wondered what they would do in his place. The boy understands perfectly well that his questions will remain unanswered, because the dead do not speak, and his parents will not share their wisdom with him from the other world. However, Leon is in desperate need of guidance. The guy thinks only about what needs to be done to bring glory and prosperity back to his home. Leon stopped in front of the large door and raised his head, peering at the portrait hanging above. It depicted Velen von Marvis, a man with long black hair. He became the progenitor and founder of this house. The man was the only necromancer on the continent of his era. It is known that the House of Marwas first received recognition after the founder made a name for himself on the battlefield. However, even during the heyday of the founder's powers, no more worthy necromancers appeared in the family. All subsequent successors of the family were mediocre necromancers who did not bring glory to the house. This tipped the scales towards inevitable decline. Leon took a deep breath and reached for the door handle. The boy understood that all this led to the fact that he had to execute his father with his own hands. Leon opened the door and walked into a large room. This room served as an office for the head of the Marwas clan for generations. The boy walked slowly towards the large table where his father had once sat. There were several books on the table, and one of them looked special because it was black with gold inserts and a red stone. The boy touched one of the books and knew perfectly well that these were the chronicles of the Marvis clan. The founder, Velen von Marvis, was almost a legend. With a wave of his hand, he was able to sweep away his enemies like a deadly storm. He called upon the waves of the dead to move in an inexorable march. Over time, the western regions submitted to his campaign of conquest. He was able to achieve this in just a couple of months. Rumor has it that Velen von Marvis made a pact with the demon Marvis and obtained one of the continent's greatest secrets. According to legend, the secret of necromancy was kept in the terrible Necronomicon. It was this book that allowed Velen to command death itself in these lands. Now this relic lay before Leon, the book that had brought the Marvis family to its heyday as the only line of necromancers on the entire continent. Leon picked up the book and opened it to the first page. Suddenly the boy heard a voice that told the boy to listen to it. Leon shuddered and wondered how a telepathic message could have penetrated the Lord's office through the anti-magic field. The guy looked around and asked who he had the honor of speaking to. Leon heard the voice again, which had no source, but told him that he was not an enemy, neither to him nor to his loved ones. At that moment, Leon felt his body being pierced by energy, after which a pentagram appeared behind his back. When the guy felt that the energy had calmed down, he opened his eyes. Realizing that a shadow was looming over him, Leon looked up. Next to the guy stood the spirit of a lion with sharp fangs and horns and seemed to smile at him. The guy looked around anxiously and realized that he had no support under his feet and seemed to be floating in the air. Without showing his surprise, Leon asked where they were now. The spirit looked at the boy in surprise and asked if the boy's predecessor had told him about his existence. Leon was a little confused, but then asked if they meant his father, Rune von Marwas. The lion pricked up his ears and said that this was exactly the name of the book's previous owner. The spirit said that he felt that the thread that connected them was broken. The next second, the lion became angry and said that it was not in vain that he was worried about the kindness that was excessive for the ruler of the dark race. The spirit said that he should have realized that Rune's death was approaching anyway. Lev looked at the boy and asked that the only thing that mattered now was who killed his father. Leon raised his head and said that if we talk about who exactly killed his father, then he did it personally. The guy confessed that he killed his own father with his own hands. The spirit became angry and a strong wind arose in space. Leon lost his balance and was carried away from the spirit in space. Lev asked the guy again who really killed Rune von Marvis. The spirit looked like it was ready to pounce and tear Leon apart at any moment. However, the guy didn't seem to be bothered by this at all. Feeling his balance, Leon raised his head and repeated his answer. The boy looked at the spirit with glowing eyes and said that he himself killed his father. Leon didn't feel even a shadow of fear before the demon. He stood in his place, awaiting reprisal from the angry lion. Leo was sure that everything was not so simple, so he used his abilities. The spirit's eyes lit up and he growled at Leon. Dark energy burst out and filled the space, saturating the guy. Memories began to flash before the spirit's eyes, and he learned the truth. He saw a man with a severed head, with whom he had already made a contract. Leo saw that Leon had done this against his will and that he was feeling pangs of conscience and shame for it. The magic retreated, and the spirit leaned towards the guy, saying that he was not telling the whole story. Leo said that even though the hand that cut the rope was Leon's, that didn't mean he was his father's killer. The boy bowed his head and said that the spirit knew for sure that this did not absolve him of guilt for what had happened. Leo sighed and looked at the boy, and decided that for now it was worth putting aside the despair that was beyond his comprehension. Leon looked back at the spirit and said nothing more. Lev felt an aura of darkness inside the boy, an all-consuming abyss lurking behind the outer shell. The spirit did not understand what this child had experienced, because all this time a huge reserve of magical power had been hidden within him. Leo saw more than people were given, so he felt the energy emanating from Leon. The guy was like a concentration of the dark forces of his kind. Beneath his feet were many dead people, ready to obey any of his orders. Leo couldn't believe what he saw because it was unthinkable. The spirit had dealt with the founder of the Marvis clan and was confident that Leon could surpass him. Leo looked thoughtful, as if deciding what to do next. After a few moments of thought, the spirit decided to introduce itself. He said that his name was Marwas, and he was one of the 72 demons of hell. Marvis turned away from the demonic world and preferred peaceful coexistence with people. He was a loyal friend of the founder of the Marvis family, Velen von Marvis, and became the source of the knowledge of necromancy that became the signature art of House Marvis. Leon looked up at the demon and said that there were legends about him. The guy said that according to legend, when their ancestor founded the family, it was a demon who taught the founder the forbidden art of necromancy. Marvis confirmed Leon's words and said that even though he was now bound to the Necronomicon, he was once a formidable demon. The boy remembered that he had been told a lot about the Black Lion Marvis. Our ancestors said that necromancy was in their blood. However, Leon did not look happy to meet a demon of his kind. The guy was more interested in the question of why Marvis ultimately left them without protection and help. The demon was a little confused by such accusations. He looked at Leon and asked why he had such an opinion. The guy replied that since the time of the forefather Velen, the House of Marvis had not produced any more necromancers of his level. Leon believes that this is a sign that the demon Marvis has turned away from them. The demon did not take the accusations too seriously, and said that he wanted to clarify one thing. He said that there was a reason why Leon and his family couldn't wield necromancy to its full potential. Leo said that it was because they were too weak to provide a suitable vessel. Leon was a little confused and asked what it meant. Marvis said that no one in Leon's family had abilities comparable to the shining talent that Velen possessed. The progenitor of the Marvis clan possessed truly impressive abilities that amazed even a demon. The fact that his children did not inherit this gift was the reason for the decline of the glory of the Marwas family. Leon placed his fingers on his chin and thought about the demon's words. After a while, the boy said that he believed Marvis, and the lion was a little surprised that Leon resigned himself so quickly. Leon said that this is the inevitable outcome for weaklings who suffer one defeat after another in war. Marvis asked if this was the reason why the boy also came to terms with the inevitable death of his father. Leon said that it didn't matter, because his father's death was nothing special. However, there was something else that Leon wanted to talk to Marvis about. The boy said that he would like to ask for one favor before the demon finally turns his back on their kind. Marvis grinned and said that he would prefer to refuse it. The demon said that a favor is an act of kindness, in which one of the parties is left with nothing, and any agreement with a demon should be treated as a deal. Leon said that it didn't matter, because the deal was about the necromancer's power. It was clear that Marvis was interested in the boy's words. Leon asked if the demon could grant him the power of a necromancer. Marvis sighed haughtily and turned away, asking what business his powers had with a guy like Leon. The demon asked if there was something special about the boy that would give him abilities. Marvis asked if Leon really believed he had the potential to develop these abilities. The guy replied that there was something in him, since the highest demon himself had honored him with a private conversation. Leon had heard that ordinary people would lose all their mana and begin to hallucinate just by talking to a demon. And when the demon has played enough, the person dies altogether. Leon decided that if he was still alive, it meant only one thing: he had at least some potential. Marvis looked at him doubtfully and thought that the guy was definitely not untalented and had an extraordinary mind. The demon turned to Leon and decided to remind him what a connection with a demon meant. The guy interrupted him and said that he already understood that he should regard this as a deal. Leon said he wasn't stupid enough to believe he had anything to offer in return. Marvis stood frozen in amazement for a few moments. After this, the demon burst into loud laughter. Marvis stood up and walked around Leon, saying that he agreed to make a deal with the young head of the glorious family of necromancers. Leon asked what the demon would demand from him in exchange for his abilities. Marvis bared his fangs, and the space began to fill with dark energy. The demon said that he would take every last piece of Leon's being. There was silence for a few moments, which was interrupted by the boy's light laughter. Leon smiled and said that he was very glad that his wretched nature was still worth something. The expression on the boy's face made even Marvis shudder. Meanwhile, there was silence in the assembly hall, which appeared after the young lord's departure. A gray-haired man named Kirchel, who was Leon's uncle, took the floor. The man said that there was something that united him and the young head of the Marwas clan. Kirchel believes that he, too, is endowed with a measure of power that allows him to make important decisions that affect the entire house. Looking around at everyone present, the man asked if there were any who disagreed with his statement. Receiving no objections, Kirchel said that, as the closest blood relative, he would take responsibility for making important decisions. The man looked around at the council members and said that he would let everyone present speak about his self-proclamation. One of those present, a man with short brown hair named Reuven, said there was no point in objecting, given the alternative of an immature youth. The man said that they could not leave their destinies in the hands of a naive child. The council member said that there was no more worthy candidate for the role of head of the family than Leon's uncle, Sir Kirchel. A short, plump man named Pullen expressed his doubts due to Leon being the only direct descendant of the previous head. The man said that there had never been a precedent in the family for an indirect descendant to be appointed head of the family. Reuven said that no one cares about precedents when every member of the family is under threat. The man reminded everyone that an army of bandits from the Sylvester clan was already marching on their doorstep. Reuven doesn't blame council members for doubting the proper succession. However, he is confident that if they choose an ignorant successor, the entire family will be condemned to death, and his priority is to stay alive. Pullen slammed his fist on the table and asked how they could say such a thing when each of them had been given a seat on the council by the previous ruler. The man said that in the name of this family they were obliged to fight to the last, and not bicker like a pack of jackals. Pullen thought that even if the current leader had not yet consolidated his power, he would not stand aside. A man cannot simply watch as his own uncle tries to usurp his rightful place as heir to the Marwas clan. Pullen bent under the pressure of Kirchel, and asked for the help of the late head of the family to descend upon him. The man hated that Rune had left them to be torn apart by the shameless vulture, who now looked very angry. Kirchel stood up from the table and said that although Leon was still young, he already had one faithful ally on his side. Pullen turned to the man and asked him to be frank about his intentions. Kirchel said that fiercely devoted people like Pullen often lack insight. This is precisely why men now do not fully understand that they have no right to choose. Pullen winced as Kirchel slowly walked towards him. The closer the man came, the lower Pullen sank into his chair. Kirchel placed his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to accept his wise advice with all clarity. Dark energy began to surround the man, and it gradually spread into the space around Pullen. Kirchel asked if the man really thought he had gathered them all today because he cared so much about their opinions. Pullen closed his eyes and only now realized that all of this had been planned in advance. Kirchel warned the man that he must now think about every word he said. He asked Pullen to do this, not for himself, but for his family. Continuing to exert force on Pullen, Kirchel said that they were all gathered here for one purpose. The man said they all had to make a difficult choice about the lesser evil for this house. Kirchel warned Pullen not to stand in the way of their survival. He asked the man to allow them to use their wisdom to set the right course. Pullen tensed up and apologized to Mr. Rune for not being able to help his heir. Meanwhile, the demon Marvis was still in some confusion after Leon's words. The boy looked expectantly at the demon who had promised to make a contract with him. Marvis seemed to catch something strange and mysterious in Leon's gaze. After some time, the demon said that everything was fine except for one thing. Leon looked questioningly at Marvis, as if he was trying to deceive him. The demon said that with this change in their contract, the true extent of his powers would be curtailed. Marvis remembered Leon's father, Rune von Marvis, who was gentle and naive for a contractor. However, even so, Rune had a much larger reserve of mana than what Leon currently had. Leon remembered that any demon making a deal with a human must drink the contractor's magical powers to replenish its reserves. The guy asked the demon what he should do for this. Marvis said there was one wonderful thing, but they would spare Leon's mana for now. The demon clicked, after which the space in which he and Leon were located began to shrink from one point. Soon the guy found himself back in the room, and there was an open book lying on the floor. When the magic stabilized, in Marvis's place sat a small animal, resembling a lion cub and a spitz. Leon looked appraisingly at the creature sitting in front of him. Marvis said it would be quite difficult to maintain this form for too long. Leon said the demon was adorable enough to be passed off as a pet. Marvis got angry and said that if the contractor called him a pet one more time, he would paint his face with claws and teeth. Leon looked at the demon with boredom and said that it would be unpleasant. Marvis turned around and said that if they understood each other, then it was time to move out. Leon looked at him questioningly and asked where they were going. Marvis asked the boy if he wanted to gain power comparable to his ancestors, to which Leon answered positively. The demon said that in that case the guy needed to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor, so now Leon must literally follow his example. The guy rubbed his chin and said that it sounded quite logical. The full moon shone above Leon's head, distracting him from his conversation with the demon. Marwa said that they would go to the hidden shrine of his ancestor. The demon warned that Leon would have to risk his life on this journey. Looking at the guy, Marvis asked if Leon was ready to follow him no matter what. The boy tilted his head and asked why he was even asking about determination. Marvis was sometimes amazed by Leon's straightforwardness, but it made him smile. The demon moved forward and said that he would show the way if the boy was able to keep up with him. Without further ado, Leon followed the demon. Soon the road led them into a dark forest, which was barely illuminated by the moon hanging high in the sky. The demon walked ahead. Leon followed behind him, and the Necronomicon book flew through the air behind its owner. The guy looked around and realized that the road led them into the mysterious forest of the Marvis house. The demon confirmed his suspicions, and said that this forest could well turn out to be an impassable labyrinth for those who do not belong to the blood of the clan. Leon remembered that his father had told him about the shrine, but in that case, he did not understand why the previous rulers of the family had not received the power of a necromancer from it. Marwas replied that all the predecessors simply failed to pass the test successfully, since their strength was too small. The demon said that only those who possess the purest shade of the attribute of darkness are able to continue the journey to the shrine. A dark fog appeared before Leon, through which none of his predecessors had ever managed to pass. The guy looked at it and said the fog looked pretty thick. Marwas came closer and raised his small paw. Leon looked at the building they stopped next to. After this, Marwas said that it was time to begin the test. Leon walked through the archway and the demon followed him. A large staircase appeared in front of them, leading downwards. Leon heard a voice that called him a descendant and allowed him to enter, and only after that did the guy move forward. The lower they went, the darker it became, and the walls began to darken with vegetation. Marwas said that the boy should be careful, since from now on there would be no help from him. Leon recalled that the demon had already said that this was a test of his fortitude. Marwas replied that this was true, but still gave the guy one last piece of advice. The demon said that Leon must always follow the instructions given in the Necronomicon. The book flew closer to the guy and began to glow. Marwas grinned evilly and said that the book would lead him to the desired reward, the power of a necromancer. Without saying another word, Leon moved on. The Necronomicon flew ahead of the guy and illuminated the way. At some point, the guy's attention was drawn to a growl coming from one of the passages. Leon turned in that direction and began to listen. The guy decided that this was where he should go, and soon he found himself in a room illuminated by a green flame. Leon's first test awaited him in his room. The room was filled with ferocious orcs who were already prepared for battle. Leon's attention was drawn to the mooing sound coming from the side. The guy turned his head and saw a tied-up girl. The stranger was surrounded by armed orcs. The girl had bright blue eyes and long dark hair, and she looked at Leon with tears in her eyes. The orcs looked angry at being interrupted. Leon decided to turn to the Necronomicon for advice, so he picked up the book. The book opened and found the most suitable page with recommendations on its own. On this spread, Leon's predecessor wrote that he was leaving instructions on how to maximize the potential of the sacred relic. The first secret of the Necronomicon was the raising of the dead. Leon seemed to forget where he was at the moment, and began to read. The tunnels of the dungeon were filled with the sounds made by the orcs. As soon as they saw the threat, they immediately took a defensive position. The rest of the monsters didn't wait and attacked themselves. Leon ignored them and continued studying the notes. The guy read in the Necronomicon that he would first need to take a life. Leon turned the page and realized that this step was inevitable. The boy closed the book and threw it into the air where it froze. After this, Leon's eyes lit up and he pulled a dagger from its sheath. He looked around appraisingly, searching for a suitable victim. The only person in front of him was a girl captured by the orcs. The orcs were not going to let their prey go, so they blocked Leon's passage to the girl. The guy understood that he had nothing to lose in any case, so there was no way back. The next moment, the orcs were the first to start the battle. The leader of the monsters was about to strike the first blow and rushed at Leon. The guy kept his voice cold and did not rush his actions. Leon dodged to the side to avoid the blow. The orc was about to kill the guy with one blow, but when his victim dodged, he found himself in a defenseless position. Leon took advantage of this and, intercepting the dagger, dealt the monster a fatal blow. The next second, the orc's large body fell to the floor. Leon looked at the other orcs and said that this would be the first life sacrificed. The boy remembers the times when his father was still alive and they went with him to the cemetery. Rune brought little Leon to the graves and told him that he should listen to him carefully. The man asked what exactly the great house of Marwas attached the greatest importance to. Rune answered his own question and said that they exalt death itself first and foremost. The man explained that they were necromancers who commanded the dead, and so they revered death itself above all else. Little Leon thought about his father's words. Then the boy asked how one could honor death. Leon thought that necromancers were obliged to take lives, whether they wanted to or not, because that was how they gained power, like other dark magicians. Rune praised his son for doing a good job of researching his family history. The man said that their family truly inspires fear in many people around the world. However, Rune said that this does not mean they should become heartless villains. The man put his hands on his son's shoulders and asked him to promise him one thing. Rune said that there would be situations where Leon would have the power of life and death during a fight. Therefore, the boy should try to end them as gently as possible. However, Leon was now wondering whether he should keep this word towards all his enemies. The guy looked at the orcs and decided what he should do. Time passed, but the green torches continued to illuminate the dungeon. For some time, the monsters were afraid to approach Leon after they saw the death of their kin. The monster under the guy's feet was trembling, which meant that Leon had not been able to finish it off instantly. The guy decided that he needed to aim for the cervical vertebrae with deadly accuracy. Leon knew that there was no less painless way to get rid of an enemy. Marwas was thinking at this time that Leon didn't look particularly trained in swordsmanship, but he still struck the spine with incredible accuracy. The demon wondered if it could have been an accident or some kind of innate gift. Marvus watched the battle unfold with anticipation, deciding that he would learn everything during the test. Leon at that moment thought that he had managed to defeat one opponent, but it was more luck than skill. The boy knew that orcs were cunning and treacherous by nature. The guy also understood that fighting everyone at once was not the best solution. Leon tried to come up with a plan that would help him divide the opponents. The guy thought that it was difficult to calculate the height in the dark. There was another problem, which was that Leon's field of vision was getting darker with each passing second. The guy noticed that one of the torches went out with the first killed monster. Leon needs to get used to the darkness while he still can, so he doesn't even have to try to fight his way through the crowd of enemies. To win, he only needed to pierce and move as precisely as possible, so Leon jumped to the side and went behind one of the orcs. After that, with one precise movement, the guy pierced the monster's vital point. All this time, Leon was watching what was happening around him. Another torch went out immediately after killing an enemy. The other monsters didn't wait and rushed at the guy. Leon released his dagger at that moment, as if not noticing the approaching threat. The guy didn't look scared and just sighed heavily. Leon then dodged to the side, causing the monster's blades to clash. While the monsters were trying to figure out what had happened, the guy swung for another blow. With one wave of his hand, Leon quickly got rid of another orc. As if it were a pattern, another torch went out. Leon's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, so he could see much more clearly. However, the guy's blade was badly damaged by the claws. But the guy was not surprised by this. He did not expect anything else from a ceremonial blade. The guy was deeply lost in his thoughts, and suddenly realized that a shadow was hanging over him. One of the orcs was rapidly approaching him, preparing to kill Leon. The guy saw that his opponent was striking from a jump, which significantly limited his mobility. Leon couldn't find any other way out of the situation, so he threw a dagger at the monster. The weapon flew past the orc's head, causing him to flinch. However, the dagger left only a small scratch on the monster's cheek. Marvus was shocked that the guy threw away his only weapon. Finally, the orc struck, but hit nothing. Leon managed to step aside in time. The guy's green eyes reflected his determination. The demon even froze in place for a few seconds from such a look. It turned out that Leon didn't just jump aside, he was trying to pick up his blade from the floor. In a couple of seconds, the guy was next to the weapon and grabbed it. Marvus watched everything from the sidelines, but still did not understand Leon's tactics. Not finding an enemy in front of him, the orc turned towards the guy sitting on the floor. Leon turned sharply and pushed off the ground with his feet. The guy got close to his opponent faster than he expected, so he was able to hit him with a dagger. Leon understood that this was not the most successful blow, which would not lead to a quick death. The next moment, the guy slashed with a dagger, finishing off his enemy. Another monster fell at his feet, defeated. Leon turned around and walked on. The more defeated orcs remained behind him, the darker it became in the dungeon. Leon continued on his way to the more illuminated part of the room. The guy took the sword from one of the orcs and headed towards the girl. The girl trembled and looked at him with hope. Leon removed the rope that was preventing the girl from speaking, and she sighed with relief. The girl began to cry and thanked the guy for saving her. However, the next moment her eyes widened in horror. Leon did not help her. He released the ropes and then pierced her with his sword. The guy's eyes glowed in the darkness, making his gaze cold and frightening. Leon released the sword and said that he remembered another piece of wisdom his father had said. Rune told him about the monsters that could imitate human appearance, which he had encountered during his travels across the continent. The guy once again thrust the sword into the body of the girl, who continued to look like an ordinary person. However, this did not last long, as the stranger's face transformed as she howled in pain. The girl developed fangs, and long claws grew on her hands. Leon said his father taught him that those who deceive others by taking advantage of their trust do not deserve a quick death. Rune said that such monsters must experience the same despair and fear that their victims experienced. Leon smiled and said that in his opinion the girl deserved him to teach her a lesson in pain and despair. The next moment, the dungeon was filled with the scream of Leon's victim. Soon, the last torch in the room went out, signaling that the last monster had fallen. Meanwhile, the new self-proclaimed head of the Marwas clan celebrated his rise. There were many guests and dancers in the club. Kirchel sat hugging two young girls, and was happy that the Marva's house would soon be in his hands. The fair-haired girl supported him, saying that no one would dare to oppose the decision of the honorable gentleman. The brunette sitting on the other side said she couldn't believe a man would use the Sylvesters to get what he wanted. The fair-haired girl admired the fact that the man made a deal with the enemy in order to rise to the top. Kirchel said that the girl flattered him, but for a while he would still have to bow before the Sylvester's house. However, the man believed that even this was much better than serving a youth who would inevitably drag Marvas down the path to extinction. Kirchel said that he did everything right, and winners are not judged. Reuven was also present at the celebration, and watched Kirchel's fun with a smile. When the topic turned to Leon, Reuven asked what the new head planned to do with the legal representative of the Marvas family. The man said that the people in the estate were still deeply loyal to the previous headman, Runu. Reuven worries that moving the boy may be more difficult than they think. Kirchel took a bottle of whiskey from the table and said that there was no need to complicate things, since Leon was very busy. The man said they would simply announce the untimely death after the fact. Kirchel said that the dead do not speak, so their children should also remain silent. Reuven said that the chief was right, because the last time the dead spoke was during the time of the founder, who possessed necromancy. Kirchel poured more alcohol into Reuven's glass to drink to this wonderful plan. Reuven proposed to drink to the next rightful head of the Marvas clan, Sir Kirchel. Everyone supported him, and Kirchel drank from the bottle itself. Reuven, as a sign of respect for the new leader, drank his glass in one gulp. The party continued, alcohol flowed, and beautiful girls danced. Reuven and Kirchel celebrated their successful plan to seize power. Meanwhile, in the Sylvester family's house, his own insidious plan was brewing. The head of the clan, Alan de Sylvester, gathered his subordinates. The man asked his subordinates how things were going with the plan to subjugate the Marwas clan. A scarred brunette named Isaac reported that the Eminence Grease Kirchel had already taken his place in their plan, meaning they only had to wait for confirmation of the start of an all-out war. Alan said it was foolish of Marvas to think that he would not go on a second military campaign immediately after finishing the first. The leader knocked down the opponent's king on the chessboard and said that this made their task easier. Isaac said this would not have been possible without Alan's excellent strategic thinking. The leader looked at Kirchel's photograph and once again recalled his name, calling him a scoundrel. Alan said no one could have imagined that the centuries-old history of the House of Marvas would come to an end at the hands of a short-sighted traitor. The head of the family, Sylvester, was looking forward to this wonderful night that awaited them. Alan waved his hand and said that everything should be ready on time, to which his subordinates bowed their heads. The headman waited impatiently to hear the sweet sounds of despair, now from his son and not from his father. We return to the dungeon again, where Leon is tested by the demon Marvas. The guy was holding a sword in his hands, which was completely covered in blood. When the last enemy fell, the last torch went out, bringing with it complete darkness. Leon began to wonder if this was the last monster, or if there was a threat waiting for him in the darkness. A few moments later, the dungeon was illuminated by a bright light. The previously extinguished torches, which had previously burned with a green light, lit up again. However, this time the fire looked natural, which made the room brighter. The fire crackled slowly, as if to say that the test was over. Leon looked at the torch and sighed, pushing his hair back from his eyes. A few moments later, Marvas's joyful cries were heard. The demon jumped on Leon and said that he had never seen such crazy contractors in his memory. The guy turned towards Marvas in surprise, but did not have time to move away. The demon landed on Leon's face and caused him to fall into a pool of blood. Marvas said the boy had enough guts to survive a full orc camp, if only he could control himself. Leon silently endured the pause crushing his face and said nothing. Marvas was also surprised that the guy was able to easily understand that the girl was actually a monster. Leon sat up, removing the demon from his face, and said that if possible, he would like to avoid a camp full of demons. Marvas continued to look at the guy with a smile. Leon had heard that orcs despised humans more than any other species. The guy wanted to say something else, but the demon interrupted him. Marvas was more interested in how the boy was able to understand that the last monster was in cahoots with the others. Leon looked at the demon as if he was upset that he had not been heard out completely. However, the guy did not focus on this and said that it was all about the torch. Leon said that when he dealt with all the monsters, one of them was still burning while the others had died out. Marvas listened to the guy with impatience and asked him to continue. Leon said he immediately noticed that the torches were burning a slightly different color than before. This was the first thing that caught the guy's eye. As he walked through the tunnel, the color of the flame was normal. Meanwhile, in this room, the flame in the torches was greenish. At first glance, Leon recognized them as the shadows of the dead. There were many signs that his guesses were correct. The guy was finally convinced when, with each killed monster, these torches went out, one after another. When the boy killed all the goblins, the torches should have gone out. However, one torch still burned with a green flame. This gave Leon the idea that there was another monster hiding somewhere. Looking at the girl, the guy realized that as long as this monster was alive, he would not be able to go further. At this point, Leon's story ended, and he continued to look at Marvas, sitting in a pool of blood. The demon sat opposite the guy and didn't know what to tell him. The new contractor's cold-bloodedness seemed frightening even to Marvas. The demon didn't expect that a 14-year-old boy would be so smart in harsh conditions. Even Marvas understood that when someone's life is on the line, it's not so easy to read the situation. It would be even more difficult for an unaccustomed person to act without hesitating for a second. And yet Leon handled it flawlessly, dealing with all the enemies on his own. This outcome of the test made Marvas feel proud. The demon understood that there was something more hidden within the boy than a good supply of mana. Marvas believed that Leon might have something very special within him. A truly devilish smile appeared on Marvas's face, and he thought that this was very intriguing, and he was eager to see what would happen next. At the demon's command, the Necronomicon flew closer to Leon again. Marvis said that since the boy had passed Velen's first test, they could move on to the next one. The Necronomicon opened again to the page Leon had recently read. The boy saw the inscription again, which said that first he would have to take a life. Leon picked up the Necronomicon and continued reading. The book said that after this, the fallen must be raised. The guy didn't quite understand what this meant. Leon looked at the bodies of the defeated monsters and didn't know how to do it. However, the further he went, the more sinister his smile became. Leon clearly enjoyed everything that was happening. The guy realized that they were talking about the living dead. Marvis confirmed his words and told him to look at the monsters the boy had killed. Leon obeyed the demon's instructions and looked at his victims. Marvis told the boy to direct mana to his eyes to expand his field of vision, and the boy did so. After this, Leon was supposed to see that from each body, there was a thread leading in an unknown direction. However, the guy had a clear picture of how all the threads were leading to the Necronomicon. The lines were consistent and moved only in his direction. Marvis said that necromancers among themselves call this the death line. Leon said that these are lines that lead beyond the brink of death, which means that these threads connect the souls of this world with the other world. The demon confirmed the guy's suspicions and came closer to the threads. Pulling one of them, Marvis said that necromancers separate the lingering souls of the dead from their bodies in order to bring them back to life. Necromancers return souls back to bodies, mixing in a little of their own mana. This causes the bodies to rise as living dead. Several monsters rose from the ground and marks appeared on their foreheads. Marvis waved his hand and said that he would demonstrate the principle so that Leon could understand it through experience. One of the orcs rushed at the guy with a sword in his hand. Leon knew that Marvis would not harm him, so he remained in his place. The monster stopped a meter away from Leon, extending its sword in his direction, but did not move from the spot. Marvis said the process is often seen as a form of branding. The demon said that there were other ways to create undead puppets, but Marvis decided to save that for later. Leon closed the Necronomicon and rose to his feet, saying that he understood everything. Marvis stepped back a little and said that now the guy himself could try to create a living dead person. Leon asked if he could ask one question that had been on his mind before he began. Having received an affirmative answer, the guy said that his predecessor had said that turning a person into a living dead person is much more difficult than turning a monster into a monster. Leon asked if the demon thought the boy could reach the level that would allow him to convert people. Marvis said the guy said it as if he might need it soon. Leon said that perhaps this was so, to which the demon asked who this unfortunate man was. The guy's face reflected anger, and he said that it was Kirchel von Marvis. Leon said that this is his only uncle. Meanwhile, the celebration of the self-proclamation of the new head of the Marwas clan continued. Reuven and Kirchel had already drunk quite a lot and were tipsy. Two young girls continued to hang around Kirchel, pouring him alcohol. There was only one girl next to Reuven, who also showed him signs of attention. Kirchel said that the previous leader was a fool, and yet, the man's life is improving after Rune's death. The man said that this was a natural state of affairs for Fate's favorite. Reuven agreed with him and said that all that remained was to take care of the last heir. The man said that the burden on the leader's shoulders would immediately become lighter once they got rid of Leon. Kirchel waved his hand and said that killing a boy was a simple matter. The head raised his glass and said another toast in honor of such a significant event, which was especially precious to him. The next moment the hall shook as if an earthquake had started. A few moments later, the rope that had previously held the chandelier snapped. A huge chandelier fell from the high ceiling onto the table that stood between Reuven and Kirchel, scaring the guests. Kirchel didn't understand what was happening, and the brown-haired woman next to him said that this institution was guarded by a powerful magical artifact. The girl said that it would take something more powerful than the wind to shake the entire building. Kirchel heard a strange noise coming from the front door and told the girl to shut up. The man asked who dared to disturb them, since no one dared to attempt his life on the territory of Marwas. On the other hand, Kirchel heard the voice of his nephew, who asked why his uncle was so confident in his words. Leon, who had managed to change into all black, appeared from behind the tool. Kirchel took this calmly, as if any threat to him had disappeared the moment he saw his nephew. The man called the mercenaries to him and called Leon the young head of the oppressed clan. The guy's eyes began to glow, and he did not take his eyes off Kirchel. He expressed his joy that his uncle realized that Leon was the master of this house. Kirchel chuckled and said that he didn't see any reason for such a late visit, especially without warning. Leon said that as the lord of the lands, he was not obligated to warn his subordinate for his convenience. Kirchel said that a worthy ruler would not need such a necessity. However, the man mentioned that Leon was far from the concept of a worthy ruler. Kirchel asked if the guy was really afraid that his place as head of the family could be taken away. The man said that Leon realized he was in his place too late. Kirchel reminded him that now Rune would not come running to his aid. Leon didn't look offended or scared and just pushed the tool aside. The guy said that he understands perfectly well that from now on, he is responsible for his own safety. Kirchel asked what Leon's newfound wisdom told him about coming here alone. The man said it was stupid of the guy to come here if he didn't have an extra life in his pocket. Leon replied that it was foolish of Kirchel to think that he had come here alone. All of Kirchel's confidence evaporated, and he asked warily what they were talking about. The next moment, the man felt a surge of dark energy. Kirchel felt that it was not just magic, but the magic of darkness that filled this place. The man remembers these sensations, feels an abyss far more vast than that familiar to a mere mortal. The next moment, something happened that Kirchel could not have expected. The living dead began to rise from the darkness. Leon climbed down from the windowsill and confirmed his uncle's suspicions. With each passing moment, there were more and more monsters in the hall. They were all under Leon's control. Kirchel could not believe his eyes, because even his late brother was not able to summon them. Leon said that there was nothing strange about this, since the Marvis clan had simply regained its power over necromancy. This made Kirchel even more angry. The man ordered his guards to kill all the living dead. Obeying their master's orders, the mercenaries rushed into battle. Their target was not only the dead, but also their master. One of the mercenaries managed to get close to Leon, and he was already hoping for victory in the near future. The young head of the Marvis clan remained calm, and seemed not to see the blade aimed at him. One of the living dead lunged forward, blocking the mercenary's path. With one wave of his hand, the monster knocked the dagger out of the guard's hands. The mercenary seemed not to understand that Leon could not only create the dead, but also control them. He was amazed that the monsters were putting up resistance. Meanwhile, the living dead wasted no time and struck the mercenary. In an instant, one of Kirchel's people was gone. The man looked confused as the defeated mercenary fell dead. An animal horror appeared in his eyes as he realized what was actually happening now. The monsters killed his people one after another, without a shred of hesitation or remorse. The living dead slowly but surely cut a path to Kirchel. At some point, the man began to back away, trying to get behind his guards. The battle continued, and Leon and his squad of the dead were winning. Kirchel watched this from the side and understood that something strange was happening. This was already far beyond the ordinary. However, Kirchel also possessed magic, although not suitable for necromancy. The man believed that if his eyes did not deceive him, Leon had mastered the art of necromancy. However, none of the predecessors, except the founder of the Marvis clan himself, succeeded in this. Kirchel formed a magical sphere in his hand. Magic began to thicken above him, indicating that he was preparing for battle. Kirchel asked what Leon had done that he could create this parody of the founder's power. The guy asked if it was really so strange that the head of the Marvis clan could control the dead. Kirchel shouted that this was pointless, because the art of necromancy had long been lost and sunk into oblivion. The man said that even Rune, Leon's father, had not been able to use it during his lifetime. Kirchel asked if the boy really thought he would believe that Rune's useless offspring was any different. The man said that he was not going to take part in Leon's performance. Leon said that his uncle's lack of faith left him with no choice but to prove the truth of his words. The guy warned that this was an extremely stupid choice on Kirchel's part. Leon directed his power at the living dead that were under his control. The monsters sensed their master's mood and began to rumble angrily. The next moment they rushed towards the enemy. Kirchel, with his magical sphere, looked incredibly pathetic against his nephew's reception. He himself understood that his strength would not help him cope with this misfortune. The man threw the sphere with all his might towards the living dead, ordering them to get away. Having reached the opponents, the sphere exploded, burning the monsters. The scorched dead stopped their advance. Kirchel thought his move had worked and he had gotten rid of the dead. One of the monsters staggered, its face scorched, revealing its skull. For a brief moment, the light in the dead man's eyes went out and he staggered. However, a second later, a flame appeared in his gaze. The monster became even more ferocious than before and immediately rushed into battle. Kirchel, who had previously looked pleased, panicked. The man ordered his guards to immediately help him and drive away all the monsters. However, when he turned back, his eyes were filled with despair. All the mercenaries had already been killed by the living dead. Kirchel cursed and pulled another cloud of magic from the large sphere. The man directed streams of magic towards the monsters. This slowed the dead for a moment. But as much as Kirchel didn't want to admit it, his skills in magic were only slightly superior to a beginner's. Kirchel's abilities were also dulled by the amount of alcohol he drank. The man looked towards Leon and warned that he would regret such treachery. Because after something like that, there was no getting away with it. While Kirchel directed his indignation towards his nephew, one of the living dead crept too close. The monster thrust the sword into the man's right side. Kirchel's lungs immediately filled with blood, causing him to cough. The man lost his balance but continued walking towards Leon. With his last strength, Kirchel formed another magical sphere. However, it began to crumble in his hands before he could use it. Kirchel asked what right Leon had to go against his own flesh and blood, and said that the guy could not be forgiven. The boy said he remembered a treatise on the history of the continent that he had studied with his father. Leon said that there are winners and losers, and hindsight always calmly separates these two concepts with the passage of time. Kirchel got angry and asked what right the guy had to teach him. Leon said that a person as emotionless as I was had yet to grasp the true meaning of that treatise. However, the guy said that he still understood something from what he read. Leon said that forgiveness is the privilege of the winner. The guy recalled that Kerschel himself was once in the winner's place. Leon assumed the man had thought so when he stabbed his brother in the back and bargained for his life. But times were changing. Kerschel got angry and told the guy to shut up. Leon initially wanted to address the man as his uncle, but then corrected himself and addressed him by his first name, as if there was no family connection between them. The guy said that he would not wish Kerschel a happy journey, but on the contrary, he hoped that he would suffer at every step. Leon promised that he would cherish this day when he crushed Kerschel von Marvis. The guy said that as punishment he would take away Kerschel's hope for tomorrow. The next moment, the living dead rushed into battle. Leon pointed at the victim with his hand and remained calm, even though the target was his own uncle. The guy said that he would do this on behalf of the head of the Marvis clan in person. A second later, the sword of one of the monsters fell on Kerschel, ending his life. The monsters continued to abuse the man's body for some time. Leon watched what was happening calmly and had no intention of stopping his dead. Marvis came closer to the man's body and said that Leon was truly abnormal, as even Satan himself would shed tears at such a sight. The demon said that the guy had mastered the technique so well the first time that it felt like he had been commanding the dead for at least 10 years. Leon thought about his words and looked at his uncle's corpse. After a few moments, the guy just yelped. Leon smiled ominously and said that a funny idea had occurred to him. Even Marvis was scared and asked if the idea was so funny that it made you shudder. After some time, a meeting of representatives of the House of Marwas was convened. The men sat at the table and waited for the appearance of the new head of the Marvis Kerschel clan. One of the council members, named Louis, asked why they were holding another meeting at such a time. The man asked if anyone present knew why Kerschel had called them all together again. Another golden-haired council member named Smith said he had no idea, and the chief's junior assistant hadn't shown up yet. The third man, a clean-shaven man named Brandt, said that the urgent council meeting was no joke, so they could only wait. He also said that news was coming about a sudden attack from the Sylvester house, while they themselves were in complete disarray here. Louis said the only thing they needed was Brandt's paranoia, as no one would have the nerve to ruin the recent agreement between the two great families. The man also said that the resumption of the war requires official approval from His Majesty. Smith said that in any case, they could only wait, because all doubts would subside as soon as Kerschel became the head of the Marvis family. The next moment, the door to the conference room opened. To everyone's surprise, it was not Kerschel who entered, but the young head of the family, Marvis Leon. The council members were in some confusion. Smith whispered to other council members that he thought Kerschel had called the meeting. He didn't understand why Leon came then, because he wouldn't be able to challenge his uncle even if he was the rightful heir. Louis said that Kerschel didn't care about formalities. But then the purpose of Leon's visit remained a question. The young leader interrupted all the whispers of his subordinates with one glance. Leon approached the head's seat and asked if the council members expected to see Kerschel in his place. The guy pushed back his chair and said that his uncle, unfortunately, would not be able to attend this meeting. Sitting down in his rightful place, Leon clarified that Kerschel was not able to do this. Louis did not understand what was being said, and asked the young leader what his words meant. Leon leaned back in his chair and announced that Kerschel was dead. The council members were shocked by this statement. Leon decided to bring some clarity to the situation and declared that his uncle had fallen by his hand. The guy folded his arms and said that he had answered all the questions from the council members. But were there any questions left unanswered? The council members looked at Leon in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Smith was the first to come to his senses and slammed his fist on the table. The man said that if everything Leon said was true, then they should be given a more detailed explanation of what actually happened. Smith asked how the boy could justify killing the most senior member of the Marwas clan council when they had just finished the funeral service for the previous head. Louis joined the conversation and reminded them that even if Leon was the head of the clan, he still had to report to them. Leon's gaze turned cold and he looked at the men with anger. The guy decided to voice what everyone already knew, but was afraid to say. Leon reported that Kerschel von Marvis was a traitor. The boy said that Kerschel had turned away from his brother and given important information to their enemy, House Sylvester. Leon reminded the council members that they had witnessed a man attempting to usurp his rightful place as heir to the family line. The young head of the family recalled another important detail in everything that was happening. He said he could not understand the reason why everyone present, despite the reasons for the immediate execution of the traitor, defended his honor. Smith began to understand that the fact that Kerschel had still not shown up for the meeting he had personally called confirmed Leon's words about his death. However, there was only one question running through everyone's minds. How could a man die at the hands of a 14-year-old boy? Despite Kerschel's death, the only thing the council members could think about now was that they had to worry about their own lives. The men understood that Leon was able to defeat Kerschel without giving orders to a single living soul, which is why he possessed phenomenal abilities. A man with brown hair named Horace rose from his seat and began to praise Leon, trying to cover up his discontent with flattery. Horace said that Kerschel got what he deserved for his terrible crimes. The man suspected that Leon had dealt with his uncle using some powerful magic. Smith immediately realized what Harris was trying to do, so he decided not to miss the opportunity and start justifying himself. Smith stood up from his seat and said that they had nothing to do with Krekel's actions, and insisted that they did not even know what was going on. Leon quickly put an end to all conversations by tapping his finger on the table. When the council members turned their attention to him, the young head of the clan told them to remain silent. Leon said that all their statements did not absolve them of responsibility for the crime of negligence in relation to the conspiracy under the roof of the Manhwa's house. Harris began to understand that all their words to Anna had no meaning for the guy. Brandt said that words prove nothing, and asked if there was any real evidence that Kerchel was a traitor. The man expressed his concerns that Leon, due to his inexperience and haste, could have killed an innocent person. Leon said the council members responded exactly as someone far more insightful than himself had predicted. The conversation was about Marvus, who at that moment was sitting on the guy's shoulder, but remained invisible to the others. The demon had told Leon exactly how the council members would act, and now he was laughing. The young leader understood that it would be impossible to uncover the crimes of the council members until they were intimidated. Leon took out the Necronomicon and asked again if the men really needed proof of Kerchel's crime. Without waiting for an answer, the boy said that he would demonstrate the betrayal of Kerchel von Marvas. The next moment, the room began to fill with dark energy, causing the council members to jump from their seats. Without taking his eyes off the council members, the boy raised his hand over the Necronomicon, saturating it with his energy. Leon said that he, as the legitimate son of the Marvas family, was calling on the lost soul. His words left all the council members stunned. A second later, monsters began to emerge from black holes made of dark magic. Their eyes glowed red, but they did not attack without orders from their master. The Necronomicon page turned to a spell to summon a person from the dead. Smith couldn't believe what he was seeing and couldn't imagine how a 14-year-old boy could summon the dead. A few moments later, Kerchel's battered body appeared in the assembly hall. Harris couldn't believe that Leon the Eagle was a forgotten art of their kind. Now the man fully understood what awaited them all. Using the power of the Necronomicon, Leon approached Kerchel von Marvas. The guy asked if he would confess to what he had done here and now, while he had not yet lost the rest of his mind. Harris seemed to be trying to stop the dead man from speaking, and began to shout that it was impossible. Leon warned the man that he was starting to get tired of this question. The guy asked what was so shocking when necromancy is a hereditary craft of Marvas. The living dead sensed their master's mood, and began to slowly approach the council members. Smith completely lost his mind with panic and told everyone to run and save themselves. Brandt began to curse Leon and wished him to burn in hell. At that moment, Louis turned around, getting ready to run away. But his path was blocked by Harris, who did not move from the spot. Panicked, Louis began to push the man and ask why he wasn't running. However, the next moment, Louis looked up and saw that Harris had already lost his head. A moment later, the man's body fell to the floor, causing Louis to cry out. The man heard screams and pleas for help behind him. He turned around to see Smith, shaking all over and crawling across the floor towards him. In a matter of moments, the dead had cut off the man's feet, and now he was trying to grab onto Louis to get him out of this hell. However, before Smith could reach the man, Leon blocked his path. The guy looked at the man with sparkling eyes and reminded him that the meeting was not over yet. Leon said that the council members should listen to the head of the family until he has said everything he wants. After this, the guy stepped aside, ordering Kerchel to approach Smith. Smith had no way to get to his feet and run, so he could only watch as death approached him. The dead man Kerchel approached the man and bent over him. After this, a loud laugh burst from the dead man's mouth. Kerchel never answered Leon's question, so the boy asked again. The guy asked if there was even one person present who had no idea about his crimes. Leon remained standing behind Kerchel, knowing the answer to his question, but his thoughts needed to be voiced by the traitor himself. Kerchel said that all those who served the previous head of the house turned against him. The dead man said loudly that every single one of them had turned against Leon. Kerchel also confirmed that there was not a single person who was unaware of his duplicity. Leon reacted as if he didn't know about it, but this was only for the benefit of the surviving members of the council. Smith, in a panic, began to beg the boy to spare him. Louis felt the dead approaching him and said that he was ready to repent of his sins. Brandt asked Leon to give them a chance to prove their loyalty to House Marvas. However, the young leader did not consider it necessary to give them time to correct themselves, so the dead reached the council members. Leon didn't say anything and just watched what was happening. The dead killed the traitors one after another, not giving them the opportunity to leave this life quickly and painlessly. When the screams died down, Leon seemed to wake up from a dream and let out a gasp. The boy waved his hand, as if to attract the attention of the dead council members. Leon said that he would announce something to the council as the head of the Marvas clan. The guy closed the Necronomicon and took it in his hand. Leon announced that the dark art of necromancy had returned to their glorious line. Leon stood for a while longer and watched what the council meeting had turned into. There was no one left alive, and the living dead disappeared again. Leon glanced at all the dead and discovered that one of the council members was absent from the meeting. The boy began to think about where he could find Sir Pullen. At that moment, he noticed a servant hiding behind the curtains. The boy was shaking with fear, but he reported that Pullen had been sent to prison for inciting rebellion. Leon turned towards the exit and ordered the servant to show him the way. The leader left the boy to follow him, approaching the door. Before leaving, Leon decided to say something to the servant. The boy turned and informed all the servants present at the meeting that they could run if they wanted. The dead did not touch any of the servants, but Leon said that he could not promise that there would be no punishment for escaping. The chief said he hoped his subordinates would make the right decision for their own sake. After this, Leon left the assembly hall accompanied by one of the servants. But silence continued to hang over the frightened servants. Meanwhile, news of what had happened had not yet spread beyond the Marva's house. At this moment, Isaac brought a letter to his master Sylvester. The man handed over an envelope, announcing the arrival of a letter. Sylvester accepted the letter with slight indignation. The man opened the envelope and took out a sheet of paper with text. There was silence in the office for a moment while Sylvester read the message. After a while, a grin appeared on the man's face. Sylvester was incredibly happy that even the Empire had turned its back on the House of Marvas. Isaac said that there was nothing surprising in this, since they had nothing to boast about other than the deeds of their ancestor. The man said that the Marwas family's capital and labor force were simply ridiculous. Sylvester agreed with him and said that Marvas had even less capital than labor force. Putting aside His Majesty's permission to start the war, the leader said that they would proceed as planned. Alan said they would finally bring House Marwas to its knees next month when the Noble War broke out. Sylvester asked how things were going with his latest order, and Isaac replied that everything was going as planned. Alan smiled and said that they had no options left for defeat. Isaac said that Marvas would only be saved by a full-fledged Necromancer, who would illuminate the Marvas line with his presence after a century of mediocrity. The man joked that they would only lose if the great Velen von Marvas rose from the dead. In other words, Isaac claimed that the Marwas family had no chance of salvation. Alan liked this attitude of his subordinate. The head of the house, Sylvester, said that in that case, the war was entirely theirs. Meanwhile, Leon went down to the dungeon where Sir Pullen was imprisoned. As soon as the man saw his young master, he immediately threw himself at his feet, begging for forgiveness. Pullen blamed himself for allowing Kirchell's dark ambitions to corrupt his soul, thereby putting Leon in mortal danger. The man did not yet know what had happened to Kirchell and all the members of the council. He did not dare look up at Leon and said that he deserved nothing but death. Leon didn't look angry, but was just thinking about what he should do. The boy knew that Pullen was one of the few loyal vassals remaining in the House of Marvas, and the only one who openly spoke out against Kirchell. Leon decided that he had to recruit him at any cost, so he helped the man to his feet. The guy said he had too much to do and would need Pullen's help. The man continued to cry and asked what use he could be. Pullen was pretty battered after his time in the dungeon, and it was only after the man stood up that Leon noticed it. Leon said that the man first needed to take a bath, and then he would wait for him for a conversation in the headman's office. The guy turned towards the exit and said that he would wait for Pullen there to discuss all the details. The man began to bow to Leon and say that he would be eternally grateful to his master. Pullen shouted after the departing boy that he would serve him with endless devotion. While the man was getting himself ready, day turned to night, but Leon continued to wait for him in the office. Marvas jumped onto the guy's shoulder, but Leon didn't pay attention to it, as if it had already become commonplace. The demon began to calmly lick his paws. After a while, Marvas asked the guy what he was going to do next. Having stopped tidying himself up, the demon said that the choice was entirely Leon's. After some more time, Pullen showed up at the head's office, but was shocked when he heard his proposal. The man said he was scared to even think about something so risky. Leon told him that he wanted to go meet the Sylvesters, posing as Kirchell. The man recalled the image of Kirchell, who inspired fear in all members of the congregation. Pullen said it would take a great deal of artistry to convincingly imitate a man's behavior. Leon opened the Necronomicon, used his power and asked if such artistry was enough. Within moments, the room was filled with a strange howl and dark energy. It was as if a purple creature began to crawl out from under the ground. The monster rose to its feet, and gradually the shell began to lick off of it, like a snake shedding its skin. A few moments later, none other than Kirchell stood in front of Pullen. The man looked with fear at the monster that had taken the form of Kirchell von Marvas, and asked what the hell this was. Pullen couldn't understand how Leon could remain so unwavering after turning his own uncle into a walking corpse. Other vassals had already informed the man about the abilities of the new head of the Marvas house. Pullen struggled with mixed feelings of joy and fear, but was glad that Leon had mastered necromancy. The guy reacted to this question more calmly than when the council members asked it. Pullen remembered that in the heyday of House Marvas, they could have had anything they wanted. The man wondered why the heavens had been cruel to them for so long. Pullen said that controlling the dead Kirchell would allow them to lead the Sylvester household by the nose for a while, but they would uncover the deception sooner or later. The created Kirchell said that the dead person is unable to reliably recreate the manner of speech, handwriting, and behavior of the individual. Leon said that this would have been the case if it had been Kirchhoff's own corpse. The monster raised his hand, ready to demonstrate his skills. The guy said that in front of Pullen now was a doppelganger, whom Leon was lucky enough to meet. The monster created a magical sphere, and Leon said that it could copy a person down to their personality, memories, and even abilities. Pullen looked at the magic in the fake Kirchhoff's hand, and was surprised that it was no different from the one the man had used in life. While Pullen was thinking about the plan, Leon remembered how he had come to have a doppelganger under his command. We are transported back to the past when Leon killed the monster pretending to be a girl. When the last monster fell, the torch on the dungeon wall went out. Leon thought for a while about what to do next. The guy tried to understand what he had encountered in this dungeon. When the torches lit up again, Leon asked Marvis what the name of this monster was. The demon said that this monster is called a doppelganger. Marvis said that this monster can completely copy a person's appearance and abilities. A doppelganger is a cunning creature that likes to copy travelers who have fallen behind their group. After which, the monster pretends to be a victim and attacks everyone else when they least expect it. A doppelganger is a monster that lures its victims' careless companions into its net. Leon seriously considered the abilities of this monster. Marvis seemed to understand the train of his thoughts, and because of this his tail moved from side to side. The demon thought that the apple didn't fall far from the tree, remembering Velen. Leon decided to test his suspicions and used his monster summoning abilities. The doppelganger rose to his feet, following his master's command. Leon cast a spell to subjugate the dead on him. Marvis watched with pleasure how quickly the boy learned. Watching Leon's actions, Marvis thought that it was the right move on Velen's part to leave him for his precious descendant. The doppelganger stood before his new master. Leon looked at the monster that was emitting dark energy for a while. Marvis stood next to the guy, but said nothing. Leon turned to the demon and asked if he could do whatever he wanted. Marvis agreed, but warned that the doppelganger could only copy those whom the Necromancer had encountered personally. The demon also said that the monster cannot copy a magically stronger target. Marvis turned to Leon and asked if he understood these things. The demon praised the guy for his talent, but still thinks that he is still just a beginner in this business. Marvis said that even if the boy sealed his uncle's soul, its loyalty would remain in question, and the soul could soon turn to dust. The demon said that Leon should leave the Marvis house only if he found a clear way out of the difficult situation. The guy interrupted the demon and said that he would never turn away from his kind, because he understood perfectly well what would happen in his absence. Leon knew that the estate's innocent staff would be killed at worst, and subjugated at best, as a result of the Sylvester invasion. Marvis asked if the boy was really ready to risk his life for them. Leon answered without hesitation that he would gladly accept death for these people. Marvis did not know whether this decision was made out of some inflated sense of duty to the family, or whether there was something else going on. However, then all the demon's thoughts faded into the background, because now they had more important questions. While Leon and Marvis were talking, the doppelganger assumed its true form. The demon told the guy to come up and turn this monster into a living dead, because Marvis was sure that he would find a use for it. Leon asked if the demon knew this creature, and Marvis replied that he was one of Velen's favorite puppets. The demon said that this monster would be of great use to Leon in his current form, but warned that it had a slightly annoying personality. The guy opened the Necronomicon to the right page and activated the subjugation spell. Leon turned the book towards the doppelganger and called him back to the world of the living. The dark fog began to take on human form. Soon, a purple-colored creature resembling a human in shape stood in front of Leon. The monster woke up and looked with its white eyes towards its owner. The next moment, the monster's head was hit by Marvis, who ordered a certain crow to wake up, as a new contractor was calling him. The creature tried to say something, but the demon interrupted it, and ordered it to regain its normal form so that they could understand it. His words made Crow pause and think. After a couple of seconds, he raised his finger up, as if to say that he had an idea. The monster folded his hands together, preparing to transform. Gradually, its shell began to dissipate, and the color of human skin appeared from underneath. Crow took on Leon's appearance and spoke unflatteringly towards Marvis, calling him an ordinary pompous cat. Marvis became angry and began to threaten the monster with death. Crow pointed his finger at the demon from his height and reminded him that he was already dead. Marvis became even more angry and looked like he was ready to scratch Crow's face. The monster came closer to Leon, and now they looked like mirror images of each other. Only one was cheerful, and the other's face was expressionless. We returned to the moment when Leon was talking to Pullen, and after an explanation, the man agreed that this plan was quite reasonable. Pullen admitted it was a working ploy, and he would like to see it with his own eyes, no matter what the cost. Leon admitted that this is exactly what he would like to hear from a man. Pullen asked if he could ask one last question. The man understood that the Sylvesters would soon set out on another campaign against the Marvis family, but he did not understand why. Even despite this threat, Leon wanted to stay. Leon remembered that Marvis had already touched on this issue in the dungeon. The boy said that it was his duty, as the head of the Marvis clan, to protect the estate. Pullen said that in that case, he would follow Leon's will with all diligence, but still inquired about the reason behind this decision. The guy admitted that he himself had thought about this decision for a long time. Leon came to the conclusion that he wanted to become a worthy head of the family, and above all, understand what it meant to be worthy. The guy said that he himself did not know the answer, so he decided to at least buy himself enough time to find it. For a moment, the office was plunged into silence, which was interrupted by Leon's slight grin. The guy said that his decision meant that he would stop any attempts to take anything away from them. Leon said he is not repeating his father's past mistakes yet, and is protecting what he has again and again. The guy is confident that one day he will find the answer to the question of why he is fighting. Leon was worried that these were all the thoughts he had on the matter. However, contrary to his words, for the first time in a long time a smile appeared on his face. After some time, Leon was getting ready for bed, but decided to talk to Marvis and Crow in his room. Crow addressed Leon rather frivolously, but Marvis did not like it and ordered the monster to call the guy master. Leon turned to the demon and said that he was not particularly concerned with formalities. Marvis turned to the boy and said that he was completely incapable of picking up on social cues. Leon said that this was true, and asked how the demon knew about it. Marvis jumped out of bed and said that he sensed it, and also said that Crow was once Velen's familiar. The demon simplified his words and said that Crow was passed down to Leon as an inheritance. Marvis said that Crow was a devoted servant and assassin in the service of his ancestor. The monster fought side by side with Velen von Marvis for a long time. Leon said that the ability to transform is quite useful for the tasks of an assassin. Crow chuckled and said that he was indeed more useful than some cat with an inflated ego. Leon watched as Marvis grabbed onto Crow and said that he really needed the monster's abilities. Leon asked if Crow could pretend to be Kirchel, and he, trying to tear the demon off his head, replied that it would be like farting. Marvis let go of Crow and said that it was correct to say he spat. The familiar asked why spit when it was easier to just let out what was already coming out. Leon suggested that it depended on who had what extra, and Marvis replied that humor doesn't work with fools. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Leon immediately became a little gloomy and told the uninvited guest to come in. Having received permission, Pullen ran into the room, clearly worried about something. The man said that a letter had arrived from the Sylvesters, and he decided to hurry and deliver it personally to the head. Marvis came closer with interest. Leon opened the envelope and began to read the news. The letter stated that House Marvis had been neglecting its ducal duty for ages. The family is accused of feasting idly, reaping the fruits of the sweat, blood, and tears of their loyal subjects. House Sylvester, under the proper leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, challenges House Marvis to a fair fight among noble houses. The letter stated that if the Duchy of Manhwa surrendered in a timely manner, there would be no full-scale war, and its people would be welcomed with open arms. Otherwise, the army of House Sylvester will arrive to the Duke with a claim within a month, and will destroy everything in its path. The letter was sent by Count Alan de Sylvestre, in the name of His Imperial Majesty, and with his permission. Marvis also read the letter and said that the thunder had struck as they expected. Leon said that they were given a month, and the demon asked if this surprise scared the guy. Marvis said that since time was short, they could escape and postpone the battle to gather strength. However, Leon interrupted him and said that this was not what he meant when he said that they were given a month to think about it. A smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said that he wasn't sure he could last a whole month. The next moment, the letter burst into flames and fell to the floor. Marvis was angry that his unstable contractor did not understand the full scale of the threat, and was rushing into battle without thinking. The demon asked if Leon really intended to face an entire army alone. The guy smiled and said that he was completely confident that everything would be fine with them. Leon called upon the spirits of the dead and reminded them that this time there was no need to spare anyone. The guy wants to take the life of every soldier to turn him to his side. Marvis was worried not long ago, but seeing Leon's mood, he calmed down. Soon, rumors about Kirchel's disappearance began to spread throughout the city, and this greatly worried the citizens. People hoped that the young lord was okay, since he was left without both a father and an uncle. One of the shoppers at the market said he hoped Leon could weather the coming storm. The merchant he spoke to said there was no need to worry, because this guy could handle anything. The third participant in the conversation said that the Sylvesters most likely would not appear any time soon to storm the gates. The conversation continued until Pullen approached the people from behind, coughing. The man reminded them that a careless word could sink a ship. Following Pullen was Leon himself with Marvis on his shoulder. The merchants began to bow to the council member and apologize, justifying themselves by saying that they had merely exchanged news during a break. The men immediately began to express their condolences to Leon on the loss of his uncle. One of the merchants said that it was very sad to lose a loved one at such a time, but Leon said that his uncle was alive. Leon understood that it would be good to create the appearance that Kirchel had not died, so he said that the man had simply fallen ill with an unpleasant illness. The guy smiled and began to assure the merchants that there was nothing to worry about. At this point, the conversation ended, and Leon thought that if he wanted to deceive the enemy, then first of all, he had to deceive his friends. Moving away, the leader told Pullen that he needed to make sure that the surviving vassals did not start talking, like the other witnesses. The man said he would do everything, but he was interested in Leon's purpose in visiting the city center if they could bring him whatever he wanted. The guy replied that he was very grateful for the concern and appreciated it, but he had to look at something in person. After some time, Marva said that they had arrived at the place. They stopped next to an inconspicuous building, and the demon said that he felt a powerful surge of magic in this building. Looking closely at one of the windows, Leon felt this dark energy. The boy headed into the building and told Pullen that it would be better for the man to wait for him here. The man doubted the wisdom of this decision, but Leon said that he was confident in his actions and ordered the door to be sealed behind him. Leon glanced at Pullen and ordered that not a single living soul was to be allowed to enter or leave the building. Seeing the guy's gaze, the man did not dare to object and only watched as Leon entered the building. The first thing that caught my eye was the chaos in the room. Furniture was knocked over, and the walls and windows were splattered with blood. At the moment, the premises were being cleaned up, and several men were diligently eliminating the consequences of the disaster. Leon immediately noticed one of the cleaners. The hair on the guy's head was ash-colored, but what attracted attention was not that, but the fact that the guy had cat ears on his head. Leon asked if they had come for him, and Marvus answered in the affirmative. The ash-haired boy's neck was bandaged. Multiple scars were visible on his bare torso, indicating that the boy had suffered serious injuries. The stranger raised his red eyes to Leon, and a powerful energy emanating from him became visible. Marvus thought it was not right to waste such talent, and said that Leon had no vassals with a keen eye. Leon walked closer to the guy with cat ears and asked if he could give him a minute. The guy immediately bowed his head to the floor and apologized to the gentleman, saying that there had been a disturbance in their establishment last night due to unruly visitors. The ash-haired man said that they would be very grateful if the guy would come see them another time. At that moment, a woman in a white dress approached them and kicked the servant, asking how he dared to speak to his master like that. A moment later, a smile appeared on the woman's face and she apologized to Leon. She glanced at the ash-haired man and apologized for the fact that the master had to communicate with a lower beastman. The woman slapped the beastman across the face again and asked him if he even knew who he was talking to. The woman pointed to Leon and said that this was the young master of the House of Marvus himself. The beastman bowed his head to the floor and apologized, saying that he was still new and therefore did not recognize the master. Leon ignored this and reminded that he wanted to take a minute of his time. The woman thought they were talking to her and happily said that she had plenty of time. Leon interrupted her and said that he was not talking to her. The guy pointed at the beastman and said that he had business with him. The ash-haired man immediately raised his head from the floor and looked at the gentleman. His look was frightened and expressed the guy's confusion. The next moment, the beastman bowed his head without answering. Various thoughts were spinning in the guy's head, and they all boiled down to why this stranger needed him. The beastman remembered that the woman had called the stranger the young master of the House of Marvus. At this time, Leon raised his hand and dark energy began to appear on his palm. After a few moments, energy began to envelop the beastman's body. The boy thought he would experience pain, but he seemed to feel better from contact with magic. Within moments, the wounds and scars on his body began to disappear. When the magic receded, the beastman looked at his body and was surprised to notice that Leon had completely healed him. Leon asked one last time if the guy could spare him a minute of his time. The hostess didn't like that no one was paying attention to her. The woman came closer and apologized for interrupting the conversation, but she said that this beastman was her personal pleasure. The hostess said that the guy has no right to manage his own time, so Leon should ask her everything he needs. Leon understood that the girl was behaving this way because she was not present in the establishment when he came to ask for Kirchell's soul. The guy smiled and said that in that case he would have a few questions for her. Leon's first question was since when slavery had been allowed in the duchy. Secondly, the guy asked why she continued to address him inappropriately, even though his predecessor had long since died. Leon closed his eyes for a few moments, making guesses about the woman's behavior. The hostess immediately felt a dark energy that filled the room and prevented her from breathing. The workers also stopped due to the tense atmosphere. Leon opened his eyes, which glowed with a devilish light, and asked if this was due to the fact that the woman did not want to recognize him as the rightful ruler of the lands of Marvus. The most frightening thing was that the guy got the Necronomicon. Marvus smiled when he heard Leon's threats. The demon said that even though the guy looked young, it was extremely impolite to treat the bearer of the agreement with the demon without due respect. Marvus said that such things are not forgiven. Leon turned to the owner and said that it wasn't only this beastman that was bothering him. The boy demanded that the woman free all the other slaves immediately. Leon gave the mistress 10 minutes to carry out his will, and said that there would be no more mercy. The woman was sure that the guy standing in front of her was the one who would soon be overthrown by Kirchell, so she did not mince words. The hostess smiled and asked if the guy was ready for the consequences. The woman was confident that nothing would happen to her, so she again neglected proper treatment. Leon extended his hand to the beastman, and told his mistress that she could still admit her mistake, since he had been treated worse. The beastman looked at the outstretched hand in surprise. The boy asked what he owed to such mercy, since he was only an unworthy slave. At that moment, the hostess's patience snapped, and she snapped her fingers. The very next second, all the workers grabbed knives and bats, getting ready to deal with Leon. The woman ordered to attack the guy, saying that Kirchel promised that he would cover them if necessary. Leon held the beastman's hand tightly and looked around at the men approaching him. The guy's gaze darkened with the desire to deal with these people. Leon raised his hand and concentrated dark magic. Energy flowed from his hand to the floor like water. Within a moment, monsters began to emerge from under the floor. The living dead immediately rushed to attack. Soon the room was filled with screams. Only now did the hostess understand what she had really gotten herself into, and Kirchel, whom she had bragged about so much, was not there. Without taking his eyes off the woman, Leon took a dagger from his bosom. The guy approached one of the monsters and asked if he could lend him his blade, as his was a little battered. The dead man, without further ado, handed the dagger in its sheath to its owner, and Leon drew it out, promising to return it as soon as he was finished. The guy moved into the very center of the fight, and Marvis jumped off his shoulder to give the guy more freedom of action. One of the workers stood in Leon's way, and the guy, without thinking, killed him. The hostess looked at all this with wide eyes. She didn't understand where this guy got so much strength, which no one had heard of before. The beastman did not enter into a fight, not understanding who he should fight for. Leon turned around and said that the guy might think he was an unworthy slave, but that was far from true. The guy said that from now until the end of time, the ash-haired man would be vitally necessary to him. The beastman did not understand what was being discussed, because he had no idea what benefit Marvis could bring to the ruler. The guy was just a vagabond, wandering the vastness of the continent. The beastman remembered his childhood, when he was humiliated and beaten. Many people were hostile to his species, so they blamed the beastman for all the troubles. One day, a guy was beaten because the year had been a bad harvest, and he was considered to be the one to blame. Since childhood, Ash-haired did not understand why human children were so cruel to him. They all enjoyed watching him suffer. Back then, the beastman was just a child who didn't understand how the world worked. With each beating, the strength began to grow in the guy. One day it got out of control and overwhelmed the boy's body. At that moment, the beastman understood everything and fought back against his offenders. They had no rational reason to make his life a living hell. The only reason these kids were picking on him was because of species difference. It was only because of this that the boy became an object of hatred from people. One day, the guy suddenly realized that he was too naive to understand all this earlier. When the boy came to his senses after his body was controlled by anger, he saw the torn children. He didn't remember how he dealt with his offenders, but fear filled his mind. At first, the beastman couldn't bring himself to accept this. He was afraid to face the truth that he was the heartless monster he was believed to be. Now we return to the moment when Leon gave the dagger to the monsters, approaching the owner of the establishment. The woman screamed that his teenage rebellion would not force Kirchel to give up his title. The mistress said that the useless offspring of Lord Rune would not be able to bother anyone. Leon said that the woman's words were even truer than she thought. However, the boy said that he did not intend to remain a useless brat who did not even try to object in the face of injustice. Leon said that he would soon become the head of the family, worthy of the proud house of Marvis. The guy pointed his hand towards the woman, and the monsters immediately turned their attention to her. Leon said that there was no place for people like her on his land. The girl was horrified by his words, but she could no longer change anything. After a while, the room fell silent. Once he had finished with the owner of the establishment, Leon turned to the person he had originally come to talk to. The beastman stood before the head of the Marvis clan without a shadow of fear. The ash-haired man understood that Leon was a man whose hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. However, the guy did not feel a shadow of fear next to him, but he did not understand what this was connected with. Leon learned that the guy's name was Walter and asked with a smile if the guy would like to join him. The head of the Marvis clan said that the ash-haired man's skills would be very useful to him. Walter asked not to be judged for his insolence, but he wanted to ask something before pledging allegiance. The next moment, the beastman's body was engulfed in blue flames. The boy's eyes turned black and red marks appeared on his cheeks. Walter said that he was a descendant of demonic wolves, which is the most reviled species even by the standards of beastmen. The boy asked how long he and his people would be treated with contempt and like wild animals. Leon promised that from that moment on, this would never happen again. Walter looked at the guy doubtfully, as if expecting it to be a joke. Leon admitted that he didn't know much about the state of affairs of Walter's kind, nor about the intrigues surrounding him. The chief said that if the boy was burdened by unfounded prejudices, he should make them known, and then he wouldn't have to endure them. Leon promised that Walter would become a full vassal of the House of Marvis. The leader gave the ash-haired man some time to think, leaving him in silence. After some time, Leon said that he was giving his word. The head of the Marvis clan extended his hand to the beastman, as if asking if he would follow him. Tears came to Walter's eyes. Leon promised that the boy would become a full vassal of the House of Marvis. The head of the house, Marvis, extended his hands to the ash-haired man and gave his word. Walter was overwhelmed with happiness and could not hold back his tears. The boy extended his hand and placed it in his master's hand. Leon asked if he could take silence as consent. Walter bowed and said through tears that he would be happy to serve Leon. Meanwhile, we move to the capital. A huge castle with blue towers appears before us. At the moment, a reception with the Emperor is taking place in the throne room. Before the Emperor stood a man who had come to address His Highness. On the throne sat Esteban von Archheim, a middle-aged man with golden hair and beard and equally light eyes. To his left stood the Empire's crown prince, Louis von Archheim, who looked very much like his father, but was a younger version of him. The crown prince asked the vassal Eldoraz why he had requested an audience with the Emperor. The man reported that a letter had arrived from the noble house of Sylvester. Louis was angry and said that as Prince Regent he was dealing with the affairs of the people and the duchies. But should he really be dealing with the Count's problems? It becomes clear to us that the Emperor is not in his right mind at the moment, and the Prince is in charge of all affairs. The vassal immediately bowed lower and said that he was only in a hurry to share the good news. Louis softened a little after his words and asked what the good news was. The vassal at that moment was thinking that he could not fall into disfavor with the crown prince, in whose hands all power lay. When the man announced that the Sylvesters had declared war on the Marva's clan, Louis looked pleased. The vassal's spirits were lifted, for the prince had looked down on the house of Marwas all these years. The man offered Louis to help the Sylvester family so that they could get rid of their common enemy once and for all. The crown prince thought about it and admitted that it was a very interesting proposal. However, Louis reminded them that the Marva's clan possessed the power of necromancy, so open war against them could backfire. The vassal said that the crown prince was insightful, but that there was no worthy successor to that power left in the Marva's family. In response to this, the man said that the Sylvester clan's strength had increased to such an extent that they could compete with the Marvas. For Louis, this became a decisive factor, and he ordered his vassal to carry out this plan in order to get rid of the grave robbers. Eldoraz said that he would carry out this mission successfully, in the name of the great empire, and then left the hall. Louis turned to his father and thanked him for the generous decree that would help him get rid of this relic of a bygone era. The crown prince told his father that his legacy was in good hands. The emperor could not answer anything because he was in a daze. Louis leaned on the throne and said that very soon everything would pass into his hands, and he would dispose of it at his own discretion. The emperor became a puppet in his hands, but soon the crown prince planned to get rid of him. Meanwhile, Leon returned to the estate, and the servants helped bring Walter into proper appearance. Pullen hung the artifact around the ash-haired man's neck, saying that the common people still didn't really trust the beastman. The man said that he and Leon valued him highly as a loyal vassal, but for now they could not disregard public opinion. As soon as the artifact was on Walter's neck, the signs that identified him as a beastman disappeared. Pullen said that they shouldn't create problems for Leon now, and Walter, feeling his head, agreed with him. Pullen nodded his head and said that Walter was a very smart young man. Leon interrupted them and said that he would like to talk to them about a couple of important things. First of all, the guy would like them all to swear allegiance to him, not just in words. Leon asked if they were willing to dedicate their endless devotion to him and him alone. Pullen even burst into tears and said that he absolutely agreed. The man grabbed Leon by the hand and said that he swears to dedicate his whole life to him, and to serve him faithfully and truly all his life. Pullen begged for a chance to do his duty, but Leon looked at him as if the man was overdoing it. Crow, whom Pullen couldn't see, said he was impressed by how much Leon had managed to win the old man over to his side. Marwa said that indeed, submission and dominance are the key principles of the Marwa's house. Walter came closer and said that he shared Pullen's feelings. The ash-haired man waited for an answer from his master. However, Leon seemed to be talking to someone else, so the boy asked what was going on. Leon turned his attention to Pullen and Walter, and proposed a contract sealed with mana. The guy warned that if he refused the agreement, he would consider it a lack of sincere desire to join him. Walter didn't quite understand what contract they were talking about. A contract sealed with mana transforms the mana of each party into a pattern that binds and intertwines the destinies of both with an unbreakable bond. This allows connected people to share secrets that can only be taken to the grave. Leon got up from the table and walked to the center of the room. Now he stood opposite Pullen and Walter, with Crow and Marvis on either side of him, invisible to anyone but himself. Leon said that if there were no objections, then they could begin. The guy pointed his hand at the floor, and magic began to spread throughout the office. A black hole formed in the floor. A few moments later, hands holding parchment appeared from the hole. The unknown creature unfolded the parchment in front of Pullen and Walter. Now the time has come for Marwas to reveal his true form to the people who are about to take the oath. The demon activated his powers and emerged from his small body, becoming a large lion again. The only thing that distinguished him from the appearance of a lion were his horns. The demon said that he, as the patron of the House of Marvas, and the demon who lent his name to this family, would witness this magical pact. Pullen and Walter looked at the demon with fear. Marvis said that he would allow those who swore to serve his contractor to have their souls bound by Marvis's power. Leo said that this is how it will be, so they must see the simple truth. Marvis said that the Lord of the Living Dead has returned. The demon looked as if he had come out of the underworld itself. He inspired fear in Pullen and Walter. Leon's new subordinates couldn't take their eyes off Marvis. Leon interrupted the demon's speech and said that there was no need for so much drama. The guy said that Pullen and Walter were his loyal subjects, so Marvis should treat them with respect. The demon sighed and said that the agreement was made. Finally, Marvis said that the price for breaking the agreement was the soul itself, so no betrayal would go unpunished. Pullen bowed his head and said that such blasphemy had never entered his mind. The man wondered if this was really the real demon Marvis, with whom the founder had made a contract. His suspicions were confirmed by the fact that the young lord was able to obtain the power of necromancy. Walter was thinking at this moment that he felt a very overwhelming concentration of mana. The guy's appearance is sensitive to mana in itself, but now he was frozen in place. Walter wondered who this menacing black lion really was. The guy was even more interested in who his new owner was. Within moments, the need for Marvis's true form was no longer necessary. The demon was once again reincarnated into his small form. This time his appearance was visible to Pullen and Walter. Walter gasped and said that the demon had transformed into a very cute cat. Pullen quickly shut the guy's mouth, as he was afraid of how Marvis would react to this. The demon licked his paw and asked in a threatening tone if Walter was talking about him. Pullen said the boy was simply amazed by his impressive image and menacing presence. Marvis was flattered by the man's words, and his anger changed to mercy. The demon warned that they should not reveal his existence to other mortals. Marvis said that in their situation, mistakes were unacceptable and could cost lives, and his appearance was visible only to those to whom he revealed himself. The demon asked if the aristocrats were really that interested in Kerschel. Pullen and Walter were a little taken aback by this sudden change of topic. Walter replied that his mistress had received a letter one day, or perhaps she was supposed to give it to Mr. Kerschel. Marvis jumped on Leon's shoulder and said that this letter was their next target, and the leader asked where they could find it. Before Walter could answer, Crow said he knew where it was. The monster pulled out a chest from nowhere and said that he could not leave without picking up the spoils of war. Crow opened the chest and it turned out to be filled with all kinds of jewelry. Marvis grabbed his head and said that he had already forgotten how petty Crow was. The demon said that since Leon had destroyed the entire building and removed its owner, Crow decided that he could get his hands on everything that wasn't nailed down. Leon took the chest from the monster and began to look for the necessary things in it. Soon the guy's eyes caught the thing he needed. Among the mountain of precious stones lay an opened letter. Leon took it in his hands and raised it above his head, saying that they had found their target. Marvis admitted that Crow could be useful at times, after which the monster began to ask if it was a compliment. Leon opened the letter and began to read it aloud. The letter stated that the present noble house of Sylvester declares that, following the will of His Majesty the Emperor, war has been declared on the Duchy of Marvis. Alan accused Marvis of neglecting his duty to His Majesty, Emperor Louis von Archheim. This neglect of duty is a grave crime, and Sylvester will hold them accountable on behalf of the crown. Alan gives them a month to raise the white flag and surrender to House Sylvester for subsequent absorption. Otherwise, the houses will have to meet in a fair fight to prove their innocence. Pullen and Walter were frightened by the contents of the letter. Marvis asked if this would be enough time for Leon. Leon said he didn't care about the time, but he had one funny idea. The guy said that now that he can control the living dead with the power of thought, a whole new field of fun has opened up for him. Leon and Marvis slowly turned their heads towards Crow. The owner turned to the monster, and it immediately paid attention to them. Leon, with a sinister expression, said that he had a separate mission for Crow. Sometime later, a meeting was held at the Sylvester house, where the knight reported to Alan that the declaration of war had been successfully delivered to the Marvis house. The man said that Kerschel's face was so frightened that he literally hung on the knight with a pitiful look. This made Sylvester laugh, and he said that this traitor Kerschel was probably hysterical. Alan calmed down a little and said regretfully that they needed to keep Kerschel alive for now. Sylvester said that it would be beneficial for them to have the Marvis family's power temporarily in the hands of an incompetent man. Alan remembered Leon and asked if there was any news about the boy. The knight said that there was no significant news about Leon, and most likely Kerschel had already buried him somewhere. Sylvester said that was good. The knight asked permission to ask why bother with a 14-year-old boy at all. The man smiled and asked what kind of threat Leon could pose to them. Alan asked with a serious expression what the knight thought was the most unfair thing that could happen to a person. The man lost his ardor and said that he was not a scientist to draw such wise conclusions. Alan was silent for a few moments, giving the knight time to think about his words. After this, Sylvester said that the worst thing is to meet an overwhelmingly strong enemy against whom there is not a single chance. Resistance in this case is useless, because you can only watch as your world mercilessly collapses. Alan repeated that there was no suffering more terrible than this. Sylvester asked the knight what could be the reason for such injustice. Alan answered his own question by saying that the only reason could be innate talent. This talent can be so incredible that it makes you tremble just by looking at it. The knight assumed that Alan was worried that the boy might have this talent. Sylvester said that the knight was too naive, and given Marvis's pedigree, nothing could be certain. Alan said they always have to consider the odds. Meanwhile, Leon and Crow were trying to bring their plan to life, and now the monster had once again taken on the appearance of its master. Leon said that human speech sounded weird from Crow's real form, but now it's different. The monster absorbed the boy's memories and can now imitate his speech with incredible accuracy. Crow looked at Marvis and said that he really was more useful than one bald cat. The demon again could not stand such treatment and attacked the monster. However, Crow only smiled and restored his Leon form to its previous perfect appearance. Marvis continued to be angry with him and called him a dirty worm. Walter stood to the side and watched what was happening in shock. Watching Marvis and Crow fight, the boy asked Pullen if it was always this noisy there. The man advised Walter to keep quiet, and then he would live longer. After a while, Leon walked up to the wall and took the sword off it, saying that they only had a month left, so it was time for them to start. The leader walked up to Walter and handed him the sword. Leon asked to showcase his talents during this month. Walter accepted the sword, and asked if this meant that if his talents were not put to use, he would be of no help to the master's plan. Leon confirmed his suspicions, and said that there was no use in a vassal who would easily die, so the choice was Walter's. The ash-haired man gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Walter said he was ready to overcome any obstacle in his path to find his rightful place at Leon's side. The ash-haired man asked if the master could fulfill one of his wishes, if he lived up to his title as the most skilled soldier. Leon smiled and nodded his head, giving his consent. Pullen intervened and said that in that case it was necessary to find suitable combat training for young Walter. The man said that the boy's limits would immediately become apparent if he trained with the worthy knights of the Marvis house. Leon gave his consent to this, and Marvis jumped on the guy's shoulder and said that it was time for them to go too. The demon said that it wasn't just the wolf cub who needed training, as Leon himself was still far from his true potential. The guy said that he readily believed it, so he enthusiastically went to train. So some time passed, during which both Leon and Walter trained diligently. At that moment, a fight was taking place in the training hall that was supposed to decide the fate of the Beastman. Walter fought on equal terms with the knight of the House of Marvis. The boy's eyes burned with a thirst for victory as he crossed blades with a worthy opponent. Leon decided to test how Walter would act in a situation where he was in real danger. Chief Marvis summoned one living dead man. The monster immediately rushed at Walter while he was distracted by another fight. However, this did not take the guy by surprise. His eyes, on the contrary, began to glow with a blue flame. With one blow, Walter cut off the dead man's head. At this point, the fight was over, and the beastman eagerly awaited his master's conclusion. Walter walked closer and knelt before the head of the Marvis house. The room was silent for a moment as Leon thought about his answer. Without thinking twice, Leon smiled and welcomed Walter to the Marvis house. The head of the clan announced that from now on, the ash-haired man was the vanguard knight of his army. Walter tried his best, and was glad that his talents were recognized. A month later, the day of the declared war between the Marvas and Sylvester families arrived. Alan arrived at the gates of the Marvis house with an army, and said that he had a message for the current head of the Marvis clan. Sylvester said that despite his benevolent offer of a peaceful solution, this would now lead to the death of innocent subordinates. Leon sighed and said that finally it all began. Pullen stood next to the chief and said that these jackals had no concept of honor. Marvis said that there was no need to fall for this provocation, because he saw how fear had settled in the hearts of the enemies, and their menacing cries were only a reflection of doubts. Pullen did not deny the possibility, but there was something that worried him most. House Sylvester had the advantage over them on all fronts. Crow approached them in the guise of Kerchel, and Marvis said that they had the advantage of having exposed Sylvester's plans. Pullen immediately guessed that they were talking about the late Sir Kerchel. Now the man realized that if Kerchel had been alive, they would have raised the white flag. But his death alone had shaken the enemy's composure. Marvis noted that mortals are fragile creatures, and any fluctuations in events often give rise to endless confusion. The demon said that in moments when doubts begin to overcome the enemy, even a steady hand can waver in battle. Pullen agreed with this, but said that even trembling hands could overcome them with numbers. Marvis grinned and said that his honored contractor would overcome the full force of this army. The demon asked his subordinates not to worry, because he knew that Leon was stronger than he might seem. Pullen looked at his boss and saw a smile on his face. The extent to which Leon was confident made the man calm down. Marvis himself did not doubt his words, since he himself was amazed by the boy's absolute talent. Leon, in turn, was looking forward to the upcoming fight. The guy not only watched Walter's training, but also spent a lot of time developing his own skills. In the late evenings, he, Marvis, and Crow would increase his mana by depleting it. Leon needed to saturate the crystals with his energy. As soon as the crystals began to glow, Marvis began his part. The demon summoned the dead under his control. Numerous undead appeared on the training field and attacked Leon. The guy, in turn, had to remain calm. Continuing to maintain the power of the crystals, Leon summoned his living dead onto the field. They defeated their opponents without much effort. Looking at them, you wouldn't know that they are the weakest walking dead that a necromancer can summon. It had barely been a week since Leon had learned to control his magical power. However, the boy is already able to read the flows of mana with his eyes closed. Marvis watched the boy's training with a smile, as the depth of this boy's talent was truly astounding. Even Crow said that the current contractor is truly a talent, like the rising star of the infamous founder. Marvis said that Leon had the power to once again drown the continent in blood, and that the time would come when he would get everything he wanted. Crow asked if he could get as much of the delicious peanuts he loved so much, but Marvis said he had to aim higher. The demon is confident that Leon is capable of acquiring the most forbidden dark magic, the terrifying power of reversing time. While Marvis and Crow were talking, Leon continued to saturate the crystals with energy. The boy opened his eyes when he completed all the demon's tasks. Leon rose from his seat and walked closer to Marvis. The demon looked at the guy who approached with a satisfied smile. The pride he felt was visible in Marvis's eyes. With a smile, Leon said that he was finished with this task, and asked what kind of training they would do next. The entire field where the training took place was strewn with dead bodies. Leon stood in front of Marvis and Crow and asked what they would do next. The demon turned around and said that first, they should move to another place. Leon returned to his office, where Pullen immediately arrived. Before moving on to the next skill the boy had to master, Marvis asked him a question. The demon asked how much Leon knew about dark magic. The guy replied that he knew it a little, since he had learned it as part of the basic program for his family. Marvis immediately remembered the magic that Kirchel used, which is why he immediately told Leon to throw this pathetic parody out of his head. The guy thought about his words and said that in magic a lot depends on the person who uses it. Considering the speed with which founder Velen conquered the eastern continent, it would be foolish to think that the Walking Dead alone helped him do so. Leon was sure that there was something more that he had not yet been told. Crow took on Leon's appearance to make it easier to speak, and confirmed the boy's suspicions. The monster snapped his fingers, activating his abilities. Magic flared above his palm, and Crow said that necromancy was just one branch of dark magic. The monster said that it is the supply of dark mana and mastery that determines the power of the army of the dead. Pullen, after these words, immediately began to pay tribute to the founder and his faithful followers. Marvis said that he was not a follower of Velen. He was his friend who fought shoulder to shoulder with him, unlike the stupid face smasher. Crow just laughed at his words and said that, on the contrary, he was proud of his loyalty to his master. Marvis said that Crow was just being sarcastic, hiding under the guise of a contractor, but the monster noted that no one would hide from a kitten. Leon ordered them to stop this argument and show him the spells they wanted to teach him. Marvis said that before he could begin, the boy had to fulfill one precondition. Leon listened to the demon's words with interest. Marvis said that this would require risking going down into one's own subconscious. Leon asked what this meant. Marvis replied that the hidden depths of his mind were a kind of vessel that contained enormous reserves of magical power. Once the boy learns to control this unbridled energy, the noble war will seem like a sandbox compared to what Leon will become capable of. However, Marvis warned that dark magic requires a lot of mana. Leon replied that he had no doubt about it, and was ready. Marvis said the boy had nothing to worry about, and asked if Leon understood what it was all about. The demon said that he sensed in the boy a reserve of mana equal to or even superior to his ancestor. However, Marvis himself has not yet understood whether this is for good or for bad. But they have no choice but to take the risk if they want to return glory to the family. Demon warned that this process was not without risk, as they had very limited time frames, so he could not guarantee the contractor's safety. Leon wasn't scared by this. On the contrary, he enthusiastically asked what this wonderful method was. Finally, Marvis was able to notice that the light was flickering again in Leon's lifeless eyes. Looking back, it becomes clear that the young man was driven by only one desire and uncontrollable curiosity. Marvis said that first they needed to deplete the guy's mana reserves to the limit. After this, Leon's subconscious and potential came into play, and they will guide him. Leon said that in that case they should get started, after which he began to throw out a huge amount of mana. Marvis understood that the primitive thirst for power was the greatest motivation. So some time passed and it became noticeable that the amount of mana being thrown out had sharply decreased. Leon grabbed his head and said that this should be enough. The boy began to fall from exhaustion, but Pullen was quickly there to cushion his fall. The man immediately panicked and began to beg Leon not to leave them so suddenly. Marvis immediately hit Pullen on the head and told him not to touch Leon, and to show at least a little faith in his leader. The man still couldn't calm down, because despite the fact that Leon was their leader, he was still a 14-year-old boy. Crow asked if Pullen had heard them say that their contractor might be the most gifted of their predecessors. Marvis noted that Crow was, for once, speaking to the point. The demon said that the guy is capable of competing with Velen in terms of potential, so he is confident that everything will be fine with Leon. Marvis advised him to save his tears for another time, and Pullen replied that he would try. At that moment, Walter burst into the office with a sword in his hands and said that he had succeeded and was named a swordmaster. However, all his spirits vanished when he saw his master lying unconscious on the floor. Walter immediately rushed to Leon and began to shed tears, and Pullen, who had already calmed down, said that he had already made a fool of himself for both of them. The ash-haired man quickly calmed down and said that he believed that Leon would overcome everything. Watching this picture, Marvis noted to himself that mortals are all the same. The demon was more interested in how it happened that such an incredible talent had been hidden all these years. Marvis was no longer surprised that the Marvis family almost died out. Meanwhile, Leon was going through his test alone. As Marvis said, the boy found himself in his subconscious, but darkness surrounded him. The guy looked around and decided to go in one direction, hoping to end up somewhere. Leon soon found himself in a city whose streets had been damaged by an unknown disaster. A man was waiting for him in the ruins, who said he had a feeling that Leon would come to see him soon. The boy immediately recognized this voice, familiar from childhood, which caused his eyes to widen. The man turned around and we saw Rune, Leon's father. Rune invited the guy to go for a walk together, since they had a lot of topics to talk about. Leon didn't understand what his father was doing in his subconscious, so he fell into a stupor, not believing that Rune was standing in front of him. However, the boy still followed his father, walking through the destroyed streets. Even though Rune said they had a lot to discuss, they remained silent. The city was deserted, and they met no one else. Rune walked up the stairs towards the castle, and Leon followed him tirelessly. At some point the man stopped but did not turn around. Rune said that since Leon came here, it meant he decided to awaken the magical power dormant within him. Leon had come to his senses a little by this point, and said that he had clearly not come to tell how well he was doing. However, during this time, the guy has acquired a circle of loyal subjects for whom he is responsible, so he must hurry. Rune smiled and said that the guy was very lucky. The man turned around and said that Leon should have realized by now that he was just a figment of his imagination. Rune met his end at the hands of Alan Sylvester, so this form is just a magical echo, and Leon said he understood that. The man said that this happened because of a banal, innate lack of potential. Rune thought it was a cruel fate, but he was glad that he could still be of use to his son. The man assumed that Leon already knew that he had failed to secure Mr. Marvis's support. The man also failed to cope with the Necronomicon, the sacred relic of their family. Rune did not have enough power to use dark forces since childhood. However, the man is sure that Leon should take a different path. Rune said that during his life, he developed a spell that could transform all parts of the ancestors' mana into Leon's own magical fuse. Leon will only be able to manage this reserve partially, but it will undoubtedly help him strengthen his position as leader. Leon remembered that during his life, his father had said that accepting someone else's mana as his own was very dangerous. The boy remembered that there was a risk of mana getting out of control, simultaneously destroying the caster's mind. Rune said that magical energy is marked by its owner, so it is not easily given to another sorcerer. The man said that Leon was an exception, so first he needed to imagine that they were a blank slate. Leon asked why this was so necessary. Just a second ago, Rune was holding his son by the shoulders, but now he took a couple of steps away. The man said that only Lord Velen von Marvis, the founder of their line, was the only one who possessed the dark mana of perfect purity. Rune began to form a magical sphere in his hands. The small sphere was surrounded by dark energy and continued to fill with it. Rune said that Leon was blessed with this great gift of their bloodline. The guy's entire attention was focused on the overflowing sphere. It became noticeable that there was an excess of mana, and the sphere began to burst at the seams. The next second it exploded, spreading a huge amount of mana everywhere. Rocks and debris from the city began to rise into the air. Rune said that his son is who he really is. However, the guy should not forget about the source of this power. Under the influence of mana, the city in Leon's subconscious changed its appearance. The guy watched this and couldn't do anything. Rune looked at his only son with a smile. When the noise died down, Rune placed his hand on his son's head and ruffled his hair. Above their heads, a huge sphere filled with dark energy shone. Rune said that the time allotted for their meeting was coming to an end. Leon looked at his father and asked if they would ever meet again. Rune smiled and said that he still had much to teach his son. The sphere began to slowly shrink and soon fit into the man's palm. Rune aimed the sphere at Leon's chest, and it began to be absorbed into his body. The guy opened his eyes and said that he had never felt such impressive magical power. Leon felt mana flowing out of him in chaotic streams. An amulet appeared on the boy's chest, and Rune said that its name was Greed. The man warned that, as the name suggests, it was capable of consuming everything in Leon's path in an instant. The guy picked up the amulet and saw that it looked like a cross with a snake wrapped around it. Leon said he would remember his name. The ground beneath their feet began to crumble and rise upward. Rune said that they would meet again when Leon's heart desired it most. There was only darkness around them, and Leon said he would pray for that day to come soon. The next moment, the guy disappeared, leaving Rune in his subconscious. Rune said that if fate so decreed, Leon would shine like a rising star like no other. The man only regrets that he won't see it with his own eyes. Rune said that no one knows where this power will lead Leon, to the rays of glory or into the abyss of destruction, and the man is afraid that it will be the latter. Meanwhile, Walter, Marvis, Crow, and Pullen were leaning over Leon, who still hadn't come to his senses. The head was carried into the bedroom and laid on the bed, surrounded on all sides. Pullen looked at Marvis doubtfully and asked if Leon would really wake up. The man had no doubt in Marvis's abilities, but he was worried about how this might affect the young lord. The demon said that if Leon did not wake up, Pullen would meet his father in the afterlife much sooner. Walter took the man's hand and said that the young lord would be fine, so there was no need to worry. Crow agreed with this and said that the old servant was being too pushy. They were distracted from their conversation by a stream of mana that began to flow out of the sleeping Leon's body. Marvis looked at this with a smile and said that he now understood why Leon was so late. Walter came closer and asked what kind of power it was, because he felt dense clouds of mana that were not there before. Marvis jumped on Leon's chest and said that the guy was already on his way to them. The demon said that they should greet the Lord properly. Marvis warned that Leon would not return as the young boy they remembered him as. At that moment, the mana flows subsided, and Leon's eyes suddenly opened. Everyone froze in anticipation, afraid to say a word. Leon looked down and noticed Marvis sitting on his chest. The boy said he couldn't understand where the weight was coming from, and asked if Marvis would move, but he said no. The next day, training continued. Walter and Leon now trained together, learning their strengths and limitations. Leon also trained the Knights of House Marvas, as they were all expected to fight soon. Meanwhile, we moved to the Sylvester house, 4 days before the war between the noble houses. The Knights of House Sylvester were already in full combat readiness. Alan watched the formation from his position, bored. When the lineup was over, the man stood up from his chair and said that the time had come. Alan spoke to his subjects, calling on them to hear his words. The man said that very soon the centuries-old history of the once proud Marwas family will disappear forever. However, Alan promised that they would soon write a new story themselves. Sylvester called on them to follow him, and the warriors immediately raised a battle cry. Kirchel was watching all this, but only a few knew that it was actually Crow. We returned to the moment of the beginning of the noble war between the two great houses of Marvis and Sylvester. Alan's squad advanced through the cemetery to catch the enemy off guard, but the man did not notice the red-eyed raven watching them. Sylvester considered the proposal to find weaknesses in the formation of Marvis's handful of soldiers. Alan turned to Kirchel and said that the man's insight deserved praise. Kirchel replied that this was the least he could offer in exchange for the generosity of the head of the Sylvester clan. However, Alan was tormented by the fact that the sentimental Marvises did not guard the graves of their ancestors. Kirchel replied that they had contacted a family of necromancers, not strategists, and that the enemy might be cautious about destroying the burial sites of their ancestors. Alan said that the greatness of House Marvas has long been trampled into the mud, and they are still desperately fighting for their former reputation. Kirchel pretended to be a little hurt by these words, but agreed with Sylvester. Alan noticed that the man hesitated and asked if he had anything to say. Kirchel smiled and answered negatively. The man suggested that they continue on their way without being distracted by conversation. Sylvester's squad moved through the cemetery for some time, until something made Alan stop. The fog obscured the view, but it was clear that a small detachment was approaching them. Soon, Leon and Walter became visible, leading the detachment on horseback. Leon moved closer to Sylvester. The guy smiled and said that he was very glad that the man kept his word. Sylvester said he had come to see the weaknesses of the fallen house, and he was met by 100 heavily armed soldiers. Alan immediately realized that a traitor had infiltrated his ranks, as they had to enter the territory undetected. Sylvester took out his sword and cut off Kirchel's head, saying that it was just a performance in his honor. The first thing that caught my eye was that dark energy was emanating from the place where the severed head had been. Kirchel's head fell as if it had been cut off from a lifeless doll rather than from a living person. Kirchel glanced at Alan and said that only his master had the right to poke him with a sword. Energy flowed in dark streams from the head towards the body. In the neck area, the streams thickened, becoming almost black. Soon, Kirchel's head rose from the ground and joined his body. The man smiled and said that it was still quite an original experience. Sylvester looked at Kirchel with fear, saying that he had definitely cut his throat. Meanwhile, Kirchel slowly approached Leon. Alan came to his senses and said that the head of the Marvis house would pay in full for his insolence. Sylvester was confident that the small detachment of Marwas would not be able to defeat his army, and said that this was an insult to the greatness of his family. Leon pressed his fingers to his chin and said that wasn't quite true. The guy said that in order to deserve insults, Alan first had to be a threat. His words threw Sylvester off balance and he clenched his teeth. Leon said that if he had known he would lose, he would not have agreed to the fight. The guy raised his hand and mana began to flow from it like water. Leon said he only came here to put Sylvester in his place. Mana flowed onto the ground and spread into puddles. As the field was littered with pools of mana, small ripples began to form across them. The next moment, walking dead began to quickly emerge from these puddles. The monsters glared at their enemy, but did not approach him. waiting for their master's order. Alan froze in place, realizing that he was faced with necromancy. Leon said that Lord Sylvester gets to the root of the matter. The guy said Alan sounded like he was surprised to encounter necromancy while fighting a necromancer. Sylvester still couldn't come to his senses. The moment when he asked his knight what, in his opinion, was the most unfair thing that could happen to a person, was spinning in his mind. Then Alan said that the worst thing is to meet an overwhelmingly strong enemy against whom there is no chance of victory. It is useless to fight against such an enemy, and all that remains is to watch your world collapse. Then Sylvester said that the reason could only be a talent so incredible that it would make you tremble at just one glance. The man said that one should always consider probability, but this time he was wrong in his conclusions. At the moment, Leon's monsters were attacking Sylvester's squad, killing everyone in their path. Isaac was one of the first to enter the battle, getting rid of the living dead. The man looked at Leon, who commanded the monsters, and could not understand how it had come to this. In his understanding, they were fighting an ordinary boy, and no matter how much talent the boy had, he was still not ready for a brutal fight to the death. Isaac decided that in order to stop the battle, it was necessary to eliminate Leon himself, after which he rushed towards the guy. Walter blocked the man's path, deflecting his sword. Their jugs clashed in battle and both were confident of their victory, but one was driven by despair, and the other by duty and desire. Isaac delivered a blow that pushed them a couple of meters apart. In anger, the man asked who dared to stand in his way. Walter apologized and said that he would not let the knight approach his master, because that was his duty, and he would not back down from it. Walter smiled, looking forward to the fight in which he would be able to demonstrate what he had been studying all month. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Sylvester's squad and the living dead continued. Alan ordered a squad of mages to join the battle. Several people in cloaks stepped forward and began to cast spells. Streams of bright blue energy struck the enemy squad. Under this power, Leon lost control over the living dead. Alan drew his sword and called the vanguard knights to action. Sylvester rushed into battle and ordered the knights to attack the enemy altogether. The soldiers of House Sylvester began to break through the defenses of Marvus, moving deeper into the detachment. Leon watched this, but remained calm, as if he already had a plan. Following his warriors, Sylvester moved forward, trying to reach Leon. The man said that he is a ruthless person by nature. Alan said that whether it was an older brother or sister, the man never thought of them as soulmates. Leon looked at the man and asked if he really thought he was interested in hearing about the Sylvester family drama. Mana began to thicken around the boy, as if he was preparing to attack or defend himself. Alan said that their family matters were not so important, but the only scion of the House of Marvus, to whom everything was handed on a silver platter, would not be able to compete with him in courage. Sylvester raised his sword and asked if the young head of the Marvus family wanted revenge. Alan's sword was already stained with the enemy's blood. Sylvester pointed his sword at Leon and said that the boy would die here in vain, filled only with regrets. The next moment, Chief Marvus took out the Necronomicon and said that he had some corrections, and even two. Leon noted that Alan was wrong about two things. The boy reached out to the Necronomicon and said that he would explain everything to the man. The book began to feed on the guy's mana, gaining strength. The Necronomicon shone so brightly that Sylvester could not help but notice it. Leon's eyes were filled with determination, and he looked at the enemy without a shadow of fear. Alan, in turn, understood what kind of book was in front of him, so shadows of fear appeared in his eyes. Leon said the first mistake was that he was not tempted by revenge. Alan's second mistake was that Sylvester simply didn't have the strength to take Leon's life. A few days before, Marwus's detachment had set out and set up camp at a distance from the estate. Leon assembled a council consisting of himself, Pullen, Marvus, Crow, and Walter. They thought through in detail the plan for their squad's movement, and the route along which Crow would have to lead the enemy. Marvus listened attentively to Leon's plan without making any changes. However, when the report was completed, the demon said that over the centuries of existence, he had seen worse tricks. But this one was too risky. Marvus was not against carrying out the operation in this area, but everything else gave him doubts. Leon said they couldn't afford to err on the side of caution when the optimal solution was right in front of them. Crow joined the conversation and said that he believed in the master's plan. The monster looked at Marvus and asked what right a ball of fur had to give advice. Walter carefully said that he supported Leon's plan, but indicated that he respected Marvus's wisdom. Marvus fell onto the map and said that no one cares about his opinion, so they can do whatever they want. Pullen said that for his part, he was obliged to mobilize all his forces, because he could not leave Leon alone on the battlefield. Leon stood up from his seat and said that since everything had already been decided, they could begin to act. Before everyone left, Leon asked if he could ask Marvus one question. The guy pointed to his amulet and asked if the demon knew anything about the negative consequences of using it. Marvus looked closely at the pendant and said that he had no idea, but it was quite possible that it could be death. Crow approached Marvus and whispered that he was a pessimistic ball of wool. The demon told Leon that Rune had not revealed the whole truth, but that this amulet contained a power akin to poison, and it was difficult for the boy to withstand it in his current state. Leon reminded that it was Marvas who sent him for this amulet. The demon did not deny it, and said that they would still need it in the future. Marvas said that Leon was now strong enough for his purposes, and the gift he received was too outstanding for an ordinary vessel. However, the demon noted that the guy's potential was a fruit that had yet to ripen. Marvas also said that Leon's followers may be loyal to him, but mortals are not without flaws. The demon poked the guy in the stomach with his paw and said that he, as a mortal, could guess what might be on their minds. Marwas warned that people could turn against him at any moment, as happened with his father. The demon asked what made Leon believe that these mortals were worth risking everything for. The guy thought for a bit and was about to give his answer, which we will find out later. Now we return again to the moment of the battle between the houses of Sylvester and Marvas. Leon engaged in battle with Alan using the Necronomicon. The guy was determined to win, and it seemed like everything was going according to his plan. Sylvester came to his senses a little, and asked if Leon really thought he couldn't take his life. The next moment, Leon's eyes widened, shining brightly in the darkness. Alan immediately felt his entire body become heavy from the thick mana that emanated from the young head of the Marvas house. Sylvester hesitated for a few moments, and did not dare to come closer. Alan had only heard of mana the color of the blackest night with an aura of pure darkness before. The man was amazed that the boy used this power with incredible precision and caution. Leon addressed his faithful servants of the Marvas clan, wandering in the afterlife. Alan felt like every instinct he had was screaming. The man already guessed what kind of performance the guy was planning to put on in this battle. Alan had to stop him at any cost, so he ordered his men to prevent the boy from completing the spell. Meanwhile, Leon continued to read the spell and said that he, as the true heir of the Marvas family, calls his servants to arms. The boy ordered them to come to his call and perform their duty under his banner. The next moment, dense energy filled the space, infusing the corpses with life. The already defeated monsters rose again with weapons in their hands. However, this time they were joined by new dead people who rose from the ground. This sight caused Sylvester to completely lose the remnants of his sanity. Now before him was no longer a small detachment of people from the House of Marvas, but an entire army of the dead under the command of young Leon. Marvas watched all this from a distance. The demon swore that this boy was as wild and unruly as his predecessor, Velen. The amulet of greed shone brightly on Leon's chest, feeding him with the energy of his predecessors. The monsters grew more and more angry with each passing minute. The new living dead no longer resembled fallen warriors and began to resemble monsters. One of them was about 3 meters high, and with one blow got rid of several soldiers of the Sylvester army at once. The other monsters were deceased mages who retained their ability to use magic. They were no weaker than their forms in life, but now they were not constrained by the limits of life. Alan began to realize that they had fallen into a trap, as Leon had deliberately lured them to the cemetery. Sylvester continued to fight off the enemies and said that the guy had a whole army of the dead under his command. However, Alan's view soon changed. He noticed that Leon didn't look as good as he had when the battle began. The guy grabbed his chest, and it was obvious that he was in a lot of trouble. A few moments later, Leon started coughing and blood started coming out of his mouth. Alan told Leon to stop immediately, as he was risking his own life, and promised to spare the boy and his subjects. The man thought that the boy was senselessly risking his life, but Leon interrupted his speech. The boy recalled his conversation with Marvas in the tent of the camp. The demon then asked what made Leon believe in people who had already betrayed his house. Marvas would like the boy to refrain from taking risks until he reaches his full potential. The demon was confident that the boy would gain such power that would allow him to pity others and save their lives. Before Marvas left the tent, Leon stopped him. The demon turned to the guy, waiting for his answer. Leon asked why one had to wait for the fruit to ripen before picking it, when one could pick it first and then let it ripen. Leon acted according to this principle, and according to this same principle, he is not going to give up. Soon Sylvester's army was defeated, and only Alan remained alive. Sylvester breathed deeply, exhausted from the battle. Leon walked closer to the man, passing by his opponent's sword, which was now lying on the ground. The man was kneeling, his head bowed, and was afraid to even breathe. Leon towered over him, and now he was deciding the fate of the Sylvester house. Alan was facing defeat for the first time, but the new head of the Marvas house had a talent that brought him to his knees. Now his life was in the hands of a 14-year-old boy whom he considered an unworthy enemy. The clouds were gathering over their heads. Soon the ground was sprinkled with rain. The living dead stood behind Leon, who stood over Sylvester. Alan had already lost hope of winning, and remembered that the guy had said that his goal was not revenge at all. Leon looked at the dejected man and replied that everything was so. Sylvester reached out and grabbed the boy by the hem of his clothes. Alan bowed his head and asked for mercy, although he knew perfectly well that he did not deserve it. The man promised that he would never again stand in the way of the House of Marwas, and would not spread a word about its power throughout the empire. Alan continued to beg the head of House Marvas for forgiveness. Leon asked when they had become such close friends, that Sylvester would ask for such a favor. Alan raised his head and said that revenge only creates a vicious circle of hatred. However, as soon as the man met Leon's eyes, he realized that there would be no mercy for him. Sylvester froze in place, seeing the mood of the head of Marvis. The man began to shout that he was forced to do this and asked to understand him, because Leon himself was the ruler of the same noble house. Sylvester said that it was their duty to do everything necessary for the prosperity of their kind. Leon said that there was some truth in the man's words. The burden of responsibility of the head of the family is very heavy. Alan thought he had a chance, and said that under the monstrous pressure of duty, he did not dare to rush about, and was forced to commit all these atrocities. Leon turned his gaze to the man, and said that even taking all this into account, he did not see a single reason to spare Sylvester. Just a moment ago, Alan felt like he had managed to persuade the boy to spare him, but now he realized that he had been wrong. Leon took out his sword and said that he was not doing this out of personal grudges. The guy said that he would take Alan's life based solely on cold calculation, because the man's further existence has no meaning for the House of Marvis. All this time, Alan had been enduring and humiliating himself in front of the 14-year-old boy, but now his patience had snapped. The man called Leon an arrogant fool and promised that the boy would regret it, but it would be too late. Alan was about to say that the power the guy was using so carelessly was not child's play, but Leon interrupted him by cutting off his head. There was no shadow of doubt, fear, or joy on Leon's face. He looked tired and detached. For a while, the cemetery was filled only with the sound of rain. After a few moments, the living dead began to disappear from the battlefield. As soon as all the dead were gone, the mask of indifference fell from Leon's face, and a new wave of pain pierced his body. The last thing the guy said was that even without Sylvester, he knows the value of the power he uses. After this, Leon began to fall forward, losing consciousness. Walter rushed forward to catch his master. Marvis warned the boy not to worry about Leon, as he was suffering from a simple case of mana depletion. The demon was pleased, because the talent of young Leon was certainly not inferior to that of his ancestor. Marvis had only one question left. Could the boy cope with such enormous potential? A monster was brewing inside Leon, and even Marvis himself was unable to calm it. However, the demon believed that it was a risky deal in exchange for every bit of the boy's being. Marvis turned towards Sylvester's corpse and said that it was time for them to return to their daily business. Something flashed on Alan's back, on his clothes. Marvis said that demons began to actively interfere in the human world. Sylvester had a demonic symbol on his back, which the demon considered a bad sign. At that moment, Pullen and Crow, in the guise of Kirchel, were approaching Walter, who was holding Leon in his arms. The subjects brought the head of the Marwas clan to the estate, where he gradually began to come to his senses. The closest subjects, as usual, surrounded the bed of their young master, and Pullen was glad that the boy had come to his senses. The man began to say that he had failed in his duties, and should be thrown into prison for it, and Marvis only said that he would like to see it. Crow said the stupid furball was completely devoid of empathy, and the demon warned that it would not tolerate his insults forever. Leon sat up in bed and told Pullen that there was no need for him to be in prison, as the man had done his job perfectly. Walter said that after the leader's death, the Sylvesters would be on the verge of collapse, so there was no need to worry about another invasion anytime soon. Pullen echoed his words and said that under Leon's wise leadership, House Marvis would be back on its feet. However, the man added that, unfortunately, a new problem was coming. Leon turned his gaze to the man and asked what happened. Pullen bowed his head and said that he was very ashamed to talk about such a thing. However, the man still reported that Marwas's house was almost completely destroyed. Pullen said that they had a significant debt in their name, and these words made Leon amazed. Marvis asked what the problem was, since it was possible to send a demand to House Sylvester to pay reparations. Pullen said that this was the case before, but the ruling family had issued a royal decree prohibiting any demands for reparations from the House of Marwas. The demon came closer and asked why their house was being harassed. Pullen recalled that the noble houses of Reinhofer, Sadr, and Marvas belonged to the Dark Forces. Because of this, the imperial family tries to keep them in check. Pullen suggests that the imperial family will simply refuse any request for compensation, to prevent the House of Marvis from rising again. Marvis complained about the chaos that was going on in the country, and Leon asked how much the debt was currently. Pullen hesitated to reveal the amount, so he held out his hand, showing 5 fingers. Leon perked up a little and asked if they were talking about 5,000 gold pieces. However, Pullen looked away in response, which made it clear that the debt was greater. The smile gradually faded from Leon's face, and he asked if the debt was 50,000. Pullen, however, was still afraid to look up. Leon realized that they were talking about 500,000 gold coins, and said that this amount was almost impossible to pay. Pullen folded his arms and said the guy was unfortunately right. Leon asked what exactly he was right about, causing the man to sigh sadly. Pullen confirmed that the debt was 500,000 gold, and Leon immediately had a picture in his head of him and Marvas as poor wanderers. The guy was shocked by this news and even went into a stupor. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived in the lands of Marwas. It was Richard Flamel, the senior apprentice of the prestigious Magic Tower of Mages, the founder of the School of Aramith. The guy was met by a girl in a suit with long dark hair, and she said that she was glad to see him. Her name was Carlin. She was the head of the southern branch of the prestigious Sleepers organization, a ruthless moneylender. Richard tensed and said that he was sure that his school's debt to the Sleepers had long been repaid. Carlin said she wouldn't have come all this way for such a small debt, and she said her debtor wasn't Richard. The guy apologized and said that he had not yet fully recovered from the consequences of interacting with those who collect debts. Carlin winked and said that's why they strongly encourage customers to read the fine print. Richard turned his horse and said he had had enough of empty talk. The guy assumed that they were both eager to meet the same person. We returned to the room where the conversation about the Marvas family's debt took place. Pullen was upset that Leon learned about this dark side of his family. The head of the house was confused and could not find words. At that moment they were distracted by a knock on the door. Everyone in the room turned towards the door, but Leon still didn't say anything. Pullen walked towards the exit and said that he would go and see who had come to see them. Suddenly, Leon had a strange premonition that made him shudder. Marvas asked the guy what was wrong, but he said that nothing had happened. Pullen ran into the room and reported that guests had arrived at the estate. Leon still looked exhausted, but asked the man how many people had come. Pullen said 2 people came, a man and a woman. Leon thought it was not a good sign, but he had no choice. Meanwhile, the guests were shown into the waiting room and served tea. Leon tidied himself up and joined them. Richard thanked them for the hospitality and introduced himself as the head of the Aramith school. And Carlin said that she was the head of the southern branch of the Sleeping. Behind Leon stood Pullen, Walter, Marvas, and Crow. Leon sat opposite the guests and greeted them on behalf of the head of the Marvas house. Richard took a couple of sips of tea and smiled back at the guy. Carlin never touched her tea and continued to smile. Walter turned to Marvas and said that each of them posed a threat, and whether the demon was sure it was safe. Crow said that their master was stronger, so there was nothing to fear. Carlin joined the conversation and said that she had heard news that the Marvas had won the territorial battle. The girl congratulated Leon on his victory, and asked if the spoils of war would be enough to pay off the debt to the Sleepers. Leon asked about the amount owed, and Pullen whispered that at the time of the loan, the Marvas family was in an outrageously low account with their creditors. The man said that most of their debt would have to be paid to Lady Carlin. Leon knew that Carlin, the head of the southern branch of the Sleepers organization, was probably one of the largest criminal groups on the continent. The guy said that if a borrower doesn't make his payments, he's sold to black magicians for experiments. Carlin was amused by the fact that Leon already knew the intricacies of her work, and suggested that they get straight to the point. The guy agreed with this, and asked again about the size of the current payment. Carlin's view changed, and she said that they were forced to insist on an immediate payment of 10%. The girl said that after this, the Marvas house can pay the remaining 90% as they wish. Carlin also reminded about the 30% per annum of the principal amount. The girl handed Leon an envelope and advised him to pay as soon as possible. Leon was thinking about where they could get 400,000 gold at once. The guy understood that even with 30% per annum, this money would not be enough, because every year the debt amount increases by 120,000. Leon asked who could sign such an absurd contract. Pullen lowered his head and said that the contract was signed by Rune von Marvas himself. Leon sighed and thought about how his father managed to get into this debt hole. Richard intervened in the conversation and asked Carlin not to put pressure on the young lord and to give him the opportunity to enjoy his victory. The guy seriously doubted that Leon had such an overwhelming sum of money on hand right now. Carlin looked at Richard angrily and asked why he was interfering in business negotiations. The girl said that what she hates most is when she is interrupted in the middle of a conversation with clients. Carlin said that no one knows what price they will have to pay for careless words, and whether it will result in death. Richard started and rose from his seat, saying that he heard the girl. The guy headed towards the exit and said that he would return when they were finished, and Carlin picked up a cup of tea and said that it was a waste of good tea. When Richard left the hall, Leon was about to try to negotiate with the girl. Before he could say anything, Carlin warned him to think twice if he wanted to ask for an extension or say he didn't have the money at the moment. The girl smiled again and said that she had heard that from his father too many times already. Leon quietly asked if he should kill her quietly, but Marvas told the guy not to dare do that. The demon said that Carlin is not the kind of enemy who leaves the guy a chance. Marvas said the guy could try it if he wanted to be torn to shreds in a second. Crow said that at this rate they would be left without pants, and stated that he was disappointed in the contractor. Pullen said Lord Rune had acted with the best of intentions. Walter supported Leon and told him not to lose heart, because their master was very smart. However, Leon himself was not so confident that they would be able to get out of this situation dry. The guy thought for a while, and then asked permission to contact Carlin. The girl agreed, and then Leon asked her to have mercy on them. These words left even Carlin herself at a loss, and she lost her confidence and spirit. Pullen froze in bewilderment, because he had never heard such a tone from the young lord. Marvis was shocked by what was happening and didn't even try to say anything. Crow seemed to doubt his contractor's sanity even more. Even Walter, who had praised his master so much, was in confusion. Meanwhile, Richard was walking through the corridors of the Marvis estate. The boy thought about Leon von Marvis with a smile. Now Richard stopped in front of the portrait of Wellen von Marvis. Having arrived at this place, the boy was confident that the journey he had made was worth meeting the young lord. When he first met Leon, something made Richard flinch. As a magician, he saw what was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Richard sensed the vast reserves of mana circulating deep within Leon. The guy thought that it would be a great success if he could suddenly persuade Leon to join the Aramet magic school. Richard paused and thought that there was surely some way to gain the favor of the young lord of House Marvis. The magician raised his hand and blue particles of magic began to rise from his palm. Soon a sphere formed around the guy. Gradually it became less transparent and decreased in size. Within moments, she fit into Richard's palm. An old magician looked at the guy from the sphere and asked the head of the tower not to disappear so suddenly again. The old man reported that the entire academy was in an uproar over his absence. But Richard said he would explain everything another time. The guy said that he had something more important at the moment, which aroused the man's interest. Richard smiled and asked how many gold coins they had in their bins. The old man rubbed his head, foreshadowing that this question did not bode well. Meanwhile, Carlin came to her senses after Leon's request and admitted that the guy puzzled her. A fiery glow appeared on the girl's fingertip, and she asked if Leon thought the sleepers were some kind of gang of thugs. A small fireball shot from the girl's finger and smashed the cup standing in front of the head of Marvis. Carlin looked at the guy with burning eyes and said that they were more calculating than one might suppose. The tea slowly spread across the table and dripped onto the floor. Walter drew his sword and asked what right Carlin had to threaten his master. The girl said that only those who fail to repay their loan obligations will experience their wrath. Carlin became more serious, causing everyone in the room to flinch. Leon said again that they had no gold. The smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she asked what it meant. The head of Marvis openly said that they do not have a penny, and the treasury is completely empty. Carlin didn't expect such directness from Leon. However, a moment later she stood up and said that she now understood why the boy was shaking like a frightened puppy. Flames appeared around the girl, and she said that she would personally demonstrate what happens to defaulters. Leon was stunned and didn't know what to do next. At that moment, Richard burst into the room and shouted at Carlin to stop. The magician burst in just as the girl was about to get down to business, but the intrusion interrupted her. Richard had run into the hall so fast that he was now trying to catch his breath. Carlin was preparing to tear Leon apart. The girl's eyes glowed brightly with a yellow light, and the fire around her blazed ever stronger. Leon could have answered the girl, but Marvis warned him that it was useless. Richard realized that the matter could not be resolved without intervention. The guy blocked Carlin's way and told her not to dare bury the future young talents of Aramet. Leon was even more confused than before. Walter's expression immediately changed, thinking that the problem was solved. The ash-haired man approached the owner and said that he expected that the young master did have a plan. Leon, in turn, looked at Richard and roughly understood what he had in mind. The fire in Carlin's eyes began to fade gradually. Seeing that the girl was calming down, Richard turned his attention to Leon. After a few moments, the fire died down and the girl sighed. Leon was a little surprised that Carlin calmed down so quickly, even though Richard had interrupted her. After a few moments, Chief Marwas asked his subjects to leave. The guy said that they needed to settle things privately, but Marvis stayed with him. After some time, the guy realized that the essence of Richard's offer was that he would pay 10% of Marvis's debt if Leon officially joined Aramet. Leon repeated this again and asked if he understood it correctly. Richard smiled and drank tea, saying that the guy understood him correctly. The magician said that there was something curious about the recent territorial war with the Sylvesters. Richard was sure that Leon used necromancy. Chief Marvis asked why he thought so, and the magician replied that otherwise they would have lost. Richard was sure that Carlin had come here because she thought so too. The girl took a sip of tea and said that magicians were too sneaky. Carlin gave in and said that they believed that the head of the Marvis clan had regained the former power of that clan, so she went hunting. Leon asked if the girl really thought they were already able to pay off the debt. Carlin admitted that she had had such thoughts. However, the girl did not really believe that Marvis would be able to pay immediately, so she suggested postponing this conversation. Marvis began to understand that the girl had come with a specific purpose and was ready to let go of her debts for a while. Leon concluded that Richard wanted to hire him and Carlin wanted to pay off his debts. The guy said that he still doesn't understand the reasons for their confidence that the power of the great Necromancer has returned. Leon said they could win with the help of mercenaries or other aristocrats, but Carlin noted that all of that costs a lot of money. Richard said that he would never believe that this war could be won with money. That is why the magician first thought about necromancy, the unique power of the Marvis family. Richard considers this a great opportunity to bring necromancy back into the kingdom. Carlin said that if Leon had even a drop of Velen von Marvis's power, then bringing them closer together would be a good investment in the future. Leon noted that even if they became close, the Marvis family's debt would not go away. The smile disappeared from Carlin's face and her gaze became serious. The girl confirmed that the debt will not go away, because loan sharks are no joke. Carlin took a pistol out of her jacket. The girl pointed it at Leon, intending to explain what she meant. Richard rose from his seat and tried to calm the girl, worrying about the safety of the young necromancer. Carlin put the gun away and reiterated that debt collection remained her priority. At this point, the girl finished and left the room. Richard looked after her and sighed with relief, telling Leon that Carlin was a very powerful woman. Leon admitted that he didn't really trust the magician. Chief Marvis immediately noticed that Richard was emitting energy that was different from that of a human. Until this moment, Richard's face had always expressed fear and excitement, but now it was transformed. The magician raised his hand and said that the same applied to the head of Marvis himself. Richard pointed to Marvis and said that Leon had become entangled with one of the 72 demons. Marvis grinned, realizing that the magician could see him without any contract. The demon jumped off the table and assumed his true form. Marvis stood behind Leon and asked who Richard really was. At that very moment, horns began to appear on the magician's head. A long black tail appeared from under the hem of his clothes. Richard finally stopped hiding behind the guise of a frightened man and accepted his true form. Marvis immediately realized that it was a dragon in front of him, but he thought that they all died in the anti-magic war. Leon asked how the demon understood that Richard was a dragon, and the lion immediately pointed to the tail and horns, which were the distinctive features of this species. Richard said that he, too, was curious as to why one of the 72 demons had suddenly joined the people. The reasons were unknown to the dragon, but it was definitely somehow connected to the first chapter of Marvis. Leon told Richard not to worry, because Lord Marvis is on the side of humanity and is different from other demons. The demon confirmed his words and said that even though he was a demon, he did not share their views. Richard said that in that case, Marvis had no reason to interfere in human squabbles. Leon interrupted the conversation between the demon and the dragon and asked what was required of him, besides joining Aramit. The guy said he should know what he signed up for. Richard explained that the Aramit school is essentially for hermits. Leon will be paid for membership, and he, in turn, will have to strive to rise as a mage. Marvis and Leon didn't believe that was all, so the demon told Richard to lay it out as it was. The dragon said that they were too sensitive, but he would have told everything, even without unnecessary pressure. Richard said that Leon had no right to enroll in other schools, no matter the amount of money. The dragon said that these were all his conditions. Marvis asked if this was because they wanted to suppress their competitors. Richard said that this is one of the reasons, but the main one is something else. The dragon placed on the table a badge with the image of a demon, which Marvis had previously seen on Sylvester's clothes. Richard said that besides Aramith, there are 2 other prestigious magical schools. The dragon reported that one of them worshipped demons entirely. Marvis already guessed that the demons were up to something bad, and now he regretted that he had not woken up at least a little earlier. The demon asked Richard what they were trying to achieve. For a moment the room fell silent, as if even Richard himself was afraid to say it. The dragon revealed that this school seeks to revive the demon king, Baal. We are transported to the times of the Great War against the demons. This was the first full-scale battle between humanity and demons. It was a tragic event in which King Esteban found eternal peace. The king continued to fight the enemy until his very last breath. In the last minutes of his life, he released enormous energy. Magical energy turned into strong chains and entangled the demons. The enemy didn't even have a chance to move. Following the bonds cast by King Esteban came dark magic. Mana blacker than the darkest night enveloped the demons and pulled them along with it. Soon, the demons were securely locked away in the Necronomicon. During the time of this battle, lived Velen von Marvis, the first necromancer and founder of the Marvis family. As soon as the Necronomicon absorbed the monsters and demons, the man slammed the book shut. Velen had the typical Marvis appearance inherited from his ancestors. Black hair and green eyes. Once the Demon King Baal was sealed, the war ended. We return to the hall where Leon is talking to Richard. The dragon reported that during this brutal battle, King Esteban managed to seal Baal. However, over time, the seal has weakened to such an extent that the demon's awakening could happen at any moment. Leon said that according to his information, His Majesty Esteban had lost his mind. Head Marvis remembered the current king, who couldn't even move on his own, and asked if they were talking about him. Richard confirmed his suspicions and said that demons would always find loopholes. The dragon said that Leon himself should have already realized this, considering that Marvis was next to the guy. Leon remembered that many other races, including dragons, had died in that war. So now the guy understands that Richard is not lying. Headmaster Marwas asked whether his reluctance to join other schools was due to the fact that demons lurked in one of them. Richard responded positively and said that Leon should join Aramit, because he was sure that with them he would discover many new things. Marva said that it would require a lot of money, and Richard replied that they could not solve the financial problems of the Marva's house forever. Leon asked if there was any way for him to earn money regularly, since a debt of 500,000 gold pieces was quite a burden. Richard understood the boy's concerns, so he thought about the issue. Soon an idea came into the dragon's head. Richard said that it was possible to join the Adventurers Guild. Plus, Carlin was just a close person of the leader of this guild. The dragon said that if the guy copes with orders and reaches the gold badge, he will be able to earn 1,000 gold coins per order. Leon immediately imagined how much money he could earn in addition to paying off his debt. The boy immediately bowed and asked her to put in a good word for him with Miss Carlin, and Marvis called him pathetic because of this. Crow appeared nearby and told the demon to stop insulting the master, as he did it on the spur of the moment. Marvis asked why he decided so, and the monster replied that the old man told them so. The demon immediately realized that their conversation was being eavesdropped on and slapped himself on the forehead. Richard turned towards the door, addressing Carlin, who was surely eavesdropping on them. The dragon asked if the girl would help them with this matter. Carlin opened the door and said that Richard was very insightful. Leon looked at the girl pitifully, and looked as if his life depended on her. But what attracted Carlin most was the demon sitting on the table. Richard immediately got up from the table and introduced Marvis to the girl. The dragon said that Marvis is a demon on the young lord's side. Carlin pressed her hand to her forehead, as if she had a headache, and said that they were always nothing but trouble. Richard had already assumed his human form and was smiling at the girl. After some time, they set out to talk to the Adventurers Guild. Leon was accompanied by Marvis, Carlin, Richard, Walter, and Crow, who had taken the guise of an ordinary man. Carlin asked if she really had to accompany them, but Richard replied that for money she could at least do something. Leon asked Marvis what an Adventurers Guild was, but the demon himself didn't know, as there had never been one in the past. Carlin heard them and said that the guild is a place where people go with various assignments. The girl said that it was possible to take group orders and split the profits among the group members. You can also work for yourself and take all the rewards for yourself, and talented people earn a lot. However, an ordinary person without abilities will simply rot without a trace on the first mission. Marvis concluded that it was just a large lamp for moths to burn in. Richard said that things weren't as bad as they might seem, because the Adventurers Guild was neither a good nor a bad place. With their recommendation, you can easily get a job as a knight or magician even in another country. And this is the most profitable job for those who are skilled in something. Leon asked to tell him more about the gold badge and ranks. Richard happily agreed, but entrusted it to Carlin, which began to anger the girl. However, the girl quickly moved away and said that there are 5 ranks in the guild. They are awarded badges of different power categories in order of increasing skills: copper, silver, gold, platinum, and titanium. By achieving a rank, an explorer gains access to missions that pay accordingly. Leon suggested that the best earning option was for those with a titanium badge. Richard said that it was certainly true, but it was unlikely, so he didn't even mention it to the guy. The dragon said that there were hardly a dozen holders of the titanium badge on the entire continent, and the tasks they were assigned were valued at tens of thousands of gold coins. Richard said that there are not many orders of such rich quality in the world. Soon the detachment arrived at a city surrounded by walls. Right at the gate, Carlin stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. The girl handed the pass to the guard, and told Leon that first he needed to at least get a copper badge. Carlin said that the Empire's laws make it somewhat difficult for newcomers to advance. Richard asked the girl not to push things too hard, after which he turned towards the tavern. Once inside, the dragon said that they should start with a small test, after which he announced that they had arrived at their destination. Leon examined the premises, which was originally supposed to be an inn. Seeing a hall with many mercenaries relaxing at tables, the guy realized that they had arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Leon walked forward and looked around, not focusing on the people. A girl with short white hair watched him from the corner of the room. The girl held a cup in her hand and said that some problematic clients had wandered in. The stranger seemed to be talking to herself, without attracting the attention of the visitors. She watched them from the side, studying them. At first, no one noticed the appearance of guests in the guild. The members of the Adventurers Guild continued to chat cheerfully. Carlin led all her companions forward. As soon as the girl appeared in the center of the hall, the cheerful conversations immediately died down. All the guild members immediately recognized the girl. Rumors began to spread throughout the room that the girl had such a greedy look that no one would want to borrow money from her. Everyone wondered what she was doing in the guild building, and everyone also recognized her companion as the head of the Aramit school, Richard. Even the men remarked on how handsome and young the guy was, and how he was already the head of a magic school. One of the guild members indignantly said that even the beer had spoiled as a result of their visit. Richard followed behind Carlin with a smile on his face, and looked around, catching unflattering conversations about himself. The guy quietly said that apparently everyone here hated him. Carlin told him to stop talking and move forward, because they shouldn't care about people like these mercenaries. Leon came a little closer to the girl and asked where the man they were looking for was. The guy said that he did not feel the presence of any incredibly strong people in this place at all. Marvis, sitting on Leon's shoulder, asked if the boy really couldn't feel the mana aimed at them. At that moment, Crow shuddered as if he had been struck by electricity. After pausing for just a second, the monster moved after the contractor. Marvus, who was in front with Leon, was happily wagging his tail with a bright red tassel at the end. Leon closed his eyes to listen to his feelings. After a few moments, the guy felt as if they were all in a magic circle. Leon turned to Marvus and said that he felt something now. At that moment, the same white-haired girl who had previously been sitting in the corner of the room jumped out at the guy. The girl looked at Leon predatorily and pulled her sword from its sheath. Carlin reacted instantly and pulled out her pistol. Feeling the barrel at the back of her head, the blonde stopped, holding the sword next to Leon's neck in the place where Marvus had been sitting just a second ago. All the members of the Adventurers Guild looked at what was happening in shock. Leon couldn't move, as if he was immobilized. Carlin chuckled and said that Rally had become more aggressive since their last meeting. The blonde turned around when she heard her name. Rally recalled that she had asked Carlin not to call her by her first name so thoughtlessly. The girls definitely knew each other. But until now, it remained a mystery whether they were friends or enemies. Leon attracted the attention of the girls, and asked Rally if she was really the strongest one here. The girl put away her sword and asked if she had given the boy the right to speak, after which she asked who he was. Marvus thought that Rally was a real monster, perhaps much stronger than everyone present. Leon introduced himself to the girl as the head of the Marvus clan. The guy seemed to be asking if he had the right to speak after his identity had become known. Perhaps this really did change something for Rally, because within a few minutes they were sitting in a separate room, which Walter remained to guard. All the other members of the squad were invited inside for a cup of tea. Rally took her cup and said that she had heard rumors that the head of the Marvus clan had changed. However, there was something that confused and irritated the girl the most. She didn't know that the new head of the family was a 14-year-old boy. Carlin said that Leon's magical potential was incredible and vouched for it. Rally didn't like all this and asked what they were doing in this humble abode. And Carlin replied that she was forced by circumstances. The blonde said that what was equally strange was that Leon was traveling with a demon, which made him very strange. Marvus immediately shouted that the girl should immediately apologize to his contractor, and Crow took up his statement. While Crow and Marvus were again engaged in a quarrel with each other, Leon said that he had debts that he needed to pay off. The guy said that he came here to find a job. Carlin asked Rally if the ability to work anonymously was one of the guild's most enticing features. The girl said there was no reason to refuse Leon, and Richard supported her. Rally said that the guy and the girl were quite convincing, but reminded them that you can die on missions. Leon said that death is a faithful companion of the House of Marvus, and Richard had already warned him about this. The guy said that there was no worse fate than not paying off the bills with Carlin. Rally immediately remembered Carlin's workers who collect debts and agreed with him. The girl spilled tea from her cup on the table and said that she would give Leon a chance. The drink immediately spread into several squares placed together. The same squares appeared on the floor in the hall where the guests were sitting. Leon felt as if they were locked in a cage of pale bars. Marvus told Leon that it was some kind of teleportation magic, and admired the ease with which Rally used such a complex formula. The demon said that this sorceress is extremely gifted. Soon they were transported to a spacious hall, along the walls of which stood rows of statues in the form of knights. All the guests began to look around the new room. Rally stood up and walked deeper into the room. The girl said that the entrance test was quite easy. She approached the statues and said that among them there was only one that contained mana, and Leon only needed to find it. Rally said that the task was given 30 minutes to complete, and if the guy failed, he would return home. The girl asked the guy if he was ready, and he replied that he would try to do it. Rally said the countdown had begun, and asked Carlin to get the hourglass ready. Carlin sighed and said that she was already tired of all this, but agreed to help just this once. The girl created a large hourglass, which immediately turned over, starting to count down the time. Leon walked along the rows of huge statues and peered at each of them. The guy was trying to identify his target when he heard a noise. Rally pretended to forget to mention that these statues were quite nimble. At that moment, one of the statues came to life and raised a giant sword over Leon. The guy froze in place, because now this sound was coming from all sides. Marvus shouted to Leon to get ready for battle. Immediately after this, one of the statues brought down its sword on the head of the Marwas clan. Luckily, Leon managed to jump aside. The force of the blow was so great that it destroyed the floor under the boy's feet. Leon was only distracted by the destroyed floor for a second when another statue flew towards him. The guy leaned over, causing the blow to miss again. Carlin sighed in frustration, but it wasn't clear what exactly upset her, Leon dodging, or the fact that he had gotten into this situation in the first place. Richard said that Lady Rally had made the test too difficult, as even experienced wizards would have difficulty passing it. The magician said that Leon had outstanding talent, but he was still too young. Carlin disagreed with him and noted that Leon was a young man who knew only too well what happened to the weak and innocent. The girl said that the guy's chances were slim, but suggested not to interfere and just watch. At that moment, Marvus was thinking that the statues themselves weren't particularly powerful, but finding a real golem among them was almost impossible. The demon sat on Crow's head and thought that the mana embedded in the golem was too insignificant. Crow said the task was difficult, but even a stupid cat would understand that the contractor would fight. However, Marva seemed to be plagued by some doubts. He could only watch as Leon went through his ordeal, as he couldn't help him. Marvis continued to ask himself what Leona would do. Raleigh also watched the fight and thought it was too risky to accept such a child into the guild. The girl knew from experience that even great talents were capable of breaking these lands. The only one who had no time to think was Leon. He stoically dodged every blow, trying to figure out where the golem was among the statues. The guy looked closely at each statue and made his plans. Seeing Leon, who jumped aside again, the statues moved towards him again. The guy decided to take advantage of the fact that the statues were still too far away, and began to release mana. Sensing the alien force, the statues stopped, as if something had nailed them to the floor. Leon continued to release more and more mana to subjugate all the statues to himself. Soon, all the statues were completely immobilized. The guy looked at them and said that this option was the most effective. Everyone present froze in shock. Marvis began to understand what Leon had planned, but he couldn't believe it. Leon recalled that Marvis himself had taught him that he would not always have an abundance of black magic spells at his disposal. The guy realized that he needed to be able to cope with what he always had. Leon activated dark magic and summoned spears of darkness. Marvis and Crow couldn't believe what their new contractor had done. Carlin and Richard were also shocked, because they know what kind of spell it is. With a wave of his hand, 100 spears of darkness headed towards the statues. One after another, they hit the target, shattering the stone into pieces. This spell alone was enough to deal with an entire squad of giant statues. Soon, everything was over, and only the sound of falling stones could be heard throughout the hall. Absolutely all the statues were destroyed at once. Marvis chuckled and said that this was crazy. Carlin came closer and picked up a piece of stone from the floor, after which she said that Leon's mana reserves and control were impressive. However, the girl reminded that the goal of the test was to find a statue in which mana was invested. Carlin turned to the others and said that Leon had failed the test after all. Richard said that the guy still had one way to pass the test. The magician said that if Leon figured out how to use this method, then he would simply have to get it to the Aramet school. His words made Carlin freeze in place, guessing what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Leon stood up from behind the debris and began casting a spell. The boy addressed the wandering spirit of the afterlife and asked to hear his call as a descendant of the Marwas clan. Rock fragments began to slowly rise into the air. Leon commanded the wandering spirit to open its eyes and rise. The next moment, stones larger than before began to rise into the air. The stones were united together, following the order of the new master. Raleigh already thought that the guy had failed the test, but now she couldn't take her eyes off what was happening. Carlin immediately realized that Leon had actually used the method that Richard had spoken about earlier. The magician himself looked at Leon with admiration and a shadow of fear, and understood that the guy had a plan from the very beginning. Mana is identical to life force, meaning that a creature filled with it can be considered alive, which is why a necromancer will be able to summon it after killing it. Richard watched Leon and said that the guy, contrary to everyone's expectations, would go far. Carlin admitted that the guy is an outstanding sorcerer. Initially, the girl thought that the most impressive thing about Leon was his mana, but now the guy has found an incredible use for it in a short time. The only one who didn't say anything during this time was Raleigh. The girl approached Leon and asked how he did it. The guy replied that he just killed everyone and then raised the only living creature. Raleigh asked why the guy thought the statue was alive. Leon said that based on his knowledge, golems are considered alive. The guy pointed at the summoned golem and said that this golem was real, since it had mana. Leon raised his head and noticed the hourglass that had been flying above their heads all this time. There was still sand left in the top compartment, indicating that the guy had completed the test within the allotted time, so he asked if the test had been passed. Raleigh smiled and said that the guy was something else, but he said that it was just the tactical thinking that every head of a noble house should have. The girl agreed to accept Leon into the guild and promised him a silver badge, since a bronze one was too weak for the owner of such enormous power. Carlin was surprised by this action, because Raleigh had never given a silver badge at the start before. Richard said he had so many discoveries on this trip and Leon turned out to be extraordinary, to which Marvis said that it was not surprising, knowing who taught the boy. Crow immediately said that the furball doesn't even know how to accept compliments properly. Leon no longer paid attention to the fact that the demon and the monster were constantly arguing. While everyone was discussing what had happened, Walter entered the testing room. The guy immediately realized that Leon had to deal with golems. Walter knew that most golems were of magical origin. However, there are also cases when a real living entity with a core turns into a golem. Using this unique trait as a basis, Leon was able to find the real golem among those created using magic. Walter never doubted for a second that his master would cope with the task. Raleigh, meanwhile, acknowledged that the case was truly unprecedented. The girl was not happy to admit it, but Leon had everything she needed. Leon thanked Raleigh for the praise, but immediately turned the topic to the question of the average mission earnings for the silver badge. Everyone was surprised by the guy's thirst for money and straightforwardness. But Carlin still said that the earnings amounted to about 300 gold coins. However, it all depends on the difficulty of the mission, so this won't be enough for Leon. Carlin said that given the amount of the principal debt, Leon should hurry to earn the gold badge. Richard said it was a pretty good start, as he'd thought it would be years before the guildmaster would even condescend to award a silver badge to a newbie. Raleigh told Leon that he would receive the first mission and accompanying instructions tomorrow, and for now, they should return to their place and rest. Leon bowed to the girl and thanked her for her time. Raleigh didn't answer him and just waved her hand. At that moment, all the remaining broken statues began to come together. One after another they rose up and moved to their places. Soon they were all standing in their places in the same position they had been in before the battle began. For a while the hall fell silent. Walter was surprised that Raleigh restored all the statues with a snap of her fingers. The guy knew that the girl's mana was impressive, but her control over her powers amazed him no less. Richard turned to Leon and said that since they were done with this, it was time to take a break. After a while, Raleigh returned to her room, changed into her home clothes, and sat down to think about today. The girl was tormented by thoughts about the limits of the new member of the Adventurers Guild. Leon had only recently discovered his talent, but he could already handle such complex spells as the Dark Spears. Raleigh already thought that the test would end there, but the candidate suddenly discovered a completely unprecedented method that ultimately allowed him to pass the test. The girl understood that the task of recognizing a golem filled with life force would indeed not present any difficulty for the young lord. However, Raleigh noticed that at the end the guy seemed to hesitate. It was only for a moment, but it still caught his attention. The girl came to the conclusion that Leon was trying to hide his powers from prying eyes. Raleigh knew very well that the Marvis family always stood on the brink of life and death. However, after a long decline of the race, they were finally able to obtain the monster. But there was something else that was bothering the girl. Raleigh walked out onto the balcony, watching the full moon in the sky. The girl was very worried about Leon's lifeless eyes. Raleigh didn't understand where the guy's gaze was directed or what he was thinking about. The next day, the previous lineup gathered in the break room where their previous conversation had taken place. Raleigh awarded Leon a silver badge and handed him a parchment with his first mission. The guy looked at the extended scroll for a few seconds, then accepted it and began to read. The scroll spoke of the city of Chalice and the head of the religious sect of Ardenism, a worshipper of Arden, the goddess of creation. The task was to find this priest and capture him. Raleigh confirmed his conclusion and reported that Chelsea is a city south of the capital. The girl said that rumors about the priest's corrupt practices were already circulating around the world, so Leon must complete the mission with all diligence for a reward of 100 gold coins. Carlin found the mission too difficult and asked if it was too harsh on a newcomer. The girl's eyes met, and a silent argument clearly began between them. After a while, Raleigh said that given Leon's skills, this task would not be difficult. Richard assumed that death traps were a possibility, but was glad that this task would help Leon move forward. Leon agreed to the task and said that he would try his best. Raleigh warned that if he failed, the guy would be demoted to bronze level, and Chief Marvis considered this fair. The guild leader turned to Richard and Carlin, allowing them to help as much as they could, which greatly angered the girl. Richard was happy to support Leon on his first mission, but Carlin didn't like being forced to do something she didn't have to do again. Leon didn't pay attention to this, bowed and thanked for the help given to him. The boy said that his father taught him that any help should be accepted with gratitude. Crow laughed at his contractor's impudence, and Marvis noted that this was a distinctive feature of the guy, like any demon. Walter didn't quite understand these words and reminded that Leon was not a demon. Marvis stopped laughing and glared at Walter. The guy immediately understood what this look meant. For the rest of the time, Walter looked away, pretending that he was not in the room at all. Leon, meanwhile, promised that he would not let them down because they desperately needed money now. We are transported to the city of Chalice, where Leon's mission will lead him. In the temple, two priestesses stood in front of the altar and offered prayers. The priest, who had become Leon's main target, approached the girls. The man apologized to his daughters. The girls did not take their eyes off the vessel with water. The man said that only one of them would rise as a divine miracle maiden, embodying the blessing of the holy will of the Creator. In order not to interfere with the sun, alone in its rising, the second is doomed to oblivion. However, at the end of their journey, they will still become one. To carry out this plan, one of the twins must die. Faith on the continent is basically divided into two opposing teachings. One is addressed to the goddess who created this world, and the one who is behind the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Her name is the winged goddess Arden. Statues of this goddess stand in temples. This side of the teaching is worshipped by the Ardennes Church, the Servants of Light. The second teaching is addressed to the devil and his army of 72 demons, including Baal, the king of the demons. This movement is called the Cult of the Resurrection of the Devil. With the exception of a few outcasts, most lean towards faith in Arden. Among them are the Chosen Ones, whom the goddess endowed with divine power. They are revered throughout the continent as holy virgins who perform miracles. We return to the main character, who is currently on his way to the city of Chalisi. Leon's team chose a carriage as their mode of transportation, and hired a coachman who was clearly frightened of something. The man kept glancing excitedly through the mirror towards the cabin. There was a slightly tense atmosphere in the carriage, and Richard's smile made it even more tense. Leon glanced at the coachman from time to time, but his movements were restricted by Marvis, who was sitting between his legs. The boy remembers how the coachman reacted when they approached him and asked him to take them to Chelsea. There were 5 people in front of the man, half of whom were well known among the locals. The coachman then said that it was difficult to get to Chalisi because of religious unrest, and even pilgrims had stopped visiting this place. The man asked why they needed to go there, and Richard replied that it was a long and boring story. The magician began to understand that the coachman could not be persuaded with simple words, so he gave Carlin the opportunity to enter into negotiations. The girl no longer spoke with words, but in the usual way, with the help of the jingle of gold coins. Carlin threw the bag of money on the table in front of the coachman, and it opened, revealing a huge sum of money. The girl said that this gold would clearly explain to the man everything he needed to know. Carlin also mentioned that otherwise, they would be happy to look for someone else, because there are always unpretentious cabbies. After these words, the coachman immediately grabbed the bag of money, and said that if his safety was guaranteed, he would be happy to take them. Now the man was already driving his customers to Chelsea and thought that the gold had clouded his mind at that moment, but now he is not so sure. The town of Chalisi is an unfortunate victim of the religious strife that swept through this land. The newly appointed cardinal vowed to protect the archbishop, but ultimately succumbed to the pressure that fell upon him. Rumor has it that all this happened because of holy power. The long absence of a new miracle-working saint was a death sentence for the shaken faith in Arden. At this rate, rumors about the disappearance of divine blessing from the face of the earth will only grow stronger. Thinking about this, the coachman already regretted that he had agreed to go to this damned city. Meanwhile, Leon was going over the mission in his head, and came to the conclusion that they were going to uncover Archbishop Cardona's corruption crimes. Walter said that sounded problematic enough, but Marvis said he didn't care much about that holy rabble. The demon said that Leon should not worry about this, because with his current power, all these good manners would not be comparable. Richard stopped smiling and said that he would hope that everything would be just like that, because during the time that Marvis was gone, the human species had become much stronger. The dragon is sure that people are not strong enough to defeat them, but still, they should not be underestimated. Carlin also said that the mission involves a clergyman. There is hardly a person on the entire continent who has not been touched by the faith in Arden, even if the faith has been experiencing difficulties since the disappearance of the Holy Virgins. Richard suggested that the whole problem was that Holy Virgins historically appeared only in the lineage of priests. The magician is sure that it couldn't be otherwise, but now everything is much more serious. Leon already knew that the priest had twins instead of the canonical only child. It is therefore not surprising that all church foundations are collapsing, since only one descendant can inherit divine power. Walter asked if it was true that power could not be shared between sisters. Marwas replied that any supernatural power that is passed down through a family cannot be divided between 2 people. The demon was sure that one of the daughters would inevitably die. All this time, Richard watched Leon's reaction, and the more time passed, the more he realized one thing. The new head of the Marvas clan is a very strange person, simply incomprehensible. After some time, the carriage stopped. The coachman informed his companions that they had arrived at the destination. Before them appeared the religious center of the continent, the sacred city of Chalisi. Meanwhile, the archbishop's butler had already learned of the guests' arrival. A gray-haired man with a beard walked towards his master to inform him about the guests. It seemed as if the estate was empty, as not a single worker had been seen during the entire time. Even the doors to the archbishop's office were unguarded. The butler entered the office and announced that representatives of the guild had arrived and accepted the request. The old archbishop was distracted from his work. He asked if the butler was sure they were not in cahoots with Imperial intelligence. The butler said that the Boundless Lotus Guild assured that they were not spies. The archbishop said the confidentiality of this case is a top priority, as it is all necessary to save his daughter. After some time, Leon's team reached the archbishop's estate. They were met at the threshold by Glazer, the archbishop's chief butler. Richard smiled and asked if Glazer had filed a request to investigate the archbishop's corruption. The butler confirmed his suspicions, and said that he did not expect that the head of Aramid himself would honor them by fulfilling his request. Richard apologized, and said that he was not the one performing. The butler asked who was then entrusted with their task, and Leon immediately replied that the mission was entrusted to him. There was silence for a moment while Glazer looked at the boy. The butler asked if the boy was too young, since their mission had to be carried out in the strictest secrecy from the archbishop. Instead of answering, Leon handed the man a Silver Adventurers Guild badge, which greatly puzzled the man. Leon interrupted Glazer and said that before he got down to business, he had one question. The boy asked whether the Archbishop's two daughters, who disappeared without a trace, had opposed their father's will. This question left the butler stumped. Behind the man, a few meters away from them, two silhouettes appeared, which attracted Leon's attention. Soon the silhouettes became clearer, and the guy was able to make out two twin girls. Leon pretended not to notice them, and continued to look at the butler, waiting for his answer. For a long time the man remained silent, because he did not expect such directness from the boy. However, Glazer finally gave in and said that they should discuss it in a secluded place, since the story would take a lot of time. After some time, the butler gathered everyone in a small hall. All the guests sat on one side of the large table, and Glazer and the Archbishop's two daughters sat on the other. The butler reflected on what the Holy See had come to. He kept a close eye on the boy the guild had sent to solve their problems. Leon waited patiently for Glazer to speak. The butler was saddened by the fact that although Chelsea's influence had weakened in recent times, this still did not justify sending them a green youth. Leon sensed the man's doubts and said that before getting to the main point, he would like Glazer to cast aside any unnecessary doubts. The boy's eyes flashed unkindly, and he mentally asked if the butler had understood him. Glazer winced as the boy's words echoed in his head, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his temple. Leon mentally said that practice would show whether he could provide assistance to the proper extent. The butler wondered if the boy was a telepath, but he understood that only an advanced mage could use this spell. Leon mentally said that there was no need for hypocrisy, since he knew that the request had been initiated directly by His Eminence. The guy realized that he had scared Glazer with his abilities, so he decided to get down to business. Leon also mentally suggested that the man lay all his cards on the table and explain to them the background of the problem. Glazer could no longer doubt the boy's abilities and understood that he could not be fooled. The butler clasped his hands tightly as they lay on the table. Glazer bowed to the boy and said that he understood him. The man looked up and asked permission to explain to them all the intricacies of this matter. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that the matter was more complicated than initially expected. We are again transported to the church, where not only the Archbishop is conducting his service, but also his two daughters. The girls are two halves of a whole, but in order to be together, one of them must die. The Archbishop often came to watch his daughters serve. He watched as the Blessed Maiden's golden glow was divided between her daughters, preventing them from reaching their full potential. The man was shaken by the realization that the prophecy was indeed true. The Archbishop feared for the future of his daughters, and asked the church minister what awaited his beloved daughters. The woman apologized to the man, and said that the saint's divine power was divided between the girls. The minister tried to convey to the Archbishop that in order for the power to be fully utilized, one of the girls would have to die. The man started shouting that he would not sign the death warrant of one of his own daughters in order to get the full amount of Mila. At that moment, the door to the main hall of the church opened. 3 men entered the room, one of whom was carrying a scroll on a stand. The man with silver hair walked straight up to the Archbishop. The man apologized for the intrusion and introduced himself as Caliban, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Knights. Caliban extended his hand towards the scroll and said that by the power given to him by His Majesty, he would announce to Archbishop Chelisi the will of the ruler. The man read out that the son of the Empire, Emperor Esteban, had given the order that there could not be 2 suns under this sky. The letter stated that the Holy See must certainly understand this. Esteban ordered that when the bishop's 2 daughters reached adulthood, one would continue to live as a miracle virgin. The second girl must rest in peace and serve as a complement to the saint's divine power. The girl will be executed by burning in the fire in the name of cleansing the false saint from her sin. The Archbishop immediately objected and asked how the king, being a father himself, could demand that he burn his own child. Caliban smiled and said that Esteban was a father to all his people, and therefore took this sacrifice as close to his heart as the Archbishop. After this, the Commander-in-Chief turned towards the exit and said that they were finished here. The Archbishop remained where he was, stunned by this news and the king's will. The man fell to his knees, calling out to the Mother Goddess. Kneeling next to the statue of the goddess, the Archbishop called out to her. He asked why she was sending him such tests. The Archbishop said that first the goddess snatched the twins from his care, and now she wants to take one of them for herself. The man asked what he had done to deserve this. The sisters were saddened by their future fate, and they were pained to see their father suffering. Now we return to the hall where the butler told this story to the envoys from the guild. For a while the hall fell silent. Richard concluded that for decades now, no miracle maiden capable of inheriting divine power had appeared. Now the Archbishop has given birth to twins who have an equal right to Arden's blessing, so the divine power is divided. Richard asked if his words were correct, and the butler confirmed everything. Glazer said that he wished to save the lives of both of His Eminence's daughters, and so he sent a request to the guild. The man understood perfectly well that this was a crime against the will of the Emperor. However, he was confident in his actions, as he had been working for the benefit of the Archbishop for many years. Leon said he listened to the butler's story and asked if he could now speak directly with the victims of the tragedy. Glazer gave his consent, but Leon asked to talk in private. The butler went into another room, because now he completely relied on the boy's abilities. Leon looked at the twins for a moment, waiting for him to start questioning them. However, the guy only knelt down next to the girls. Leon spoke softly to the girls to draw their attention to his question. The guy asked if anyone was willing to sacrifice their life for another. Marvis perked up and asked where the boy's politeness had gone, but Leon said that it often came at the expense of efficiency. The guy promised that he would look for a way to solve the problem without casualties, but this would incur the Emperor's wrath, so it could still lead to the death of one of the sisters. Carlin and Richard were shocked by the guy's directness. Walter and Crow also didn't know how to behave. After a moment of silence, Leon said he would ask the question again. The boy asked if one of the sisters was ready to sacrifice herself of her own free will. The girls looked at each other, puzzled by this question, and one of them said that she did not know what to answer. Leon continued to look at them, waiting for a full answer to his question. The girls' fate was difficult, because people came up with the nickname Miracle Maiden. Although there was nothing so grandiose about them. They were nothing more than bearers of a curse from the day they were born. People came up with this in order to save their minds from the attacks of monsters and demons. It was easier to believe in something higher than to rely on one's own strength. One day, during an attack by demons on the city, the Archbishop, the twins' father, said that sacred virgins were needed at all times. At that moment, they could not resist the demonic threat without divine light. The knight burst onto the Archbishop's balcony and said that it was dangerous to stay there. The man said that they had better go somewhere else. However, the Archbishop remained on the balcony, as if he had lost his mind. The man screamed that the demons did not deserve his forgiveness in this life or the next. He believed that those who turn their backs on divine power will get what they deserve. After some time, the Archbishop learned that his wife Leah was pregnant. The woman was grateful to the goddess and prayed for her day and night. She considered it a great honor that their child would become the next sacred virgin. The Archbishop supported his wife, but said that great honor comes with great responsibility and duty. The man admitted without embarrassment that this future frightened him. The Archbishop feared that their child would receive the honors due to a holy virgin, but at the same time would be exploited as an instrument of faith. The woman touched her husband's hand with her hand. The man came out of his thoughts and looked at his wife. The woman told him not to be afraid, because she would raise their child strong enough and would train her herself. Leia only asked to be allowed to name their daughter Alicia. The woman said it was a name given in the hope that people all over the world would be able to enjoy a heavenly world on earth, Elysium. Leia smiled and asked if her husband, like her, thought the name suited their daughter. Unfortunately, not everyone is given the opportunity to enjoy their mother's wisdom personally. The difficult birth completely exhausted Leia's strength. The woman left this world without even having time to greet her daughters. The Archbishop was beside himself with grief, and nothing could calm him down. The tragic fate of the girls cannot be denied, since from birth they were accompanied by misfortune, and it inevitably had to mark their end. It was a cruel joke of fate that could not be corrected. Such was their test, sent to them by the goddess. Everything became clear the moment they were born. Now they too stand at a crossroads of difficult choice, an answer to Leon's question. The girls thought for a while about what they should do. The older twin said she would humbly bow her head to protect her sister. However, the younger one interrupted her and said that she should die, since her sister was born first. The younger sister said that only the elder one could fulfill mother's will. The younger one insisted that her sister was superior to her in everything, and therefore she was the fake. The older sister burst into tears and said that she didn't want to hear such things. Leon said he would not pretend to understand much about the matter, but asked permission to sum it up. The guy came to the conclusion that both girls were ready to sacrifice their lives, so he didn't understand what the problem was. Marvis reminded Leon that they had to save both lives and not leave them to fate, because if even one died, they would receive no reward at all. Leon struck his fist into his palm and said that the Lord was as insightful as ever, and his wisdom could not be denied. The guy said that in that case, the only option that would suit them would be if they all stayed alive, for which the older sister thanked him. The girls asked that their father not be harmed, since he was not guilty of anything, and had tried his best in his post all his life. Leon agreed with them, and asked them to tell him a little more about the trials that befell them. The boy remembered that one of them was going to be burned at the stake, and his older sister said that this would happen in 2 days. The girl said that as long as they had no other plan, she would take on this sacrifice. The younger sister objected, but was unable to dissuade her twin. Leon knew they were running out of time, so he said he intended to find out if there was any reasonable way out of the situation. Richard suggested that they first make sure that there were marks that would distinguish the saints. Leon asked the girl to show him the marks, but they became embarrassed and said that their position was somewhat embarrassing. The younger sister agreed to show the marks only if everyone except Leon and Lady Carlin left the room. Carlin said that wherever the sisters' marks were, she would insist that the vile magician be thrown out of the hall. Richard resisted and said that he must stay, because he was the only archmage among them. Carlin convinced everyone that she could clearly distinguish the distinctive marks, but she would not allow them to look at the girls. so she personally led everyone out the door. The girl closed the door behind the male half of the team and dusted off her hands. The sisters looked at each other, still embarrassed, but ready to demonstrate what was required of them. The girls lowered the tops of their dresses, exposing their shoulders. After that, they turned to Leon and Carlin, allowing them to examine the marks. On the chest of each of the girls there was half a golden cup. Leon said that it was impossible to transfer sacred power through magic, and Carlin said that she now understood why it was difficult for girls to show marks. Marva said he saw only one solution to this problem, and it would take time for all of them, as mortals, to accept it. Leon understood what was going on, and said that one of the girls would still have to die. It was the terrifying power of the Prophet, and a fate that could not be avoided. Unfortunately, this could destroy both innocent souls. Marvis caught Leon's mood and said that it was the first time he had seen the guy look like that. The demon assumed it was anger coming from the depths of Leon's heart. 2 days later, the Crown Prince appeared in Chalice for the burning of the young maiden, to witness the execution of the imperial order. Louis waited for the execution with a smile on his face, as if he were in for an entertaining performance. Caliban, accompanying the Crown Prince, said that 20 years had passed since the disappearance of the last saint, so people would applaud her ascension. The man said the day was slightly marred by the preliminary burning of a witch for that purpose. Louis said that this only happened because the previous sacred virgin had decided to give birth to twins. At that moment, Leon, dressed in the robes of a priest, approached them from behind, keeping a respectable distance. Leon asked Marvis whether virtue really consists in giving life to those who want to live, and death to those who want to die. The demon didn't understand what exactly the guy was saying. Leon said that he was absolutely certain that one of the girls was lying to them. Marvis thought about his words. Leon supposed that only he could see it, given how deeply connected he was to death. The boy feels that one of the sisters desperately wants to live, while the other is determined to die for a good cause. Leon clenched his fist and said he couldn't stop thinking about it. The guy didn't understand who would ultimately be left to live, but he also couldn't decide the question from the perspective of who should die. Marvis asked if Leon was thinking about this question too late. The guy replied that perhaps it was too late to resolve these doubts. However, he knows for sure that no one ever taught him how to behave in such situations. After some time, everything was prepared for the public burning. People began to gather in front of the fire. Louis stood in front of the crowd, eagerly awaiting the start. He was tasked with leading the event, so when the time came, he stepped forward. Louis stepped forward, greeted the people, and introduced himself. The Crown Prince said that by the power given to him by His Majesty the Emperor, he was going to witness the appearance of the new Holy Virgin. The people rejoiced, as they had been expecting this event for a long time. Louis raised his hand, calling for people to be quiet. For a while the people became quiet, because they sensed something was wrong. The Crown Prince announced that today, they would be enveloped by a night that would be the darkest and most impenetrable they had ever seen. However, Louis promised that the darkness would give way to light, and the world would receive its miracle girl. The Crown Prince said that for this they must burn the nameless witch. Louis nodded to Caliban to continue speaking. The Commander-in-Chief said that there could not be 2 suns in the sky, just as there could not be 2 holy maidens chosen by the goddess Arden. Caliban said that the Holy Father had 2 daughters in order to sow discord on the continent, and that this was obviously the work of the devil. The Commander-in-Chief said that in the name of His Majesty, the dubious witch must restore justice in front of everyone. The man looked around the crowd and asked if anyone had any objections. People were no longer so happy about this meeting and remained silent, fearing to incur the wrath of the crown. The Holy Sisters also could not say anything against it, so they simply stood with their heads bowed. Having finished his speech, Louis headed towards the girls. The Archbishop stood behind his daughters and could not help them in any way. The Crown Prince looked at the girls and without a drop of regret said that he was sorry, because the witch was beautiful. Louis said that if she weren't a witch, he would have taken her as a concubine just for her pretty face. The Archbishop was angered by these words addressed to his daughters. He clenched his fists tightly, losing his composure. Louis walked past the girls and firmly squeezed the Archbishop's shoulder. Without a shadow of regret, the Crown Prince stepped aside with a smile on his face. Caliban was clearly enjoying everything that was happening. He watched with a smile as the father of 2 daughters despaired. Soon the prince and the Commander-in-Chief left. The Archbishop turned to the butler and asked if there was any hope of saving his girls. Leon took off his hood and said it was almost impossible. Since this topic was raised, the boy approached the Archbishop with a question. The butler looked at Leon and asked what he wanted to know. The guy quietly voiced his question. When the Archbishop heard it, he looked extremely surprised. After some time, even before the ceremony began, the girls stayed together to say goodbye. The older sister tried to calm the younger one, who couldn't hold back her tears. The girl said that she always knew that she had to sacrifice herself for the common good. The younger sister said that they had done nothing to deserve such a fate, since their birth could not be considered a sin. The elder sister replied that the goddess works in mysterious ways. The girl is sure that they are obliged to follow her will without looking back, because only in this way will the prophecy come true. The older sister said that it would be easier than the bitterness that befell them at birth, because now at least they had a choice. From behind the door came the cry of Caliban, who ordered the witch to be tied up and placed on the fire. The older sister looked sadly towards the door and sighed. The girl opened the door and said goodbye to her sister before going out. The younger one could not calm down and continued to cry, begging her sister not to leave. The sister fell to her knees and continued to beg her departed sister for forgiveness. She sincerely regretted that she had not been completely sincere with her. The girl admitted that she was grateful that her sister would die in her place. At that moment, Leon appeared behind the girl and used magic. The girl was filled with mana, causing her to shudder. The next moment she fell to the floor, losing consciousness. Leon looked at the girl who confessed after his sister left without a shadow of a doubt. Marvis came up and asked if this was really the best solution Leon could come up with. The guy looked at the girl again and said that this decision was his choice and nothing else. Leon said that even if this solution is far from the best, there is no other way. After some time, one of the sisters was tied to a pole in the middle of the fire. The executioner brought a torch with which he was going to light the fire. The man walked closer to the fire and set the building on fire. The fire immediately flared up, slowly approaching the girl standing above. Louis said with a smile that the time had come for a true saint to ascend, and it was his duty as a prince to suppress the voice of doubt at that moment. Caliban asked who would dare to doubt the prince's greatness. The commander-in-chief wanted the entire empire to see that death alone awaited those who defied the rules. The man said that dawn was approaching, after which a scream was heard from a girl who had already been reached by the fire. Leon watched the burning from the sidelines and took no action. All his companions were frightened by what was happening. Carlin said she was shocked by the guy's methods, and asked if this was really the only way to resolve the issue. Richard admitted that it wasn't the best ending, but overall, it wasn't a failure. Leon said the archbishop wanted his daughters to live. The guy did not undertake to judge the depths of the man's despair, because he did not know him well as a person. However, the archbishop wanted both girls to survive no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He was happy to see them until the very end. Leon watched the burning girl and felt no regret. Leon was sure that one day he would be able to understand this unexpected burden that lay heavily on his heart. But for now, it was just a nasty business for him. Before the execution, the younger sister thought only that somehow Leon found out everything. It seemed to her that the guy saw right through her with his cold eyes. The girl consoled herself with the thought that everything turned out fairly, since she was the one who deserved this punishment. Unlike her sister, the girl is not so pure of soul and fears death more than anything else. Therefore, the girl preferred to hide behind the kind words of her older sister, but Leon saw through her. Because of this, she has now taken the place that her older sister originally wanted to take. Louis was not happy that the fire was too low and ordered more oil to be added. The servants immediately carried out the crown prince's order, pouring a whole bucket of oil into the fire. The fire rose even higher, completely engulfing the girl. Through the pain, she begged her sister for forgiveness for her weakness. However, soon her mind was clouded only by pain. 2 days before, after talking with the butler and the twins, Leon came to the archbishop's office to talk with him. The boy wanted to discuss their next steps with the Holy Father. Leon asked whom the archbishop would spare, the one who desperately wanted to live, or the one who was ready to sacrifice himself for a greater cause. The man asked how the boy understood this from one glance. Leon said it was difficult for him to explain it in simple words, but he was confident in his guess. The archbishop thought about his question, but he had to decide not as a father, but as a holy father. After a while, the man said that Leon really had the insight to discern such things. The archbishop replied that he would spare his daughter, who would find peace after death. That's exactly what Leon did. He switched the girls just before the execution, so that the one who was able to sacrifice herself would remain alive. Now the eldest daughter stood next to her father and could not hold back her tears as she watched the burning of her younger sister. Meanwhile, Leon decided that their work was over and was about to leave the city of Chilisi with his companions. Carlin and Richard acted as coachmen, watching the execution until the very end. Leon was sitting in the carriage and asked what the point of all this was. For a moment there was a tense silence in the carriage. Marvis asked what exactly the guy was talking about. Leon asked why the archbishop wanted to save the daughter who had decided to die. Marvis jumped on the guy's shoulder and asked if he really didn't understand why he made this particular decision. The demon said that the Holy Father wanted to teach her the greatest lesson of all, the true value of life. Marvis explained that nothing changes the fact that the survivor will have to live in the name of the deceased, as well as for herself. However, if the girls themselves can decide which of them will die, then the girl who decides to die will understand well the difficulty of such a choice. This girl, better than anyone else, understands what her sacrifice for another person means. Leon realized that the second girl who chose life would learn no lesson from it. The boy remembered that one of their vassals had once said that gratitude was a feeling that faded with time. So Leon understood that if he gave everything away for free, the act of kindness would quickly turn into a loop of exploitation. Marvis said that this was the end of their mission. Walter did not understand how long this impunity and cruelty would continue, because these young girls did not deserve such cruelty. Richard overheard their conversation and said that nothing could be done about it, because the continent desperately needed the miracle girl. The mage understood that no matter how capable sorcerers they were not free from the Empire's tenacious grip. Now the eyes of the world are on Lady Chalice, the new saint. The elder sister stood before the people and awaited her ascension, clutching the hem of her dress in her hands. Carlin said that their work here was finished and they could leave. The girl was confident that the saint's power had become complete. However, the next moment, Carlin felt something strange. Everyone sitting in the cart also realized that their plan was going completely wrong. Richard voiced what was already clear to everyone. The holy power was still divided. The elder sister stood before the people and felt that her mark was still not whole. The girl turned to her father, but he was as confused as she was. Louis approached the archbishop and accused the man of enjoying second-rate tricks. The crown prince was very angry that the saint's enthronement ceremony was disrupted. Caliban said that the witch had been executed, but the holy power was still fragmented. So he ordered the arrest of the archbishop and his minions. The Holy Father tried to convey to the prince that this was beyond his comprehension, since he had personally chosen one of his daughters to give her to the fire. Louis did not listen to him and said that the man was too insolent since he did not accept the favorable attitude towards himself, and decided to deceive the emperor. The crown prince, without regret, ordered the archbishop to be executed on the spot. Upon hearing the order, even Caliban began to doubt, as he had no idea what the execution of the empire's spiritual leader could lead to. Louis said the man pulled these stunts in a time of desperation, so he probably hid his second daughter where she could no longer be found. The crown prince said that they had long suffered the turmoil caused by the saint's absence, but their faith would no longer blind them. Louis repeated again that he was ordering the death of the archbishop. For a moment Caliban struggled with doubt, but he could not disobey the prince's order. The commander-in-chief drew his sword and apologized to the archbishop, accusing him of having brought this disaster upon himself. The Holy Father fell to the ground and shouted that he had sacrificed his own daughter, as he had been ordered. Caliban said that if what was said were true, the holy mark would have been restored after the execution. Not wanting to listen to the archbishop's excuses any longer, the commander-in-chief raised his sword over him. At the last moment, the Holy Father saw something flash before his eyes. His eldest daughter stood in front of him, blocking his view with her body. The blow fell on the only remaining Holy Virgin. By the time Caliban realized what had happened, it was too late. Realizing what was happening, the archbishop cried out, pierced by grief. The man shouted that he was an unworthy father and did not deserve such a sacrifice. The girl said that this sacrifice was not only for her father. The Holy Virgin said that she would rather die for something than continue to live without a reason. The girl had been searching for a purpose in life for a long time, but not for profit. So she wished for her younger sister to live. The girl said that this was just a fitting end for her failure. The carriage with the guild members had not yet left, so Leon could see all of this. The guy was filled with such anger that mana began to fill all the space around him. The body of the sister burned at the stake began to be nourished by the mana flowing out of the boy. The mana, also dark as night, reached the second sister. Leon could no longer be a bystander. He believed that one should not punish someone who did not deserve punishment. At this time, the Holy Father could not cope with his emotions. The eldest daughter said that this is the end that awaits her, and this also concerns her father. The archbishop tried to convey to his daughter that he always tried to do their best. The daughter interrupted him and said that their father never looked at them as his daughters. The girl accused him of seeing them as merely instruments to support the power of their church. The daughter looked at her father and asked him to admit that he had always only cared about his own comfort. Despite all this, the archbishop, even in the depths of his soul, never treated the twins as his own children. The girl began to fall and said that this was the perfect retribution for her father, and now her death would at least have meaning. The archbishop immediately rushed to his daughter. The man picked up the girl, who had already lost all her vital energy, but streams of a separating soul, golden in color, were emanating from her. From her deceased sister, streams of soul also emanated, but of a dark, almost black color. Marvis immediately realized what was happening and now looked alarmed. The demon hoped that Leon would not do something like that. However, his contractor no longer listened to anyone and took out the Necronomicon, starting to read the spell. Carlin got scared and asked what was going on. Leon told the souls of the girls that their worldly duty was not yet fulfilled and ordered them to appear. The precious eye on the Necronomicon glowed brightly. Thick black mana flowed out from Leon, filling everything in its path. Now Carlin saw with her own eyes the great power of the Necromancer. The twins' souls formed and flew towards each other. They were formless and circled above the Necromancer's head, awaiting his command. Leon looked up at them and asked if the girls would respond to his call. The summoned souls began to take on features, and Leon asked if they wished to continue existing in the world of the living, but in the form of undead. Finally, the souls regained their form, and the older sister asked if the boy could bring them back to life. Leon said he could resurrect them, if existence as a living dead could be called life. The boy said that it was up to them to decide whether to gain form at the cost of losing body heat and beating hearts, but he would follow their every will. Leon raised his hand and bound the girls' souls with his mana. The older sister understood that things were not so simple, so she asked what the guy would demand in return. Leon said that no matter how rude it might sound, he would ask them to become his loyal subjects. The girl replied that it sounded fair, since it would have been much more suspicious if he hadn't asked for anything at all in return. Leon closed his eyes and said he would take that as consent. The Necromancer turned his gaze to the Necronomicon and called upon the souls of girls lost in the world of the dead, serving him, the true heir of the House of Marvis. Leon asked the sisters if they were ready to swear allegiance to him for the rest of their existence. Smiles appeared on the girls' faces, and they looked at each other. After a couple of seconds, the girls gave Leon their consent. The Necronomicon's precious eye shone again. The book turned its pages towards the girl, and Leon announced that the contract had been signed. The souls entered the Necronomicon, and Leon said that he hoped that their agreement would grant them the solace they so desperately sought. The guy said that he really wants them to get what they want when their service ends. All this happened at a distance, so no one except Leon's entourage saw it. Now the Holy Father looked at Caliban and Louis with lifeless eyes. The Commander-in-Chief felt the sudden appearance of a powerful magical emission somewhere nearby. Caliban wondered if there was another powerful magician among the city's inhabitants besides Louis standing next to him. Meanwhile, Leon finished signing the contract and got into the carriage. The guy looked at the Necronomicon as if it could give answers to all his questions. Marvis hit Leon on the head and asked what right he had to take subordinates without consulting him, and promised to punish him upon his return home. The guy replied that he had saved the girls' lives, if you could call it life, and so he deserved his reward for the task. Walter said it was a masterful approach to solving the problem, and Carlin supported him in it. Leon remembered how Marvis taught him to raise mindless creatures as living dead. The demon said that they needed to be branded first, because they were too unpredictable, so branding would be more effective than conquering. Then Leon asked how best to subjugate a rational being to his will. Marvis replied that it was necessary to convince the spirit to serve voluntarily, using its attachment to the world of the living. The demon said that attachment and resentment usually prevent them from crossing the line of the afterlife. A necromancer can help souls resolve grievances they had while alive, and in return, lend them the power they possess. This is precisely the meaning of conquest. Leon suggested that in the future, he would be able to decide for himself whether to honor their request or not. Marvis confirmed his suspicions, and also added that the stronger the grievances of the souls, the more powerful they themselves are. The demon asked to remember that necromancers are not just vultures who only want to exploit the powers of the living dead. Leon said he had never thought of it that way. We returned to the carriage, where at this moment the guy decided to address his new subordinates. The guy opened the Necronomicon and asked Elysia and Helen to come to his call. Souls of different colors burst out of the book. They whirled in the air, intertwining with each other. A moment later, a girl, similar to twins, in a black robe, appeared in the middle of the carriage. Leon looked at her for a while, waiting for the second girl to appear, but when she didn't, he asked Marvis why only one had appeared. The demon said that the girls were originally supposed to be born as one person, and after death their souls merged and became one. Richard and Carlin had already returned to the carriage by this time, and were interested in this phenomenon. Walter looked out from behind the girl, and said that something seemed to have changed in the girl's behavior. Leon decided to approach the girl and asked which of the two of them he was currently talking to. The girl closed her eyes for a moment and a smile appeared on her face. The girl opened her eyes and said that Elysia was currently talking to the gentleman. Leon suggested that the girls could switch places whenever they wanted, and Elysia said that was true. Then the girl became a little embarrassed, and said that there was one problem. The next moment, the girl began to be filled with dark energy, similar in color to Helen's soul. The girl did not change her appearance, but her behavior changed dramatically. Suddenly, the girl said that her sister had forced her to serve a pompous rich man, and she would prefer to return to a charred body. Richard thought that they were currently experiencing a soul swap, and suggested that Helen had been hiding her true identity while she was alive. Helen called Richard handsome and told him to be quiet, because she was talking to her master now. Leon said they should get down to business, and asked what skills the girls could offer him. The guy threatened that if the girls were useless, he would return them to the afterlife. Helen chuckled and said that Leon, as usual, was saying scary things. The girl leaned over and said that the guy had nothing to worry about, because he would soon understand that they could satisfy him in every way. Helen decided to show this in action, and grabbed Leon by the collar of his coat. The girl approached the guy's face, leaving a couple of centimeters between them, scaring everyone around, and even Marvis. However, Leon remained cold to her attacks, which made her stop. The girl guessed that this method would not interest the guy. Leon didn't respond to this. After some time, the team returned to the Adventurers Guild. They told Raleigh everything that had happened. The girl looked at the saint and said that she would never have thought that everything could end like this. Carlin said the Archbishop could confirm that the mission had been accomplished, so they would like to be paid for the work done. Raleigh sighed and pressed her palm to her forehead. Richard admitted that everything that happened was more like a performance. The magician looked at the saint and said that it took a lot of courage to raise his daughter as a living dead right in front of her father. Helen asked what Richard was looking at so intently, and reminded her that she belonged only to Lord Leon. Richard was a little upset and moved away towards Carlin. Marvis said that the girl was too active to be one who had been brought back from the dead, and Leon noted that he liked her even better this way. Walter noted that in the end everything ended well, and both girls even survived, if you can call it that. Raleigh said that she would count this mission, and now they could officially award Leon the status of a silver-ranked adventurer. The girl said that the payment would be sent directly to the Marvis mansion, for which Leon thanked her, and said that he would hope that this was not the last mission. Raleigh assured the guy that he would be the first to hear if a worthwhile mission came up. Carlin vouched for her words, saying that the girl does not make empty promises. Carlin smiled sweetly and said that Leon only needed to worry about paying off his loan on time. Richard grimaced and said that the girl was too hypocritical. The guy didn't need to turn around to realize that a gun was immediately pointed at his head. Marvis interrupted their argument and said that it was time to stop this talk and move on. The demon said that first of all they must find out what powers the newly minted servants Elysia and Helen possess. Carlin continued to smile and said that they had to insist on doing as many favors for Raleigh as possible. The guild mistress grimaced and spilled her tea on the table. Meanwhile, Louis and Caliban returned to the imperial castle. The commander-in-chief came to report to the prince that the archbishop refused to eat or drink and was completely plunged into the abyss of despair. Louis didn't understand why he was so sad about a couple of children when the archbishop was capable of making several more. The crown prince looked at the king and said that only a weak man would allow himself to be consumed by despair. Louis asked if the archbishop was ashamed of having let the emperor down, since the precious opportunity to give the world the miracle maiden had been wasted. One thing remains constant, whether there will be a new opportunity for the Blessed Virgin to appear. Caliban bowed his head and said that it was his fault for this situation and asked to be given a chance so that he could devote himself to the empire. Louis said it was time for them to talk about more serious things. The crown prince said that Caliban's mission was thwarted by a dark mage of unknown origin. However, the commander-in-chief was never able to come any closer to unraveling the mystery of his identity. Caliban suggested that the spirits were intercepted by outside intervention, since they could not have simply disappeared. The commander-in-chief said that there was no mage on the entire continent capable of controlling such power, except for the legendary Necromancer. When Caliban said this, some ideas came into Louis's mind. We returned to Leon, who, together with his companions, managed to persuade Raleigh to create a forest area for testing. The girl agreed to this only because she wanted to see the skills of the saint who became a living dead. Raleigh continued to address the saint as if she were the only girl. Leon told her that this body was inhabited by two souls, each of which was endowed with its own power. Leon said that he would demonstrate the powers of each of the girls, and asked Raleigh to arrange a suitable target for them. The girl asked how strong the target needed to be. Leon asked for an exceptionally strong target. The boy approached the saint and said that he would like to first demonstrate the powers of Elysia, to which Helen agreed. A golden glow appeared around the saint, symbolizing the change of soul. It took a couple of moments, but now a softer gaze was turned towards Leon. The girl bowed to the owner and apologized for her and her sister's insolence, scolding her sister for neglecting her manners. Leon said he was fine with it, and told Elysia that he wanted her to demonstrate her skills, rather than be held accountable for her behavior. The girl raised her head and said that she was ready to start at any moment. Raleigh took this as a signal to act and waved her hand. Immediately after this, large monsters with brightly glowing eyes began to emerge from the ground. Richard immediately recognized the creatures as a squad of forest trolls. The mage said that these creatures are known for their rapid regeneration, and considering that Elysia is just mastering her abilities, it will be very difficult for her. Carlin understood what Richard was talking about, but Leon had already demonstrated more than once that he was not one for recklessness. Walter and Crow began to measure their faith in Leon's powers, but Marvis began to egg the monster on again, provoking a fight. Leon told the saint that trolls were not easy guys and asked if she could handle it, to which Elysia excitedly answered yes. The trolls emerged from underground and ran towards the girl. Leon opened the Necronomicon, intending to rule Elysia. At that very moment, a club appeared in the girl's hands. When the troll ran close enough, the girl hit him with a backhand blow with her mace. At that very moment, the troll flew so far away that it was lost from sight. Marvis saw this and froze in shock, saying that such a crude display of force left no questions about professional suitability. Lying on the ground, Crow held the demon by the scruff of the neck and called the saint a true femme fatale. Everyone noticed how easily the saint crushed the skulls of her enemies with her club. 2 trolls were enough to scare the others and make them not want to come closer. Elysia turned to Leon and smiled shyly. The guy said that this was more than enough to show strength. Leon said that it was time for Helen to demonstrate her power, after which the girls' souls switched places. The changed look immediately made it clear that Helen was in control of the body again. The girl started to take out the chain and said that she really loves to show herself off in all her glory. Helen looked at the approaching trolls and said that the world needed to know how diligent she was. The girl hit the monsters with a chain and said that the nasty monsters deserved a good spanking. The long chain instantly wrapped around the troll standing in front. After that, Helen jerked her hand in the opposite direction. The monster flew a few meters like a feather and fell in the other direction. The girl walked up to the unconscious monster and placed her foot on his head. Helen said the troll should say thank you for giving his life in the name of her beloved master. This time, Carlin, Richard, and Walter were completely afraid to say a word. Marvis shook his head and said that Helen was an incorrigible maniac. Having finished all his business, Leon returned to his estate. It was impossible to tell from the guy's face whether he was happy about this or not. Marvis said that they had successfully completed the mission and added to it the ranks of useful subordinates, so their adventure had been a success. Leon agreed with the demon and added that he felt some improvement in his skills in the art of necromancy. Walter expressed his regret that their companions would not be able to stay with them any longer. A farewell ceremony took place recently, where Richard expressed his joy at having been able to personally meet the rising star of the Eremit school. As they parted, Carlin reminded them that the Marvis house still owed her organization a large sum of money. Richard ignored the girl's words and extended his hand to Leon. The necromancer shook the magician's hand and said that their journey together had come to an end. Richard said he couldn't be away from school for long, and Carlin reminded him that she still had a lot of debtors with unpaid blood. Marvis was overcome with trembling and said that the girl was telling the truth. Before leaving, Carlin wanted to address Walter and said that Leon's talent overshadowed the guy, although he also had outstanding abilities. The girl didn't claim to have a keen eye for such things, but the head of her organization would certainly be impressed. Richard added that if he were Walter, he would pray that he never crossed paths with the leader of the Sleepers. Leon asked what caused such fear of this unknown. Richard remembered his meeting with the woman and broke out in a cold sweat. The magician answered briefly, saying that this woman was a real monster. Richard looked at Carlin and said that the workers were a match for the boss, but the leader of the Sleepers was on a whole other level of brutality. However, Richard himself recognized Walter's enormous potential and believed that the boy could achieve anything if he faithfully served Lord Marvis. Walter felt embarrassed and thanked the young man and woman for their kind words, admitting that he didn't often hear praise from others. Leon addressed Richard and Carlin, saying that Walter was truly the most outstanding of his subjects. The necromancer said that the boy's potential could exceed all their expectations, and he plans to help him blossom into his full glory. Richard said that sounded wonderful, but he reminded them that it was time to say goodbye. Leon hoped that fate would bring them together again, and said that it was better to part with a smile on their face. Carlin said that it was time for them to move out, and she hoped that Leon would pay off all his debts on time since he had started working for the guild. After these words, the smile on Leon's face faded, and he promised Carlin to pay for everything. Richard tried to rectify the situation, and said that there was no need to say goodbye on such a tense note. Carlin immediately pointed the gun at him, and the guy took his words back. The girl said that what she hated most was a company prone to empty chatter, after which she grabbed the silent Richard, leaving. Carlin smiled and wished that Leon would be able to pay off the debt in full the next time they met. The girl wished the guy a safe journey, and Leon nodded back at her with a smile on his face. For a while, the guy watched the retreating figures of Carlin and Richard. Now Leon returned with his subordinates to the lands of Marvis, and something shocked him. People greeted the head of Marvis, rejoicing that the guy did not abandon them, and thanked the Lord for this. Leon was confused and asked why people looked so surprised. At this moment, it seemed, the main reason for people's concern appeared. Sir Pullen rushed towards the young master with loud cries and sobs. Leon tilted his head suspiciously as he watched the man running towards him. At that moment, a blow landed on the back of the guy's head, taking him by surprise. The girl with pale purple hair asked where Leon had been for so long, leaving the estate without an owner for a long time. The guy fell to the ground from the blow, and rubbing the back of his head, turned his head towards the girl. In front of him stood a girl named Diana, whom he knew well. Walter rushed to Leon, asking if he was okay, and Pullen pressed himself against the master's feet, continuing to sob. Leon suggested discussing everything inside, and Marvis supported his idea. After some time, Leon informed Marvis that Diana was his childhood friend, and also the heiress of the noble house of Varisha. All of Leon's subordinates and Diana gathered around the table in the council hall, but a tense silence hung between them. Chief Manhwa said that the girl was a wonderful spirit caster, and was always ready to help him. Crow said that Leon is a real Casanova, because there is another beauty in his retinue. Diana said that she was the most puzzled person here. She never thought she would see Lord Leon, who was like a brother to her, in the company of a demon, and now she didn't know what to think of this unholy union. Marvis smiled and said that the girl could think what she wanted about it. Pullen said it was a very long story. Crow picked up the noise and said that what happened, happened. Only Walter sat modestly in his place, apologized to the girl, and said that it would indeed be very difficult to explain. Diana said she really didn't understand why it was necessary to get involved in such difficulties. The girl dropped the topic and asked how Leon had come up with the idea of leaving the estate without disclosing the reason and personally joining some guild. Diana said that the people were desperate and thought that the Lord had abandoned them, to which Leon replied that he had no excuse, but he was grateful that the girl had taken care of the estate in his absence. The girl blushed and said that she could not abandon Pullen to his fate, and besides, she was told that Leon would soon return to power. The guy looked at Diana and asked if there were any other reasons why she came to him. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment, worried that he might have forgotten. Diana bowed her head and said that she had come to make sure that everything was in order, since there was not much time left. The girl asked the guy if he understood what they were talking about, but Leon replied that he didn't. Diana beckoned the guy with her finger and asked him to lean closer. Leon leaned over and then received a flick from the girl as punishment for forgetting about such an important matter. Only after these words did the guy begin to remember, and Diana was glad about it. A gathering of aristocrats awaited them ahead. On this day, all noble houses are invited to a major celebration. Besides this, Leon and Diana must be present there as partners at the ball. The girl reminded the guy that they were, after all, engaged. Meanwhile, another noble house was in turmoil. The butler tried to wake up his young master, who preferred to rest even during the day. The man informed the gentleman that the day of the aristocrats' meeting was approaching. A young man with white hair asked if his older brother could take part in it instead of him. The butler said that 3 noble families of darkness must be present at the meeting. Moreover, Lord Reinhofer considered this an excellent opportunity to prove that the youngest descendant of their family was not an outcast in high society. After this, the young gentleman finally got out of bed. The boy was unhappy, but he could not resist his father's will. The days flew by, and now Pullen is helping Leon get ready for going out. The door to the room opened, and the guy turned his attention to the guest. Diana Viridia was already ready to go out and was waiting for her companion. The girl was a future marquise and a rising star of the House of Varisha, a longtime ally of the House of Marvas, and Leon's intended bride. Leon asked if he really had to be there. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin wept because she considered her master a faithful man, and Diana reassured her that their engagement was only a formality. Diana grabbed Leon by the collar and asked what self-respecting aristocrat would marry this boy, and said that she was only interested in older men. Leon took it calmly and said that it was the girl's personal choice. Crow asked Pullen what all this meant, and whether it was being done for the good of his master. The man wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said that it might be useful for Leon. Pullen said Leon and Diana have been bonded since childhood, and their home boasts generations of friendship. Leon took advantage of the man's words and asked Diana, as a sign of respect for their close relationship, to let go of his collar. The girl said that it was foolish to think that the guy would change after becoming the head of the family, and now she is disappointed. Leon said that you can't trust someone who changes with the wind, and Diana noted that the guy still has a sharp tongue. The girl advised using this to calm the frightened subjects. Diana said that the apple really didn't fall far from the tree, and then froze. The girl remembered how Leon's father was killed. She realized she had made an inappropriate joke. Diana turned to Leon and, without a hint of humor, apologized for her words. Leon said that the girl had nothing to apologize for, because his father had never regretted anything until the very end, and he wouldn't either. The guy said that it was the duty of the Marvas to defend what they believed in, even at the cost of their own lives. Diana said that Leon was as stubborn as ever, but even so, he couldn't miss the upcoming event. The girl understood perfectly well the guy's reluctance to appear at the meeting, because she herself could not stand them. However, now the House of Marvas has defeated the Sylvesters in the War of Noble Houses, and therefore justified its ducal title. So now is the time to introduce yourself to the public and establish social contacts. Leon said he thought so too, for it had not escaped him the contempt with which the other great houses treated them. The guy said that if it was for the good of his home, then he was ready to go to the meeting. Walter was glad that his master finally received the recognition he deserved, and Crow supported him in this. At this point, Leon finally decided that he would join the upcoming celebration. Some time passed, and the meeting was already in full swing. Representatives of many noble houses gathered together that evening. They communicated with each other, discussed the latest news, and built their secret conspiracies by spreading rumors. The celebration was filled with much fun, concealing vile and selfish intentions. Crown Prince Louis was also present at this meeting. One of the aristocrats asked if the Sylvesters had really lost the last territorial war. Some people were unaware of this, so they rushed to find out who had defeated Lord Allen. The aristocrat replied that whether to believe it or not was up to them to decide, but the House of Marwas won. The interlocutors were overcome with doubts, because over the past few years Marvas had been falling lower and lower, so they could not find the strength to fight. A dispute arose on this topic, because someone knew for sure that Marvas had won, but others could not believe it. But there was someone who could settle this dispute. One of the nobles pointed to Leon, walking hand in hand with Diana, and said that they could approach Lord Marvas and ask him personally. Leon, meanwhile, was indignant because the meeting was too noisy. The guy admitted that lavish receptions are not his thing. Diana didn't listen to what the guy was saying because all her attention was focused on the hand Leon was holding her by. The girl blushed and said that she didn't like it either. But that was the duty of an aristocrat. Leon said that this was indeed the case, and thanked Diana for the reminder. Diana didn't say that her last meeting with the guy had frightened her, because he was now desperately trying to fulfill his duty as the head of the family, neglecting everything. Leon asked if his subordinates could cope without him. The boy understood that their talents had yet to blossom in all their glory, but for now he was still uneasy. Diana laughed at this and said that the boy should be worried about his talents at 14 years old. Leon reminded her that he had already surpassed the girl in social status, to which the girl asked if he had to be clever in response to every phrase she said. Their conversation was interrupted by an aristocrat who turned to Leon. A young man with gray hair and an evil grin stood in front of Leon. Head Marwas confirmed that it was him and asked why they approached him. The stranger stood next to Leon and laughed at the rumors that this guy had defeated the great Count Alan. The aristocrat said that he had heard strange rumors about Marvus's victory in the noble war against Count Alan. Leon asked what was strange about these rumors. This answer outraged the aristocrat, and he raised his head, measuring Leon with a contemptuous look. The stranger believed that Leon had too much arrogance with his companion. The aristocrat smiled falsely and said that it was very difficult to imagine. The stranger said that if the rumors were true, he would like to learn strategy from Lord Marvus. But Leon got tired of it and said that he personally killed Alan. The conversation could no longer take place in a neutral atmosphere, and it began to escalate. Leon said that he killed Count Alan de Silvestre because that was his duty as the head of the Marvus clan. The guy said that he wouldn't share his strategy in such a place, and especially not with such people. Leon's gaze changed, and he warned his interlocutor of the dangers of calling the House of Marvus. The guy said that if there was a threat, he would demonstrate how well he had mastered the art of tactics. Diana had never seen Leon in such a mood before, so she couldn't say a word. Marvus emerged from behind Leon's leg, but the guests of the meeting could not see him. The demon stepped aside and said that Leon now looked like a maniac. A young gentleman from the Reinhofer family observed all this from the side. The guy twirled the glass of drink in his hand with interest. As the atmosphere began to heat up, he stood up to come closer. Now he found some worthy entertainment for the evening. Other aristocrats also began to notice the noise, and someone even said that young Lord Marvus wanted to make a fool of himself. Everyone thought that the House of Marvus had already fallen into disrepair enough. Demon Marvus thought that these conversations might offend Leon, so he jumped onto his shoulder. The demon said that these people can talk as much as they want, because nothing will happen to them. Leon's gaze showed that he was not bothered by these rumors. He was more concerned about the man standing in front of him. The guy decided to avoid an open conflict with another family, so he stepped aside. However, the aristocrat did not let him pass, holding out his hand and saying that Leon was teasing recklessly. The aristocrat said that if this was a mockery of the Barella family by the House of Marvus, then he was obliged to hold Leon accountable. Leon denied the accusations against him, and pointed out that the guy was the first to ridicule Marvus's victory over the Sylvesters. The aristocrat said Leon responded with an outrageous remark, which in their circles is tantamount to a declaration of war. Diana joined the conversation and said that it was time for both gentlemen to come to their senses. The girl pointed out that Lord Reveil, being a representative of a collateral branch of the Barella family, had no right to speak on behalf of the family, much less insult Duke Marvus. Diana said that by aristocratic standards, this was a clear disrespect, and asked if Reveil was ready to answer for it to the fullest extent. The aristocrat was outraged by her words, and his face twisted with anger that filled him. Lord Reveil said that one victory on Marvus's part would not change anything, so Leon should be more modest. The aristocrat turned his gaze to Diana and said that this concerned her too. The girl replied that she would be scared if these words came from a scary person. But fortunately, she does not see such a person in front of her. Lord Reveil finally lost his temper and shouted at Diana. From behind, Reveil was interrupted by the young lord of the Reinhofer family, who ordered him to spare them from these cries. Lord Reveil turned to the boy and asked how he dared insult him behind his back. However, when the aristocrat realized who he had just spoken to, his eyes froze in horror. Riva's hands began to shake with fear, and now he was afraid to say a word. The aristocrat watched as young Mr. Reinhofer clenched his fist and shook with fear. Leon noticed that there was no trace left of Lord Riva's former bravado. Head Marvus turned his gaze to the approaching fair-haired guy and tried to figure out where he had seen him before. Reinhofer approached Reveil and asked if he had really forgotten who he was talking to. Marvus warned Leon to be careful with Reinhofer, as this guy was the most dangerous of everyone present. Having received no answer to his question, Reinhofer walked up and grabbed Riva by the collar. The guy asked if a person like Reveil really deserved to be on his knees. Meanwhile, Leon's loyal subjects waited outside for the meeting to end. Walter asked Pullen if Leon and Lady Varisha could handle it on their own. The man stuttered and replied that they had to cope, even though it was their first social event of this scale. Walter looked at the nervous man and said that his words did not sound very convincing. Pullen continued to shake like an aspen leaf and sweat with redoubled force. At some point, the man gathered his courage and took a deep breath in and out. Pullen admitted that he himself was worried about the gentleman, because they both knew how carefree Leon could be. The man was afraid that Leon might be drawn into a scandal. But Walter said that they should have faith in the master and wait. Pullen was calmer, if only because the young gentleman was accompanied by Lady Diana, who was able to cope with his bristles. Walter asked what was known about Diana, other than the fact that she was Leon's fiancée. Pullen said that Leon and Diana's engagement was a mere trifle. The man explained that the girl was more like an older sister to the gentleman, with a significant age difference. Pullen assumed that Walter had already guessed that Diana was older than Leon, and that was why she cared about the guy who was often in the clouds. Walter concluded that Leon and Diana's relationship was more like a family relationship than a love relationship. Pullen confirmed this, and said that his biggest concern was that the slumbering dragon of Arkheim's high society would be at the meeting. Walter was not so well versed in aristocratic affairs, so he asked what they were talking about. Pullen told him about an impudent young gentleman whom everyone avoided because he belonged to one of the 3 noble families of darkness. At this point, the youngest son of the Reinhofer house and his clan have long since eclipsed the weakened Marvis clan. The guy's name was Knox von Reinhofer, and it was he who had now intervened in the quarrel between Leon and Reveille. Knox introduced himself to Lord Reveille again, and told him that he should remember his name well. The guy threatened that if this did not happen, the aristocrat would lose all his limbs by the end of the evening. Reveille immediately bowed his head and began to beg Knox for forgiveness, citing the fact that he did not understand who he was talking to. However, the next moment, the guy felt wine dripping down his head. Knox poured his glass over Reveille's head and said it was too boring. The guy said it was just a waste of good wine and his time. The only thing Reveille could do was look at the floor and endure the humiliation. Then Knox laughed so loudly that all conversation in the room fell silent. Even Diana, who had been very brave up until this moment, shuddered. Marvis kept a close eye on Knox, so that if anything happened, he could help his contractor avoid trouble. Leon didn't show a drop of fear, and simply watched what was happening. Reinhofer placed the glass upside down on Reveille's head. A smile appeared on the boy's face as he found his balance. When Knox stepped aside, Reveille apologized to him for his behavior, and asked him to have mercy on him. Reinhofer ignored him and walked over to Leon and Diana. Leon asked if they knew this nice man. Knox smiled and said that young Master Marvis should have heard of him by now. Diana called Knox by her full name to draw attention to herself. The girl said that Reinhofer, as the young lord of a great house who stands in opposition to the noble houses of the world, expresses his contempt in the worst possible way. Knox asked if that was really what they wanted to tell him after he extended his hand to them. Reinhofer approached Leon and said that they could soon become very close. The head of Marwas replied that if it was in the interests of his house, he would be happy about it. Knox said that Leon really did look and sound like a model leader, and then said goodbye, walking away. Reinhofer didn't speak to anyone else, walking away towards his family's table. Leon watched Knox closely, trying to figure out what kind of person he was. Diana said that the guy is the black sheep of the family, so she doubts that they will often cross paths with him, and in general, one needs to be careful with him. Leon asked if that was really all that was known about Knox. Marvis noted that Knox resembled Leon in his nature, the same unrivaled genius. But the demon was upset that such talent was in such a poor shell. Chief Marvis agreed with the demon, as he immediately felt an intense and dense mana that he had never encountered before. Contrary to Diana's words, Leon was convinced that he and Reinhofer would soon become closer. Meanwhile, Knox's maid approached him. The girl turned to the gentleman and asked why he decided to stand up for the young gentleman of the Marwas house. The maid slightly amended her question, saying that Knox had previously preferred not to get involved in minor matters. Reinhofer said the girl only needed to see with her own eyes to understand the reason for his actions. Knox, like Leon, felt the dark energy emanating from his interlocutor. Reinhofer was confident that soon there would not be a single living soul left on the continent who did not know the name of the head of Marvis. The maid thought about her master's words for a while. Knox said that no matter how Leon performs, good or bad, it will still be an impressive spectacle. The guy told the maid that they were heading home as he was already tired of this boring meeting. After the departure of young Mr. Reinhofer, the atmosphere became more favorable, and the guests continued to celebrate and dance. Diana took Leon's hand and said that although it was a formality, the guy needed to play the role of groom in public. The guy said that he understands this, but does not know what the girl requires of him. Diana assumed that Leon still remembered the basics of dancing, since his late father must have taught him this. The guy nodded his head in confirmation of the girl's guess. Diana took Leon by the hand and pulled him towards the dance floor. The guy and the girl stopped in the center of the hall and stood opposite each other. After this, they stood in position to begin the dance and waited for their beat. Leon moved calmly to the beat of the music, his empty gaze never leaving Diana. The girl felt that the guy was well trained, and now she finally sees that there is still something left in him of the charming boy she knew. Diana turned her head and said that he was not her type anyway, but Leon did not understand what she was talking about and asked again. The girl said that the guy needs to get everything out of his head and stop counting steps so diligently, because they only need the appearance of dancing. Leon said his father taught him that a lord of a noble house had a duty to put his best foot forward in any endeavor. After this, the guy grabbed Diana more tightly and pulled her towards him. The girl did not expect such actions, which is why she blushed with embarrassment. Leon's eyes still showed no emotion, as if they were dead. Diana believed that the guy had always been a zealous head of the house, but it was not necessary for him to pull her so close out of some sense of duty. Leon ignored the girl's shyness and preferred not to tell her about her blush. He continued to lead her in the dance as if he practiced every day. Their dance was measured and strict, just as Rune himself had once taught Leon. Because Leon was too close, Diana couldn't take her eyes off him. Whispers began to spread throughout the hall, directed at the couple dancing in the center of the hall. These voices were able to bring Diana to her senses, and she said that the guy was still just as immensely diligent in all areas, even the most unexpected ones. Leon replied that he would like to say the same about the girl, but she was not as flexible as before. The girl's mood immediately dropped, and she told the guy to shut up. At that moment, the idol was broken, and noise was heard from the street. Leon immediately became wary, ready to act at any moment. The aristocrats began to talk about a fight breaking out outside, causing everyone to rush towards the exit. However, soon witnesses said that what had happened there was more of a one-sided beating than a fight. Diana looked at Leon with concern, waiting for his actions. A few moments later, they took off together, running out into the street along with the rest of the aristocrats. Once outside, Leon's face showed confusion for the first time, as did Diana's. They saw a tall knight holding a sword in his hands. Pullen lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, which appeared to have been hit hard. Walter stood between Pullen and the knight, ready to engage in battle at any moment. It seemed as if a fight had already happened, judging by the fact that the guy was breathing heavily. Pullen could barely breathe from the pain and did not say a word. Walter was clearly angry, but he was afraid to act too abruptly without orders from his master. Diana looked at this picture and asked if Lord Reveille could clearly explain the reason for this disgrace. The boy stood to the side with his servants and smiled, saying that Lady Varicia had arrived just in time. The girl said that she was not going to repeat her question twice and asked why all this had happened. Reveille asked if the lady's tone was too commanding without a powerful lord behind her. Marvis thought that this guy had started to think he was a lion after Reinhofer left the meeting. Leon did not participate in the conversation between Diana and Reveille. He was looking at his loyal subject, who was kneeling. The guy walked up to Pullen and saw how he was feeling. Seeing his subordinate in pain, Leon demanded that Walter tell him in detail what his man had done wrong. Walter winced and turned his gaze from the knight who had attacked them to his master and began to tell his story. This happened right after Lord Reveille was humiliated by the young master of the Reinhofer family. The servants helped their master to tidy himself up, but he looked angry and humiliated. When a subordinate asked Reveille if everything was okay, the master snapped at him and called them all useless, insignificant clowns. Moments flashed before his eyes when Reinhofer humiliated him in front of everyone. The new head of Marva simply watched this, and no one stopped them. Lord Reveille clutched the handkerchief in his hand angrily. He felt his head, checking if there was any remaining wine on it. Lord Reveille was about to head home when his attention was drawn to the conversation of some servants in the street. He heard Walter say that the gathering of aristocrats was a convenient opportunity for young ladies and gentlemen to socialize and make new connections. Pullen said events like these are especially important for the House of Marwas, given how tarnished their reputation has been. The man said that this was another reason to thank Lady Diana, since she agreed to accompany Leon to this evening. Walter noted that Leon and Diana valued each other very much. Pullen smiled and said that they had been inseparable since childhood, but Walter cut him off abruptly, waving his hand. Lord Reveille stopped on the stairs and asked if they were another of the rabble from House Marvis. Pullen immediately recognized the young gentleman as the young heir of the Barella family, but did not understand what he needed from them. Pullen confirmed Reveille's suspicions, but pointed out that the boy had addressed them in an extremely offensive tone, and asked why this provocation was taking place. Reveille said that these were too big words for a little butler and ordered Knight Coleman to come forward. From the other side, a tall man in a cloak approached Walter. Coleman was a knight assigned to the young lord of House Barella. Lord Reveille looked at the knight with a smirk and ordered him to kill Pullen and Walter. Coleman hesitated and said they were on the ducal property. Lord Reveille interrupted him and said that he had enough questions. He simply had to kill fallen aristocrats who deserved only contempt. The boy ordered the knight to proceed, and he no longer dared to resist the will of his master. Coleman drew his sword and addressed Walter, saying that the price of disobedience was death, but the boy must draw his sword if he considered himself a knight. Pullen stopped Walter and told him not to fall for this taunting, because for now they could not afford another confrontation. The man said that they could not cause any more trouble for their young master, but he did not have time to finish. Coleman didn't wait for Walter to respond and quickly approached, punching Pullen in the chest. The man immediately fell to his knees and wheezed in pain. Walter began to go wild and his true form began to break through the amulet. Pullen, with all his might, told the boy to calm down and think carefully before doing anything. However, Coleman put his foot on the man's head, silencing him. The knight simply carried out his master's orders, without a shadow of pity or doubt. At this point, Walter finally couldn't stand it any longer and pushed the knight aside. The guy stood between Coleman and Pullen. Walter drew his sword, accepting the knight's challenge. Pullen didn't want this to happen, but the boy tried to calm him down, saying that he wouldn't cause Leon any problems. Walter turned his gaze to his opponent and said that he only wanted to protect the man. The boy said that Pullen was as dear to him as young Master Marvis. Lord Revale watched the proceedings with laughter. The boy told Coleman that Pullen and Walter should regret their loyalty. The next moment, Walter and Coleman's swords crossed. The fair-haired boy tried to parry the blows of the experienced knight, but he wasn't doing so well. Walter understood that he was facing a very strong opponent, and if there was no help, he would lose. Coleman sensed weakness in his opponent and continued to press hard. The knight delivered a powerful blow that knocked Walter off balance. The guy took a couple of steps back and fell to one knee. However, Walter quickly rose and prepared to continue. At that moment, Diana's voice was heard demanding an explanation from Lord Rive. We return to the present and see that the guests are already tired of Riva's antics. But they were interested to know if the Marvas really defeated the Sylvester house. All the aristocrats doubted this, and some even hoped that the clans of darkness would simply kill each other off. Lord Rivai approached Leon and proposed a friendly sparring match, figuring the crowd would enjoy it very much. Young Master Marva stood up and said he accepted the challenge, which worried Diana. Leon ignored the girl and began to gather mana in his hand. Contrary to his words, Lord Rivale had no intention of fighting himself, and ordered Coleman to attack Leon. The knight stood in front of Lord Marvis, giving him the opportunity to strike first. Before he began, Leon said he expected more from Walter. The boy lowered his head in disappointment and apologized for letting his master down. Leon interrupted him and said that was not what he meant. At this point, Coleman got tired of waiting and decided to attack first. Before the sword touched Leon, a bright flash of mana appeared, blocking his vision. The first thing that became noticeable was that the severed arm of Knight Coleman flew off to the side along with the sword. For a moment, the knight could not come to his senses and realize what had happened, so he did not feel pain. Lord Rivale began to realize that he had made a great mistake in getting involved with Leon. Diana looked at what was happening in shock, because she had never encountered Leon's abilities before. Only Walter looked at his master in amazement, whose skills had improved. Leon said he hoped Walter would fight for Sir Pullen with all his fury. Lord Marwas said that he would announce one fundamental principle of the House of Marwas. Coleman fell to the ground, clutching where his hand had been. At that moment, living dead began to crawl out from underground. Pullen was concerned about what Leon might do in such an embittered state. The dead men held a knife to Rivale's throat, and Leon said that they kill without hesitation when it concerns both the prosperity of their home and the safety of their loved ones. Leon told Walter that no matter who stood in their way, even if it put the leader himself in danger, he demanded that his subordinates abide by this principle. Leon said that if necessary they could kill. Several more living dead stood up to defend their master. Leon reiterated that his subjects must follow these rules. At the meeting, immediately after Rivale had been humiliated by young Mr. Reinhover, something else happened. Lord Rivale sat with his head bowed and felt another man approaching him. The guy got angry and asked what right he had to look down on him. However, the next moment he realized who was standing in front of him and froze in fear. The man who approached him was none other than Crown Prince Louis. Lord Rivale lowered his head and asked forgiveness for his rash words, for he had no idea that His Majesty would condescend to him. Louis chuckled and told the guy to calm down. Rivale said that it was a great honor for a humble servant that the prince knew his name. The boy wanted to express his gratitude, but Louis asked him to do without unnecessary words. The Crown Prince said he witnessed a scene involving Rivai and admitted that it amused him. Louis admitted that he is not one of those people who can resist his curiosity, and said that he wants to know the answer to his question right now. The Crown Prince asked why the two kinds of darkness had suddenly united against Lord Rive. Louis did not believe that Marvis and Reinhofer had become such good friends, and besides, the prince had received news of Marvis's victory in the recent noble war. Lord Rivale said that these were indeed strange rumors. Louis leaned toward the boy and suggested that with a little help, Rivale might be able to uncover the true intentions of the Dark Lords. The Crown Prince asked if Lord Rivale would do him such a favor. Rivale was confident that after Nox's departure, young Marvis would be a tiger cub without fangs, and could be easily removed at the behest of the Crown Prince. The guy decided that he couldn't miss such an opportunity and agreed to Louis's proposal. The Crown Prince smiled, because his plan had worked, and now he would know the whole truth without entering into conflict personally. However, at this moment, Lord Rivale realized what a huge mistake he had made. Rivale said that it was a grave sin for the lord of a noble house to interfere in the simple squabbles of servants. Leon said that where the boy sees insignificant servants, he sees his standard-bearers. The Necromancer turned his gaze to Coleman, who was kneeling in front of him. Lord Revi realized that the situation was out of his control and tried to put pressure on Leon. He said that even if they really were Lord Marvis's bannermen, it was not worth going so far for them. Leon repeated that if necessary, they kill without hesitation, and there will be no exceptions. Chief Marwas headed towards Raiway to demonstrate the laws of his clan in action. Lord Marvis was accompanied by his living dead. Stopping halfway up the stairs, Leon turned to Walter and ordered him to take Pullen to the doctor immediately. The guy said that he understood everything and ran up to the man. Diana blocked Leon's path and said that she was certainly on his side, but thought the guy should stop. The girl said that Lord Reveille, as a descendant of a collateral branch of a noble house, did not pose a danger to House Marvis. Diana warned that it would be too high-profile a matter to be made public, so she asked the guy to be wiser and back off. Lord Reveille decided to take advantage of this moment to turn the situation to his advantage. He looked back and signaled to his subject. The servant immediately understood what was wanted of him and began to act. The guy fought with Lady Diana and grabbed her, putting a knife to her throat. Marvis noted that these were two primitive actions. Lord Reveille smiled and ordered Leon to retreat immediately, or he would not hesitate to test the limits of his hypocritical farce. The boy pointed at Diana and suggested that Lord Marvis wouldn't want his toy to be scratched. Leon said that in Lady Diana's case, he himself was more likely to be her plaything, so Lord Reveille should have his eyesight checked. Marvis slapped himself on the forehead, remembering that his contractor wasn't very good at choosing words to suit situations. Lord Reveille said that the boy would not allow Diana's fingertip to be injured under any circumstances, so he suggested calling off the dead and parting amicably. All the aristocrats froze in anticipation of Lord Marvis's decision. Leon began to lose his temper, and this was noticeable by the mana that had thickened around him, after which he said that he would repeat it if he was not heard. Lord Marvis said that Reveille had dared to harass his subordinates without any reason, and even decided to threaten Lady Diana. Lord Reveille shuddered, sensing that something was wrong, as an ominous chill filled the air itself. Leon said that the boy would not get away with just the hand of his servant, and asked if Reveille was deliberately dishonoring Lady Diana. Marvis told Leon to speed up, since silence is often taken as an admission of guilt. The boy thought about his words and said that he would take this lesson into account. Leon said that in that case, the only worthy payment was death. Lord Reveille became frightened and shouted that in that case the girl would also die. However, he underestimated Diana, because she had already snatched the dagger from the servant's hands and struck the blow herself. A smile appeared on the girl's face when all trace of the threat disappeared. For a few moments, a purple outline with a white eye flashed in front of the girl's face. However, Diana had nothing to do with this, as she soon discovered what was behind Leon. The undead attacked the remaining servants of Lord Reveille, disposing of them without any problem. Reveille could only watch as his men fell to the ground. The guy was horrified by the realization of the situation he found himself in, because all his attempts only made the situation more difficult. While Reveille was distracted, Leon walked up to him and grabbed his face. Lord Marvis's eyes glowed with anger, and his face ceased to resemble a human one. Lord Reveille thought that before him stood something that looked more like a demon than a man. Diana watched Leon and did not understand how this could happen. The girl had heard rumors about the guy's unexpectedly increased power, but she had no idea that it was of such proportions. Marvis approached Diana and said that the girl really occupied a special place in Leon's heart. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, and the demon said that he had never encountered this side of the guy before. Until now, Marvis had never seen such a riot of emotion on Leon's face. The conversation between the girl and the demon was interrupted by the desperate cry of Lord Riva, who begged Leon to stop. However, Lord Marvis had already lost his temper too much, and now nothing could stop him from taking revenge. At one point, Riva's scream stopped, and Diana looked towards Leon in fear. The aristocrats began to whisper that Leon von Marvis had killed a man using necromancy at a gala evening. Many saw that the guy was still untrained, but his strength already frightened many. One man said that the Marwas house had only been seen in two guises before. They were either a terrifying force that any noble house would tremble in fear before, or an outcast awaiting their inevitable fall. At this moment, Leon was definitely instilling fear in everyone present. He quickly dealt with Lord Reveille and absorbed his body, making him one of his future soldiers. After this, Leon's face relaxed, as revenge had been accomplished, and he could rest easy. The silence was broken by applause from the entrance to the banquet hall. The Crown Prince came out onto the platform and said that Leon had put on an interesting show. Louis looked at Lord Marvis with a strange smile. Leon replied that for the vast majority this spectacle is unflattering, so His Highness's tastes are quite specific. Diana hastened to stop the guy, but Louis said that he was not offended, but rather inspired by the fact that he personally witnessed the moment of the return of the art of necromancy to the lands of Arkheim. The Crown Prince's view changed, and he said that this art had lain dormant for centuries in the inept hands of Leon's predecessors. Now, Louis was interested to know how the boy was able to master something that no one else could. Leon said he was called a gift, although he didn't think so, and Louis suggested that they were talking about someone who was born once every 100 years. Lord Manhwa said that strength had enabled him to withstand the onslaught of the enemy, and stand here now before the Crown Prince as the head of the Manhwa's family. There was silence for a moment, after which Louis wished that this talent would not be considered an enemy by the imperial house. This was to be expected, as the emperor had been oppressing the families of darkness for many years. But now they were all beginning to gain strength. Leon smiled and said that he would be glad of that if the Manhwa's house was not in any danger. The prince's servant sensed a certain message in the boy's words, and looked at Louis with concern. The Crown Prince did not answer Leon, turned around and headed back to the banquet hall. Marvis jumped onto the boy's shoulder and praised him, but he warned that more than one noble house would soon come forward with their claims. The demon said that the demonstrated power would force the ill-wishers to lie low, and during this time they would have time to strengthen their positions. Leon asked what they should do with the Crown Prince, and Marvis thought about his question. The demon said that the prince was definitely up to something, because he reeked of demonic power, just like Marvis himself. Leon said that he also felt an ominous aura around the prince. This made Lord Marvis wonder if they were indeed dealing with a demon. The evening soon came to an end due to unforeseen circumstances, and Leon returned to the Marvis estate. The guy relaxed when he found himself in his room, and the demon jumped onto the bed and sat next to him. Crow and the Holy Virgin were also present in the room, but they remained silent, allowing their contractor to relax. As soon as the commotion of the evening had died down, since not the slightest reproach had come from the Barella household, they returned home. Marvis assumed that Prince Louis personally hushed up the matter, because he was definitely up to something. Leon said that their path was becoming more difficult, but they had to somehow restore the treasury given their enormous debt, not to mention repairs to the mansion. The guy said it was time to follow Diana's advice and hire a competent treasurer. Diana once told Leon that the more he tried to plug holes in the budget, the more debt he accumulated. The girl assumed that the guy would not want to pass on only unbearable debts as an inheritance. Crow suggested that Leon become an archmage in the field of necromancy, so that death would not be scary, and the guy could pay off his debts for eternity. Marvis said that Crow's ideas were one more crazy than the other, and he would not allow the contractor to be a cash cow for loan sharks for the rest of his days. The Holy Virgin asked whether they could even afford a treasurer, since a good manager costs a considerable amount of money. Marvis said that one should worry about the problems of the day, and that one will always have to sacrifice something in order to succeed in the future. Then Leon firmly decided that they would find a worthy manager for the Marvis house. Immediately after this conversation, many different events happened that pushed this question into the background, but now it was spinning around in Leon's head again. The boy turned to Marvis and said that they would have to make an announcement, but the demon did not understand what this meant. Leon said that there was little difference between aristocrats and common people, and if a person's skills were noteworthy, he would gladly hire them, regardless of their background. The guy added that he would be even more satisfied with a humble worker, but Marvis said that Leon sounded like a terrible curmudgeon. Crow called the demon an insolent ball of wool, and asked how he dared mock the Lord when he carefully saved for the sake of his home. Marvis thought and said that if they were talking about saving, then they should think about spending money on nuts for the monster. Crow immediately hugged the container of nuts to himself, saying that this was his reward for his last journey. Leon ignored them and turned to Helen. The boy asked to bring Sir Pullen to him, as they urgently needed to gather the council of the House of Marvis. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Louis returned to his castle after an entertaining meeting of aristocrats. The guy was relaxing in his room, continuing to drink alcohol. Louis noted that Leon was a really interesting guy, and that he exuded dark energy. A devilish grin appeared on the prince's face, as if he had already made plans for the new head of the Marvis clan. The collar of Prince Louis's shirt exposed his chest, causing the devil's mark on his chest to become visible. This sign was worn by all the followers of the Baal revival cult. The Crown Prince chuckled and said that they had much more in common than Leon thought. The day after discussing the issue of hiring a manager, the Marvis family decided to put up an advertisement for the house. People gathered around the notice board, looking at it with curiosity. Residents were curious as to where Marvis got the money to hire employees. Someone stood up for their Lord Leon and pointed out that the guy knew exactly what he was doing. However, what confused everyone was that Lord Marvis was ready to hire any person, regardless of origin. Everyone immediately suspected that Leon was simply trying to save money by hiring an employee from among the common people. The residents laughed, saying that most of them couldn't even read, and that such rabble shouldn't be allowed anywhere near the estate's affairs. People argued among themselves about this announcement. Some laughed, some were interested, but in reality, no one took it seriously. Not far from the crowd stood a girl with white hair and turquoise eyes. It seemed as if this whole gathering was bothering her, but she tried to remain calm. Meanwhile, Leon held a council of the House of Marvis, which resembled the previous council only because of Pullen. Marvis summed it up by saying that they needed a treasurer who was willing to work for a paltry salary of 1 gold coin. Pullen replied that, unfortunately, that was all they could afford. As long as the Marwas clan remains under the close supervision of the imperial family, they are not allowed to demand compensation for victory in the noble battle of the houses. Pullen was very annoyed by the situation. Even the fact that Leon earned a lot of money from the guild mission didn't help, because most of it went to paying off the estate's debts. Lord Marvis said they had about 100 gold coins for everything, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be enough for a month. Crow was annoyed that they had entered another crisis. The monster stood up and said that he also demanded a contract, since Leon owed him a lot of fresh nuts. Walter was sure that there would still be a huge crowd of people wanting to take the position of treasurer, so at least some kind of selection had to be made. Leon stood up and said that he completely agreed with the guy, but gossip wouldn't help matters. The guy was about to leave, but something stopped him. Pullen started running around Leon and helping him put on his robe. Marvis sighed deeply, tired of this. Leon also sighed, as if he was uncomfortable with this delay. When Pullen finished with the robe, Leon moved towards the exit, saying it was time to look at the candidates. It was decided to hold the selection at the combat training site. There was plenty of room to accommodate more people who wanted to try their hand at being treasurer. There was a chair on the platform, waiting for Lord Marvis to appear. A crowd of residents gathered in front of the platform, and among them was a fair-haired girl. Unlike the other candidates, she didn't talk to anyone and simply looked around. At some point she felt someone hit her on the shoulder. The girl looked back and asked who pushed her. A cheeky blonde guy walked past her and asked if she had any complaints about him. The man looked at the girl and grinned, saying that he didn't expect such low-class scum as her to be his competitor. The girl recognized the man as Alcar, the third son of the Najisi house from the same province where she lived, and this guy was her obsessive suitor. The girl suspected that he might follow her and asked why he cared what she did. The man chuckled and turned to Siren, saying that he couldn't help but care about her. The guy put his arm around the girl's shoulder and asked what kind of man would allow his betrothed to fly so far from home. The girl didn't answer and simply threw Alcar's hand off her shoulder. This made the man very angry, but he still tried to remain calm and not start shouting. Alcar told the girl to stop being stubborn, because she herself knew that her roots were too low to forget everything and start a new life. Siren replied that a man was no better, and that his status did not give him the right to get whatever he wanted. The man was convinced that he could get a simpleton like Siren. The girl repeated once again that she did not belong to Alcar and his family. At this point, the man's patience snapped, and he ordered Siren to repeat what she had said. The girl looked back at him without fear, and promised that one day she would surpass him in every way. Siren said that her commoner background didn't say anything about her as a person. The girl said that it was within her power to decide her own destiny. Alcar said that she would be of no use to the noble house of Marwas, and would only become a girl for entertainment. Siren said that if it would improve her life, then she would agree to it, because it was better than being with a man like Alcar. This was the last straw, and the man swung at the girl. At that moment, the sound of footsteps was heard behind the backs of the simple observers. The candidates for the treasurer's position turned around, but when they saw the man approaching, they froze in fear. Something stopped Alcar from striking, but he was afraid to even turn around. At some point, dark energy surrounded the guy, and he froze in place. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss, but this feeling quickly passed. However, Alcar had already lost his confidence, so he did not dare to argue with Siren any further. The voice of the head of Marvis was heard, who said that serious passions had already flared up during the test. The guy's mana dissolved, and Leon warned that he did not like disorder in his house. The guy walked to his seat accompanied by complete silence and sat down. Pullen and Walter took their places near the head of Marvis, and he introduced himself to the candidates for the position of treasurer. Leon suggested that they move on without delay to the test that would determine the future manager of the estate. Siren turned away from Alcar, realizing that he would no longer dare to pester her in front of the head of the Marvis house. Leon immediately turned his attention to the girl. His gaze sent shivers through Siren's body. Marvis was invisible to all the contenders, so he could freely evaluate them. Seeing the Sirens, the demon thought that they had at least one worthy contender, so they wouldn't be wasting their time. There was a moment of silence as everyone waited for the test to begin. Among the skills Leon gained through his deal with the demon Marvis, there was one special one. Marvis's eyes blazed with red flame. Leon's eyes also blazed, because the skill of a piercing gaze, allowing one to look into the very soul of a person, was passed on to him. This skill is inherent to demons, because they always know exactly what inclinations their victim has. Thanks to this, demons can tempt the victim with sweet promises, taking advantage of their inner self-doubt. Driven by sweet promises, the victims themselves go into the hands of their executioners. Once the victim's will is broken, the demon snaps the trap, taking their souls for itself. After this, a person can no longer escape the clutches of the demon. The next object that attracted the attention of the demon Marvis was a young girl. She possessed an iron will stronger than anyone else on the assembled platform. Siren waited for the test to begin with a smile on her face, because she had to pass it, no matter what the difficulties. After Leon had assessed everyone present with his demonic gaze, he moved on to the next part. Leon announced that the exam for the position of the new manager of the Marvis lands was beginning. The boy extended his hand to Pullen, expecting the scrolls. Leon said the first task he would set for the candidates was to clearly understand the depth of their difficult situation. Walter took the remaining scrolls and went to distribute them to the applicants. Leon said he handed the people a map that reflected the entire territory of the Marwas clan and its neighbors. The guy assumed that everyone knew in general terms that they were currently experiencing financial difficulties. Leon said that thanks to their connections with other noble houses, he was confident they would be able to overcome this crisis. The key to solving problems lies in selling resources and special goods. Leon raised his hand and materialized an hourglass in it. The guy asked if 10 minutes would be enough for the candidates to put forward a proposal to solve this problem. Siren didn't take this as a question, and immediately turned to the card she had been given. The girl studied it carefully, trying to come up with ways to solve the problem as quickly as possible. With a pen, she highlighted the routes of supply and resources. At some point she stopped, thinking about what to do next. She understood that the lands of Marvas were located on the southern border of the continent. This family has little trading potential in terms of special products or natural resources, with the exception of a single mine. However, even this option is not available, as Marwas does not have the money to develop this mine due to a budget deficit. The girl crossed out the mine on the map, saying it was a controversial decision. Siren quietly said that there would also be a problem with a shortage of labor in the mine. Alcar watched the girl's plan from over her shoulder, trying to steal the plan from her. The girl thought that it would be difficult to find an incentive to attract young people here, and hiring knights and magicians would be too expensive. While Siren was thinking, Alcar decided that she had no solution to the problem, and he said that very soon the girl would be kicked out of here too. The girl turned her head in his direction. After that, she turned her gaze back to her map, without saying anything. Alcar also looked at his parchment, and said that he would not help her, so she could do whatever she wanted. The man himself looked at the map of the Marwas lands and did not make a single note. Alcar wasn't good at planning, so he didn't have a single thought. Meanwhile, the last grain fell into the hourglass, symbolizing that time was up. Leon clapped his hands and said that if the applicants gave up right away, they could leave right then and there. The guy told the rest that they could go up to the podium with their plan and present it for everyone to see. One of the candidates, a young man, raised his hand and asked permission to go first. Leon nodded his head in agreement. Nervously, the young man walked up to the podium where Chief Marvis sat. The guy stood up and dropped to one knee. The challenger unfolded his map and presented his plan. The guy said that the Marwas estate had always been considered an impregnable fortress with a small piece of adjacent land, so there were few options for production here. The idea occurred to the applicant that in Leon's possessions, there was a mine in the mountains, which had just barely begun to be developed. The guy suggested using it to mine precious stones, but Leon asked him where they would get the labor and money for this. The applicant replied that he didn't know much about the treasury, but was confident that there must be money for the excavations. The guy said that in any case it was possible to borrow money in the capital or from a trading association. Leon asked how the problem would be resolved if a loan was not an option. This question stumped the applicant. The guy bowed and said that he had not gone that far in his thoughts. Leon didn't respond to this in any way and simply invited the next contender to the stands. All the other people became worried, because everyone had roughly the same plans, and Leon's words showed that no solution had been found. Siren rolled up her parchment and gathered her courage to go out. She had set herself up for the fact that such an opportunity would come once in a lifetime. Siren decided she had to grab it before it slipped through her fingers. The girl gathered her courage and went out into the stands. All the candidates looked at the girl with doubt and contempt. Marvis, on the contrary, looked at her with undisguised interest. Leon sensed the Lord's interest and turned his gaze to the Sirens. The girl slowly approached the head of the Marvis house, clutching the scroll tightly in her hands. Finding herself next to the Lord, Siren froze, afraid to say anything. The candidates didn't understand what a young girl was doing there, and many said that things were really bad at the Marvis house if they allowed even such stupid girls to participate. Leon heard people say that the leader had no choice, since the problems had already started with his predecessors. Meanwhile, the guy turned his gaze to Siren and activated the ability of piercing gaze. After a few moments, Leon said that the girl was indeed a worthy candidate. Marvis looked at the contractor and said that he felt the same potential in Siren as in the Beastman. Marvis's demonic gaze helped him understand that the girl was an uncut diamond. The girl seemed to emanate a bright energy that not everyone could sense. Leon said that he would listen to the girl's proposal. But first, she should introduce herself and state her title. Siren gave her name and said that she was an orphan from an orphanage. The girl looked at Leon carefully, waiting to see if he would allow her to participate in the selection once he learned of her origin. Leon thought that his newfound ability to discern talents was a nice bonus of his contract with Lord Marvis. Today, for the first time since his imprisonment, the boy clearly sees the usefulness of this skill. One day, Marvis told Leon that from now on he would have to command and raise countless vassals and subordinates. Only in this way can one regain at least a fraction of the former glory of his ancestor, the one who was once called the Lord of Lost Souls. Leon supported Marvis in this, but he doubted that they needed to recruit just any rabble from the street, because they needed the best of the best. Then the demon said that he would give the boy the power to distinguish wheat from chaff. Leon looked at Marvis with interest. The demon used his skills and shared them with the guy. A red fiery eye rose into the air. After that, he approached Leon and merged with his own eyes. Leon looked into the mirror hanging opposite him and saw that his eyes were burning with fire. Slowly the fire began to fade, as if being absorbed into the eyes of the new bearer. Marvis said the new eyes would bring clarity to the selection of allies. The demon explained that the more outstanding talent people possess, the more fiercely Leon would see the radiance. The guy decided to check how it works in practice, and went to the window. The window overlooked the knight's training grounds, where recruits were currently training. Marvis jumped onto the windowsill, looked at Leon and asked if he saw the difference. The boy watched the training with his vowel eyes for a while. Leon noticed that people were emitting completely different colors: white, scarlet, orange, and many others. Marvis explained that the brightest colors have the greatest potential. Leon concluded that he needed to take a closer look at the participants who were shining brighter than others. But he still had one question. The boy asked if they could hope for a miraculous restoration of the Marwa's house. Leon asked what talents he himself possessed to contribute to this. Marvis turned back to the window and said that the answer was too obvious. The demon did not answer directly, but promised that Leon would soon understand everything himself. Leon was radiating black energy, and Marvis hoped that he would soon be able to see with pleasure what the boy could offer him in return. Now the head of the house, Marvis, was looking at Siren, from whom a faint golden glow emanated. Although it was not as bright as he expected, it was clearly more promising than all the other candidates. Marvis told Leon that in exceptional cases one can encounter a black glow, symbolizing dark connections. Leon remembered that he had met one such person, and it was the young Mr. Knox from the Reinhofer house. While Leon was thinking about his own things, Siren was collecting her thoughts and trying to convince herself that she would succeed. The girl said that first she would speak out regarding the current situation in the Marvis house. Siren unfolded the map and said that the lands of Marvis had no unique benefits, nor any valuable resources for trade. The girl concluded that they first needed to find new sources of income. Leon listened to her attentively, waiting for suggestions on how to solve this problem. The candidates began to say that this proposal had already been made, but the girl still decided to go ahead with it and waste their time. Leon didn't like the fact that this time the candidates didn't show respect, and started speaking at the top of their voices. Chief Marwas ordered everyone to remain silent, and not to start any squabbles or empty chatter. Leon reminded the candidates that they were still on probation. When silence returned, the boy turned to the girl and nodded his head, giving her permission to continue. Siren touched on the topic of mines, but pointed out that at the moment, there is not only a lack of funds, but also a lack of labor. However, the girl did not suggest another plan, which made Marvis think. Siren said she had a suggestion that would help get around the vexing labor shortage problem. The girl said that it was necessary to use the main asset of the head of the Marvis house. Siren suggested using the forces of the army of the dead that led Leon to victory in the previous war of the noble houses. The head of Marvis looked at the girl in surprise. Siren kept her eyes on him, trying to figure out if this was the right solution to the Marvis family's problems. Leon looked at the girl carefully, but it was not clear from his gaze whether he was happy with this idea or not. Chief Marwas asked what exactly she meant by this proposal. Siren said the leader can command hordes of the dead, so there are a ton of other uses for it besides the battlefield. Leon really thought about her proposal, because such a plan had never occurred to him before. The candidates raised a ruckus again, insulting the girl for her stupidity, believing that Leon would not waste his energy on digging the mine. People believed that the girl's plan was doomed to failure, because aristocrats would not engage in such a dirty deed. Siren heard all their laughter, but she was convinced that Lord Marvis was not like the other aristocrats. The girl asked Leon if he wanted to restore the nobility of the House of Marvis. The guy agreed with her, so Siren said that in this case, the Lord cannot rely on standard methods within a limited time frame. The girl asked him to trust her, and promised that she would not disappoint him. Siren looked at Lord Marvis with pleading eyes, waiting for his answer. Leon looked at her inquisitively without answering. The guy turned his head towards the other candidates, as if he was about to reject her offer. However, the next moment Leon pulled out a badge with a lion on a green background. The guy said that Siren passed the exam successfully. Leon suggested discussing all questions regarding the girl's proposal a little later. A smile of relief appeared on Siren's face. All the other candidates began to talk among themselves, shocked by Lord Marvis's decision. Alcar was the most dissatisfied of all. because they finally took away from him the girl he had already set his sights on. After this, the test continued, and other candidates could take the podium and present their plan. Most of the men who mocked Siren and her plans never came up with a viable plan. Many were at a loss when they saw Leon and were unable to properly defend their ideas. Lord Marvis didn't even deign to glance at many of them, listening to their impossible plans with half an ear. Many relied on the idea of the mine, as if thinking that if they proposed it, the plan would immediately become successful. The whole day passed at this pace, and the sun slowly began to hide behind the walls of the Marvis estate. Once all the candidates had spoken, Pullen declared the first test of the new manager's exam closed. The man announced that the second part of the exam would be held in the format of a private interview, and in the meantime, all applicants were free to go. Siren couldn't stop looking at the badge that Lord Marvis himself had given her. The girl clutched it tightly in her hands, and was glad that she had managed to pass. Then Siren shook her head, telling herself that she couldn't relax, because this wasn't the end yet. When most of the candidates had left the site, the girl picked up her bag and headed towards the exit. Siren tucked the badge between layers of clothing to make sure it wouldn't disappear. With a smile on her face, she headed to her temporary shelter. Some time passed and Siren began to sense something was wrong. It was already evening outside and the streets were empty. It seemed that the girl was walking alone. But this was far from the case. Siren had a distinct feeling that there were at least 4 people following her. Wherever the girl turned, they followed her, confirming that she had become their target. At some point, Siren stopped and tried to look back discreetly. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see 2 people hiding behind barrels, and 1 silhouette in the passage between the houses. This number of people is unusual for such a remote place, so it can only mean one thing. Siren checked again that the badge Lord Marvis had given her was securely hidden. The girl bent down and scooped up some earth from the road into her fist. After that, she reached behind her back and pulled out a dagger from under her backpack. Siren turned sharply towards her ill-wishers, preparing to fight back. However, she didn't notice anyone. As if in an instant, everyone hid. The girl was so distracted that she didn't notice the threat from behind her. The man ran up to Siren and grabbed her in a grip, making it hard for the girl to even breathe. The girl heard Alcar say that Siren should know her place. The man, with a malicious grin, approached the girl, who was being held from behind by another guy. Alcar chuckled and asked if Siren was really so happy to see her future husband that her legs even gave way. The girl demanded to be let go, because this cannot be done. Alcar replied that he loved to watch the girl's frightened face, and in such a remote place, no one would appeal to honor. The man said that Siren had a way out. She could give him the badge and give up her dream. The girl replied that she would never bow down to someone like Alcar. Siren began to struggle and stepped on the foot of the guy who was holding her with her heel. The attacker let go of his hands and the girl was able to break free, after which she threw the earth she had been holding in her hand all this time in his face. Siren grabbed the dagger with both hands and rushed at Alcar. The man just grinned and easily stopped the girl, grabbing her wrist. Then Alcar's gaze changed and he asked if Siren had finished her performance. The man said that he should teach his bride good manners. Alcar gave the signal, and his subordinates moved towards the girl. The man held the girl's hand tightly, not allowing her to break free or run away. Alcar told his people not to worry about anything, because the girl would survive everything. After this, the man pushed Siren into the hands of his people. At that moment, the Marvis family badge lit up. Streams of dark mana began to burst out from under the Siren's clothes. The badge slipped out of the clothes and flew up, piercing the attackers with energy. From behind Alcar's subordinates, Lord Marvis's voice came out, saying that he had hoped that he would not have to kill loyal subjects. The boy slowly approached the men surrounding the Sirens. Everyone watched in horror as dark energy spread across the street and surrounded them. Siren was glad to be saved from the fate Alcar had in store for her, but she was terrified of Leon himself. The guy came close enough and snapped his fingers. Leon said that such was the unfortunate duty of the Lord of House Marvis. The next moment, a noise was heard behind the people, causing them to turn in the opposite direction. Living dead people began to emerge from underground. Alcar now saw that the abilities Lord Marvis had demonstrated during the selection test were only a small fraction of his powers. The man realized what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into by getting involved with Lord Marvis. The least amount of dark energy swirled around Siren, who asked Lord Marvis what he was doing there. Leon replied that he was just doing his duty, as he had said earlier. The girl didn't quite understand what exactly he was talking about. Leon said that it was the Lord's responsibility to both find talented subjects who would serve the estate and protect them from such circumstances. Lord Marvis walked past the girl and stopped in front of Alcar, who fell to his knees, bowing his head. The man asked Leon for forgiveness, and admitted that he could not have imagined that the Lord had such plans for this girl. Alcar's men abandoned him and ran away, while the man still begged for mercy. Leon asked what kind of species he was talking about, and said that the man was making strange conclusions. Lord Marvis's gaze hardened, and he looked at the living dead. The dead watched their master closely and awaited instructions. Leon addressed Alcar by his name and title, and asked if he really intended to harm his subject. The man swore that he would never even glance in the siren's direction again. Leon assumed that if someone else had stood up for the girl's honor, Alcar would have ordered that he be dealt with. The man did not answer this question and was even afraid to raise his head. Leon demanded that Alcar answer him one single question. The living dead stood next to the man and raised their swords to strike. Leon asked if Alcar got pleasure from oppressing the weak, while tucking his tail between his legs only in front of the strong. The man raised his head and promised that this would not happen again if Lord Marvis forgave him and allowed him to live. The answer was that Alcar saw his reflection in the sword of one of the dead men. One of the living dead raised his sword over the man's head. Leon said it was obvious that Alcar's answer was not worth listening to. At this, Lord Marvis turned in the opposite direction and walked away. A scream was heard behind the boy, after which the dead man struck, taking Alcar's life. Leon didn't even give the man a glance as he called the dead away. Siren watched this from the sidelines and was afraid to say a word. Leon approached the girl and said that after everything she had been through, she had had enough of the trials. Lord Marvis smiled, which helped Siren finally relax. When Leon returned to the estate, Marvis summed up the evening, and the main event was that the guy killed one of his subjects right on the streets of the city. Lord Marwas confirmed this and said that he would do anything for the good of House Marwas. Leon had brought Siren into the estate, and now she sat across from him while the Holy Virgin looked her over from all sides. Siren didn't pay any attention to this, and looked around the office she found herself in. Pullen informed Leon that Alcar was a young man of very bad morals, so there was no need to worry about his disappearance. Crow was glad that they were cleaning the world of bad people and offered to continue this work. But Leon was only glad that the problem was solved so easily. After this, the guy turned to Siren and welcomed her to the service of the House of Marvis. The girl thanked him for the opportunity, and then became embarrassed because the Lord was addressing her too formally. Leon replied that he was used to treating everyone around him with respect, after which Siren calmed down. Pullen turned to the girl and asked her not to pay attention to Lord Marvis's manners, as he was very different from most of the nobility. Walter said that he too was initially surprised by such respectful attitude towards subordinates, but quickly got used to it. Leon suggested moving on to pressing matters and said that Siren would now have a lot of work as the new manager of the Marvis house. The guy said he was very impressed by the girl's proposal to use his dead people in the construction, but the girl said she wasn't entirely sure about the plan yet. Leon said that this was his concern as Lord Marvis, so he would be able to decide what tasks to set for his dead. The guy put the papers aside and said that Siren would only need competent advice, and he would take on the implementation of it at the estate. Walter and Pullen showed no doubt about their lord's words. All of Leon's subjects looked as if they had long been accustomed to and trusted their master. Only Siren was surprised by such composure of the lord, who was barely 15 years old. The girl suspected that this was due to the fact that the boy had to grow up too quickly after the tragedy that resulted in the execution of his father. Leon looked at Siren and asked if she had any other questions. The girl answered negatively, and thought that she was ready to give her all to help the Marvis house return to its greatness. Siren knew that she couldn't waste such an opportunity if she had been given one. Helen approached Siren from behind and whispered in her ear that she would not tolerate foxes sniffing around about her lord. The girls hiccuped in fright, but this only caused laughter among all of Leon's other subordinates. Even Marvis and Crow, who had always been arguing before, laughed together at the Holy Maiden's behavior. Soon Siren realized that the girl did not want to hurt her, and they laughed together. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in a large corridor of an old castle. The door to the main hall was ajar, and light was coming through it. The hall was illuminated by a multitude of lights, but it still remained in semi-darkness due to the accumulation of dark energy. An unknown man with shoulder-length golden hair sat at the table. He learned of the revival of the fallen house of Marwas, and said that it was no good. The subordinate bowed before his master, and said that the Marwas had suffered for generations from a lack of innate talent. Their talent was sealed, so it couldn't possibly change suddenly. However, the gentleman himself is confident that an incredible genius could have been born, capable of overcoming all the limitations of his ancestors. The subordinate shuddered at these words. The gentleman said that the time had come to hasten the execution of his great plan. The next day, the Marwas household was in full swing. Siren attended the first meeting and said that they should address the first item on the agenda. The girl stood next to a map of the Marvis lands attached to the wall and offered to discuss the development of the mine. Siren said that to do this, it is necessary to provide data on the number and duration of maintenance of the dead in working order. Pullen asked why the girl decided to use the dead for mining rather than farming. Siren responded that from a profitability standpoint, this was the best way to achieve their goals in the shortest possible time. Crow was excited by the idea, specifically the idea that it would generate income. After a few questions, Marvis turned to Siren and asked her to continue. The girl shuddered, realizing that a real demon was speaking to her, but he still looked like a charming lion cub. Siren returned to the map and said that mining was an incredibly dangerous undertaking. The girl pointed out that careless excavations would put the lives of many mortals in danger. However, Siren pointed out that untold riches could await them inside the mine. The girl said that if living dead were used for excavation, casualties could be avoided. Elysia noted with delight that this would allow living citizens to engage in safer work, and the risk of a mine collapse would be minimal. Siren said the mine still needs to be thoroughly inspected before work begins to get an accurate idea of the minerals that could be mined there. Siren said that farming was important too, but at the moment, it would be best to trade the most expensive goods at their disposal. Leon noted that this was very insightful, and he especially agreed with the girl's intentions to test his strength first. Based on the Lord's words, Siren assumed that the recent demonstration of power was far from the full extent of his abilities. Demon Marva said that he fully vouched for his protege, because summoning several dozen dead people was a mere trifle. Walter said that no matter what tests Siren came up with, Leon would cope with them, because from the very moment they met, he never ceased to amaze him. Siren was surprised at how confident all the subjects were in their master. Leon decided not to put off the check and got up from the table. The guy walked towards the exit and said that he suggested getting straight to the point. Leon said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. After some time, they found themselves on the street, where the guy demonstrated his abilities. Siren couldn't believe that one person could control such hordes of the dead. Leon stopped summoning the dead and said that they would need a bigger field. The living dead growled but did not move. They were ready to follow their master's orders completely. Leon looked at the field and said that this was the result of investing half of his mana. A crowd of monsters appeared before them, emitting dark energy. Marvis reminded Leon that their goal was nothing more than excavations, so such a number of slaves would not be needed until the next war. Crow raised his hands and admired the number of dead, saying that he had never met a necromancer with such talent, and the holy maiden joined in the praise. Siren held a notepad and pen in her hands, asking how long Leon could keep this number of undead alive. Lord Marvis replied that it would last for 6 hours a day, but if the number of dead were reduced, it could last up to 10 hours. Siren was very surprised by this, because most sorcerers cannot cope with even one summoned creature, since the summoning itself is very energy-consuming. Walter reminded them that they had already mentioned that Lord Marvis was a very outstanding magician. Leon said that if this was enough to demonstrate his skills, then it was time to move on to the mine. The guy said that an army of the dead was useless unless he could find a use for it. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Crown Prince's castle. After thinking about everything that had happened, Louis came to the conclusion that all these kinds of darkness needed to be eradicated from this empire. The prince turned to his servant Eldaris and said that the man should not allow the influence of these families to grow in society. Eldaris agreed with Louis and promised that by the time he was finished, the families of darkness would not stand a chance. The Crown Prince reminded them that the Marwas family was deeply in debt, and that he wanted things to stay that way. A girl with long golden hair was watching this whole conversation from around the corner. She already guessed that her brother did not allow House Marvis to demand reparations after winning the War of Noble Houses. This girl was the princess of the empire, and her name was Penelope von Arkheim. There was another girl next to the princess who noted that the Crown Prince had very bad intentions towards the Marwas house. The girl's name was Echidna, and she was the eldest daughter of the clan of light that served the princess. Penelope was also troubled by her brother's fixation on one particular kind of darkness. The girl wanted to find out what he was planning, because she still needed to come up with a plan that would prevent her brother from taking the throne. The princess asked if she had made herself clear, and Echidna bowed and said that she understood everything. The girl promised that she would definitely find out what was going on. We return again to the lands of the Marvis clan, where Leon and his subjects have already reached the mine. The boy again summoned the dead and ordered them to take with them tools to work in the mine. The dead men calmly took apart the equipment they were given and immediately got to work. After some time, the first batch of mine treasures arrived. The wheelbarrow contained many precious rough stones of a bright blue color. The dead man drove the wheelbarrow to Lord Marvis's palatine to show off his spoils. Leon asked Siren, who was standing next to him, if these measures were enough to start with. The girl smiled and said that this was enough for immediate expenses, but as soon as the mine was fully operational, the estate would be able to get back on its feet. Siren turned her amused gaze towards the mine. Leon watched the girl intently for a while. Then Lord Marvis admitted that he was jealous of Miss Siren, but she did not understand what he was talking about. Leon said that he always acknowledges the abilities that he himself lacks. Lord Marvis explained that it was about the fact that Siren could be admired sincerely without ulterior motives. The guy was confident that in the future, the girl would become simply irreplaceable for the Marvis family. These words made the girl blush with embarrassment.